Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
Good morning, everybody from the venue, also from the live. Yes, we are back. I hope you guys had your breakfast because it's going to be a long day today as we will reach the conclusion of Dubai Police Esports Valorant edition. It's the 5th edition, by the way, and so far it's been an amazing journey. How are you guys doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, just
I had a good morning.
I still haven't had my breakfast yet.
Oh,
I'm hungry. I'm hungry right now.
Well, before we continue on our day, I think we do love to talk about the e-crime hub, which, by the way, it is over there, the QR code. Wait, are you holding it? Yep, that one, guys.
Yeah.
Go scan it out to get a lot of information about e-crime hub, which we're going to be talking about.
Yes, please, guys. Once again, be safe on the internet. It's a scary place.
Yeah. Okay, and just level up awareness at ecrimehub.gov.ae.
Yeah.
Or scan the QR code.
Yeah, just scan.
Or scan the QR code. There's a lot of resources that will teach you to be safe and make sure that you do not get scammed. Or if you did get scammed, you can also report it on ecrimehub.gov.ae. Definitely check it out to keep yourself aware of the possibilities of cybercrime itself. Now, with that said, let us talk about what happened yesterday. It has been action-packed. You've seen teams that we thought will continue on, especially Fraggers. We were all surprised that they lost.
They lost.
Yeah,
against Team SOS. And what do you guys think about it?
I think maybe, or from what I've heard after yesterday's games, that maybe their playstyle was a bit old-fashioned.
I think that they did their best, though. Like, they actually tried, and look where they reached. It's not the losing.
Of course.
Yeah.
They didn't lose, I mean.
I mean, they still have the third place decider. Of course, as the reigning champs, they wanted to continue until the very end. But sadly, their journey was cut short, especially on that final round up against Team SOS and Lotus. It was the most heartbreaking round because they were ahead, by the way, on round 12. It was looking like it's going to be round number 13 for them to win it out. But somehow, someway, Team SOS came back from a 1v3 and they won it out. That was the shocker.
It was
here.
an insane round.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was stressed. I felt pressured.
I think we were all stressed that day.
Yeah, we were so stressed, and especially when we talked to Koji, this guy was like relaxed, like
Yeah, he was just chilling
so
over
chill.
there.
he was not stressed out at all. He was like, I had a great time.
I mean, he did stress out when we asked him to sing, though.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Koji, if you're watching or listening, maybe if you guys win,
Can we just do like a
Karaoke.
karaoke party, celebrate with you? Who knows?
Yeah.
But on the other side of things, they are currently waiting in the grand finals on who their opponents will be.
Yes.
And that is going to be the match that we're going to see live here in the stream. And that is going to be Axmina against Baz Esports. These are two newly formed organizations representing in Valorant. And that is such a nice opening to enter here to the part that they reached the semifinals.
It's awesome. It's newly formed teams, but players have been here before on different teams, I believe, or different team names, team compositions.
Yeah, I think Axmina were already playing aggressive, so let's just see what will happen now.
I'm excited.
I think they're gonna be even more aggressive since it's almost to the finals. So yeah,
Maybe they have some strats up their pockets.
yeah, hopefully they do. I think they're gonna put all of their energy right there.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Axmina's journey in this tournament in this 5th edition. So Axmina started versus The Things in Ascent and won 13-7. Of course, I haven't watched that game. Have you?
And it was heartbreaking because it's my friends.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's sad.
I was like, oh, the first half, they were doing good. I think it's the best time to actually show the crowd on what happened there on Axmina's journey so far to reach the semifinals. And we're going to see it from here when they played against Team Rad in the quarterfinals. That was...
On Lotus. It was a tug of war for the first half. And then they came back. They were like, we're done. We need to leave now.
Yeah, that's where I find them playing actually aggressively. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, like you said, a back and forth in the first half. It went 6-6. And then the moment he transferred in, they just dialed up. Batista was just getting kills after kills. Like, it's not his business. On eco rounds, too. Like,
yeah, on Sheriff. Like, I can't even do that. Huh?
That's probably why we're not Batista.
Probably. And then we have the games today, which are going to be Axmina versus Buzz Esports, right?
Yeah.
And Buzz Esports' journey started with them versus insert blue guy emoji, which was a very close game, actually, on Haven. And then Buzz versus Team Washed Up, which was kind of shocking. They went to overtime. I think it was 17-15.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was. I'm sad that I didn't watch that game. I felt like it was gonna be such an exciting game to watch, but yeah. So let's see today what Baz and Axmina have in store for us.
For sure. I mean, as the replay goes by and seeing how well Axmina
Yeah.
is, I want to also talk about Baz Esports because when they played up against Team Washed Up, we were not expecting them to actually continue on with, of course, a juggernaut named Al-Yazmi. Like, this guy is really good in Valorant, and he was fragging for his life, for his team. But at the end of the day, it was still not enough. Somehow, some way, Baz Esports climbed it back to overtime and secured that victory. And you can tell, judging on how the playstyle is from Axmina, they are a team that really likes to focus on communication. They only have one in-game leader comms, and they all trust him. Nobody will talk. It's his command. Everybody follows it to the T. If it goes wrong, it's okay. If it goes right, it's just because that's how good he is. Yeah. And overall, having trust with your IGL could really bring you far.
Yeah, it is a very important thing, especially when it comes to communication and strategies. If you're not listening to the IGL, then
yeah, I think the
will
key
be
here
lost.
is communication and just like focus.
Yeah.
Focus to the call-outs.
Yeah, please. Communication is so important in a game like Valorant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to him here on the panel as well when we had him as a guest multiple times. Dice, he did talk about he looks up to Boaster as an IGL, and you know Boaster, right? This guy's just full of good vibes, good energy.
Yeah.
Even if they lose, they're still like, it's okay, guys, we did fine, we can still come back. And that proper mindset can truly, truly bring you very far. And he was able to incorporate that mindset coming for his team. And that's why, basing it on how Dice has been doing, he had multiple teams throughout Dubai Police editions, and everybody would love to play with him just because on how well he plays as an IGL.
That's true. He has said that. He kind of glazed himself, didn't he?
I mean, if you want to be really confident, right, you gotta glaze yourself quite a bit.
Yeah,
That's
of
true.
course.
That's true. Confidence is also a big key in Valorant when it comes to ego peaking.
In a lot of things. Because we've seen what happened with Team Rads, right? They are a good team. They have the fundamentals, but the ego peaking is what really destroyed them in the
That's
quarterfinals.
Yeah,
also
I think
true.
so too. Yeah, it was the ego peak.
There were so many good plays they could have done there.
Yeah.
If they just had the trigger discipline to, not over peak.
Exactly. Like, two-man swings or something to trade offs. They weren't doing that.
Yes.
Doing 1v2 all the time. Now, with that said, everybody, we are finally here on the semifinals on, Axmina. And let's see how well they're going to do up against Baz Esports. We're going to throw it to the casters, Ramon and Sunbi. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, JT. And about time, on grind for everybody in the bracket, but for the ones that continue to stand their ground, it's as their most important, Axmina versus Baz Esports in the semifinals. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to be a rocky ride. With me is Sunbi, your caster, and Lara. I just cannot wait.
Absolutely. I am very hyped for this. I mean, I watched their game yesterday and it was so intense. I mean, like what Peach said, it was a tug of war. And it was true the first half because in Lotus, they really gave it their all. Like for Axmina, like we gotta look out for Batista. Like with that 24 kills and those perfectly crosshair placement and that trigger discipline, it was just chef's kiss. What about you, Hermone?
I'm just really excited to see how Scars will actually pull up in this matchup right here. Because him on the raise, him being so good of Lotus yesterday, it was a treat to watch, especially with how well he provide a lot more of that style to see if they can actually get themselves a bounce back. So, ladies and gentlemen, the best teams that we got on the low app will do in a BO3. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to go back to Lotus, but we'll see how it goes in this agent composition with this is gonna be weird for hovering over. I'm doubting if that's actually for them, but we've already seen it happen. 4-man duelist, only one person on a sentinel. It was in VCT Game Changers late last year, last year I believe. It was when G and on the Lotus.
I mean, yeah, we have. Okay, they didn't go for a duelist, but for Axmina, we see Batista going for a Sova, which is going to be quite different since yesterday he's Omen. But that was from the map Lotus, and I don't think the map right now is going to be Lotus. I believe it is Haven.
But, it is.
Yeah, it is Haven. Yeah. So honestly, they selected it. We have Batista as Sova. It's going to be very different. And, I think these are one of the best agent compositions for the map of Haven since, Cypher is very important, very essential for that map. And there's just a lot of things to say about it. What about you? Yep, Haven.
Yep. Actually, now, being the map itself, really good way to actually, I think, less about the compositions, a little bit more on itself. I think Haven is one of those maps where you can kind of a very slow pace. I think there's also a way for you to warm up your joints, see if you can find out what the tendencies are for you when they're aggressive, when they're passive as well. Since this map is really about both side of extremities, you can actually control them with a passive pace, play for retakes at the same time as well on the defensive side. While as well, you can the hell you want with the space given to you. So really, Team Baz and Axe will be there. And remember, since this is a BO3, it's a marathon sprint. So even if they lose this, whoever loses, they still have an amount of chance to try to get themselves back into the running.
No, yeah, absolutely. There is just so much to look out for from the team, from the map Ascent. You gotta look Haven rather. I mean, 3 sites, easy, quick to rotate. That's why they're essential agents that you need to succeed.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We'll see if they can try to get themselves in towards the matchup as well. So we're getting ready to load into the game. It's that Haven game followed up by which is honestly the only map that we've seen these two play outside of the battle. While we set for our decider, which will be a banger to watch. No set, no corrode, no icebox, no nothing. It's also gunfights by the end of the day. We're excited to see how this plays out, Lara.
Yeah, I was actually looking forward that there would be a corrode map because it's a map that we want to see teams play because it's a new map and we just want to see how okay, so that's how it goes in the pro scene. But since it's gonna be different, I'm very excited to see the Lotus for the second match because that map is what both teams did best yesterday. So I'm very curious about what's going to happen since Axmina is very aggressive when it comes to Lotus. I mean, that's what the IGL said himself. He's like, we're an aggressive team. Good luck. He literally said those words. So also Baz Esports, we casted those games and it's just we see how they performed well in it. Like it's a tight spot. They managed to cut through it.
So Baz Esports is a team that you can never underestimate at the helm as well. So this band of teammates, very, very much shaking up the numbers as well. We got Scars, Mashuka, Yaki, Nabel as ratings. Let's not forget as well that they have a super sub in case that any one of these players are actually not available. We have one of the more older players that we've had in the Dubai Police, but one that you can say very reliable when you need him to be there. When you need him to be there as well on the roster as well. If I remember correctly, he played a lot. Maps like Vine could actually help them out very well. I do believe this will be a very big testing point for the roster itself. Like this whole thing with the roster that they have, they don't really need to switch their players a lot. They need consistency, and that really is not when you're facing up against SOS, which they played up against Fraggers yesterday. And I'm telling you, Lara, I watched a bit of it on the VOD. The fact that you took down Fraggers, that's already a huge bar, a very for SOS right now.
Dude, I mean, I was surprised too, and because we know Fraggers, they have a lot in their name, but we now they're in the third place decider. It's just we're gonna see new names, not really new names, but new teams that will proceed to the grand finals, and just very excited to see about what's to come. But right now, I want to ask you, Ramon,
Sure.
with the agent team composition we've seen for, let's say, for Baz Esports, and how are you feeling? Like, what are you looking forward to, like, for Baz Esports and Axmina?
I do believe that since I did see like a Vice in there, very much. In fact, I think it's gonna be very difficult on their side because there's a map side there's a site that's actually pretty difficult to hold as a Vice, since there's two entrances that you have to march forward to. Well, you can only hold one with that sheer wall. Actually, that's the only thing that you can try to separate the duelist from the rest of the team. So which way do you go? Since it's a 50-50 chance, you also have to consider the B site's also an open wide angle for any anchor or any lurker to actually try to find an opening or try to cut off rotations with, right? So really, you could count on the lurker for that regard. You could also think about like how this chat do well in this composition, since really it's still the bread and butter for a lot of the default maps that we've had. You think about maps like Ascent, maps like Haven. Pretty much Jet is still a very powerful agent that you got in the composition, since you can op, you can also be a really good entry. Pretty much the dash into the Cloudburst is still a pretty classic move to do, and it's classic for a reason. It works.
No, yeah, I get that, and I'm very curious to see how Vice is gonna play. I mean, I've seen Vice play in professional scenes, but also in just casual competition. It's just there's so much to play with for Vice, because with her arc roast, her flash, and the vines as well, I can imagine the delayed plays that they can utilize, especially for C long. Just the perfect placement of the vines. They could slow it down and maybe they peak, and where they just easily take them down that quick. And also for the A site, where they could just place the wall for from typical A flowers down to the left. But there's also a lot of moments that you could use really well for Vice, since Vice's utilities are very great to hold your ground, or at least to try to play passively yet aggressive at the same time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course I know what you mean. Definitely when it's Lara de Lara, I'm definitely making sure that I got my focus when it comes to the discussion that we have right here. I want to take a look at the composition later on, because we're heading on into the game itself, ladies and gentlemen. The semifinals for Axmina versus Baz Esports. And if you're listening to the crowd right now, prepare yourself, because this is going to be a BO3 for both of the best Lotus team compositions. Now fighting on the Haven map, it will be first game on the board. Baz Esports starting on the defensive side, where they're going to start with a very aggressive mid-site setup.
Absolutely. We can see Baz Esports on the defending side and Axmina on the attacking side. With just a few moments in, you can see, take a look at their positioning. They might make their way towards A.
They are walking up slowly and surely, leaving the Vice himself to actually cut off rotation. So you definitely see that because of the lack of info and the lack of manpower around that A side, it's going to be an open space for Axmina to actually take the aggressive stance.
Oh, yes, definitely. And we could see some action about to happen in a few. It looks like they're rushing in, but as Baz Esports flooding back.
Yep, a little too aggressively. Get themselves the kill over to the Jet. That's Cosmo killed off, but already done half of his job anyway. These guys already inside of the site. Paranoia, flash on in. The Yoru providing that much support, as well as Scars fighting out the entry and a double as well from Batista. But great things in Yaki. They're able to get themselves inside of the site. The retake has been pristine. And with that, the first pistol for Baz Esports.
Yes, definitely. I mean, just for the first few rounds, they did pretty well in terms of defense, and it is great to see what Baz Esports can bring to the table, especially with their agent composition right now. I mean, Waylay, Fade, Yoru, and Vice, like those agent compositions are really, really great for Haven.
Yep. I can give you an idea on how good this is actually. It's kind of the same idea with having the jet with just no cloudburst. You only have access to the double dash that you have, which more often than not, it's actually more than useful to actually get a lot of ground covered. Plus, you also have the Yoru to kind of switch things up with your utility as well. So you got a flash, you got a fast entry. All good is in the hood when it comes to the retake. But for Xmina, it's going to be the bread and butter double initiator comp. They also have the eco round to try to play around with.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, just look at their positioning right now. Just they're doing the same thing. They're Axmina. They like to clump up together, but they seem to execute it pretty well. And they're just trying to play time at the moment. Ooh.
Definitely going to be a good start for them with 2 kills. In fact, especially with the full buy that they got. The Sheriff shot not going to connect for him. Shukat will be the double kill for him. Vayne is going to be the only man standing until he is not standing anymore. He is laid out with a 2-0 start for Baz Esports. Well and done. A very good start for them.
Things are going pretty well for Baz Esports. Like, so far, it's been great. I mean, like, so far as a defending team, they knew how to settle down, anchor it, and then that kind of prevents from Axmina from rushing in, since they're very, very aggressive, and they like to. Sure, they took their time for the past few rounds, but right now, as we can see, it's like, just, we gotta chill first. Let's chill real quick.
Gotta
just,
put a handle on that.
Settle down,
Yeah.
But right now, it's been great to see 2 players try to switch things up a little, because yesterday Baz Esports was like, they're also aggressive, and then Axmina, they're also aggressive, but seeing them try to play things differently right now is just like, okay, I mean, yes, it's a best of 3, but you still gotta, you have to give it your all. And right now, I like how patient they are this time, and it kind of switches up a little.
Definitely. I mean, in this scenario where you're already down like 1 pistol round anyway, you're just gonna try to get as many picks as you can as possible. And I kind of appreciate what Dice was doing here. Even if he dies, he actually gives the info on how the rotation has looked through. And since he saw, at least I believe it was Nabs who actually peeked out, or I believe it was Great Things who peeked out from A. So they know that the Vice is usually gonna be ping-ponging around A and C. Since he saw him on the A site for that second round, it tells him that he's either going to be going back to the C site momentarily, or in the next round in particular, or he's going to go back to the A site where you actually saw him from that site itself from the previous round. So really, there's a lot that you can get in terms of info out of that second round, but not much to be said after that, really.
No, yeah. I mean, we have Dice as Breach, and with the flashes that he needs, that the team needs for him, is just really a great support whenever you try to flood in, or just before you plant the spike. And the smoke placements they have done so far has been pretty great to prevent them from, getting killed on the spot. So it's really great to see how Axmina is passive but also aware. So I think it's just all about map awareness in general, but it's nice to see how they're playing right now. I mean, it's nice yesterday as well, but no. But it's different to see it. It's nice.
Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty nice. I'd like to double down with you on how nice it has been. It has definitely been double nice for how it has been looking all throughout the days. But for today, this is the most important one for both of these teams, since it is single elimination and they have made their best first impression from the previous round. But at this point, first impressions don't matter any longer. All they have to do is try to get the most amount of damage as possible, as it will be the bonus coming through for Axmina. Full buy round and check for them. But remember, a few players from Baz Esports also have the Guardian, so it's still going to be a one-tap weapon for anybody that comes within their vicinity.
Yes, absolutely. it seems like Axmina is gonna make their way towards, slowly making their way towards A, but they're just kind of testing the waters at the moment, just trying to figure things out, trying to get that information they need, considering they have a Sova and a lot of good agents for this map. And right now, action is trying to, it's not happening at the moment, but they quickly flood in that really easily.
Yep. I think the Vice Util is put in the way that they're trying to punish anybody who forward aggresses onto the CT spawn. So something that I haven't really seen anywhere when it comes to the setup, but at least this time, players on Axmina will get first blood. Dice starts it strong with a kill onto the Heaven player after the smoke dissipates. Mashuka is already inside of the site thanks to the Util in hand. But they're putting all this util just to try to prevent them from tapping on the spike. But they get themselves two. Flash shot in from Ashuka. Only gets one. That will be 2 versus 4. And in the end, Batista will lock it in with a triple kill. A very solid round to convert the bonus into this next one for the side of Axmina.
Wow. Phenomenal play. A point on the board. And it is just mind-blowing. I mean, take a look at that replay. Look at that. Axmina giving it their all. Finally showing what they can do together as a team. And their IGL is probably like, yeah, listen to me, you know? And
I know.
Look at that action. It's just pretty intense. Like, look at Batista. There's just so much to look out for. And it's great to see that they have another point on the board.
Absolutely. The fact that they also decided to play outside of the site is also a good thing to watch out for, since you put yourself in a position to punish anybody who comes out of Heaven. And the smoke put down on A long was a little too late on that regard as well. So really good punish plays coming forward for Axmina as Cosmo start things strong again. Jet dash in, a flash on out, but it will be Yaki stabilizing the offense as they do get themselves a Scars kill. 3v3 push on in thanks to the dash coming through. It's all down to great things, or at least gonna be the 1 versus 2 or the side of Baz Esports. Axmina has already planted a spike.
Definitely 2v1. Waiting
For
for that perfect moment. Peeking from left to right. Oh, just a few more utils being spread out to prevent Scars from pushing on site. Batista right behind. Scars looking left to right. The intense moment. Trying to defuse, denying that from the shadows. Time is ticking. The pressure is on. Tick tock, tick tock. No more time.
He's just gonna save the gun. And at the end of the day, it will be a very hectic post plant for the side of Axmina, but they make it work with just again knowing that they don't need to be aggressive when it comes to the 1v2 clutch attempt. And Scars a little too close to the sun as well, as he pushed on in towards CT with the double dash that he had. That's a little too much movement. That gives them the open round to get themselves another round on the board for the side of Axmina, 2-2.
Absolutely. I mean, he had 5 HP, and there was little time left, and the risk was definitely there. I think that's what the best things to plant there and C, just mid, so that they could quickly peek from C long. But right now, you can see how this is gonna play out. It seems like Axmina is gonna proceed towards C with nobody. Barely nobody's there except with that Rose Vine activated. But now they got that information they need, making their way towards C.
Just good timing on the Arc Rose as well as the Razor Vines, just so that they can deny entry. Everybody across the board from Axmina, but again, they're also the type of squad that can actually use some insurance policies. So watching the flank, they're also keeping their options open. Flashed on in over to Cosmo, and the rest of the squad on Axmina find a way to bait out a rotation as well as a peek from the Yoru on backside. He's low on HP thanks to the damage, but because of the amount of time wasted, Axmina is just going to decide to rotate.
Absolutely. Gonna have no choice but to go back, since their senses, their alert senses are pretty high, but we see let it happen. Waiting from that side of C, from C Cubby, just waiting for a few minutes. I mean, it's 40 seconds left on the clock. I think they have to move it up. I mean, they have enough time, but Axmina
30 seconds left.
go. Proceeding towards A with little to no information, and I think Baz Esports is getting that. I think they are understanding where they're going to.
Yep, they hear everything. They hear the smoke. They also hear the jet already inside of the site. So with the plant coming down, Axmina is forced out another rotate. That will be the light speed into the shot for Scars. Dice with the 1-for-1. So the IGL is activated in the server. But still, with the plant coming down, a 4v4 retake. Baz Esports have an opportunity. But because of the Seal Garden, they can't fight with their full arsenal. One shot coming through for the side of the Vice. They're planting the spike it down with a double kill from Nabs. They're fully defusing it. And this time it works out for Nabs. It was the one-shot collateral, and in the end, he fully defused the spike to get themselves 3-2.
Baz Esports spam those W's. Oh my goodness, and a phenomenal play. Unfortunate for the attacking side, but oh man, they just had to let it out. I think they just ran out too much time. Axmina, I think 40 seconds. Sure, it just takes 7 seconds, and it's just they didn't have enough information they need, and maybe things might have gone different if Axmina might try to go aggressive, like let the dogs out. You know, roof roof.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also unfortunate that they had to play around the Steel Garden timing as well. And since they wanted to fully defend the spike itself, they just wanted to go fast. But oh my god, 3-man push from C-Long. Let it happen. Is not going to expect this. Sees one, gets the shot. Second frag, not going to connect. It will be Yaki. All on the cross to get themselves the spike plant on the C-site itself. They fully know that Garage was open. So now they have to fight with a double flank coming forward. So now with this 4 versus 4 retake, it's definitely not going to be an impossible task for the side of Baz Esports. Axmina, they're walking to C-Long. They want to take the fight to them. Flash on in, gets himself the 2 kills that they got. Cosmo and Dice. They force out the 2 versus 4 retake, but yet again, Batista lays supreme with that 1 versus 3. It's all to great things, but it will be a peak coming down, and another round coming forward for Axmina.
Wow, what was that? Crazy. I might go bald looking at this, like just pulling my hairs out from excitement and intense. That was intense. Wow. Baz Esports, Axmina. They're neck to neck. The tug of war is there. It is just gonna be like yesterday, but against different teams. Both teams are just, you know?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah. It's crispy, but a 5-man push, and you're not gonna expect this. They fully realize that Axmina want the fight, and the fight is what they're getting. 2 kills for Yaki, another one for Naz, but at the end of the day, the better guns still lay supreme in this B push. Storm's left in 1v3 scenario, but he does not get the time of day. Triple from the Omen. Another round for Axmina as Vayne gets the triple kill.
Axmina, right at it again. They went for, that was a quick round too. I think it's just being aggressive is what they needed. And because of that, it is just, they can put more points on the board if they keep proceeding with those, with the attacking type of strategy. And now the timeout is active. We can talk about what has been going on for the past few rounds, Ramon. I mean, so far, they're just punching from each other. One by one. Like, my point? Nah, my point. Your point?
Nah,
Nah.
my point kind of different because I'm gonna say, yeah, they've been exchanging, ping-ponging between the points that they've been giving, but it's pretty clear to us that both of these teams are coming into this red hot and prepared. They know how big of a threat Baz Esports or so Axmina are coming out at guns blazing.
No, for sure. I mean, like, I could see how things have been getting really intense, and I could definitely smell a third map from here.
Oh yeah,
like I would love like
right here.
Smell it from afar, like dude, from the Philippines, from Dubai, I could smell it. I can smell it.
You know how in cartoons, let's somebody like put pie on the windowsill, and then the cartoon characters just float on the way towards it. That's literally what we're feeling right now. But it's just game number 3. But for this round, 3-4, Axmina now has the lead. 3-man push on the garage position, possibly to try to snipe down Mashuka, who already destroys the Yutos from the Sova. Let it happen. It's gonna peek. That is the worst timing for Nabzy. Let's go. The angle, saturate in. Lightfall out as well. Mashuka has to use it. Needs to teleport to try to get themselves back to safety. Will be that convergent paths, 2 kills in fact, let them happen, and Dice open up the site for the team.
Absolutely. I mean, that was intense for the past few rounds. And Batista shooting them down. Bodies left to right. 4v2 rather situation. Oh, wow. That was quick. Oh my goodness. Axmina. They are on a roll. Wow. They just really showed, like, you know what? Let's go back to our roots. Let's go back to the aggression, you know. Because of those, they have earned 2 points when they started becoming aggressive. Because when you realized for the past few rounds, they have been playing slow, but right now it's been great. I mean, we can take a look at their economy. Axmina has been doing pretty well, and we can see Baz Esports going for an all sheriff round just to save. Because one mess up, they might have to go for a pistol round. Oh, that's almost a pistol round.
Yeah. Some might say it's an eco for them, but you know, at this point, anything could happen, even with the pistols that they got. At the end of the day, if you have a Vice within you and they have the ultis, it's almost like every day is an eco round for them. But for Baz Esports, right now, all that they're hoping for is these sheriff shots to connect. And with that, that will be 145 damage to the body of Vayne. He is walking as a dead man. How fast will he die once they execute on the C site? Because of the utility, because of the noise that they made, they know that C site is going to be a big possibility, but Mr. Dice is calling for the push. He's trying to see if he can get himself to space. Cosmo already in. What a beautiful recon dart that spots out 2, but great things. One shot connects onto the 2 people, and Iaki follows with a 3rd. That is a trap setup that Axmina did not even see coming.
I mean, that was perfect for the smoke as well. 25 seconds remaining, by the way. Just trying to shoot smoke, trying to get some action right there, but I don't think they have enough time. Yeah, they're guarding it with their lives, literally. I think they have no choice but to back out. Oh,
Mashuka, beautiful shot, and Yaki will get another one. That is a double from the Omen. A thrifty win, daylight robbery happening over at the C-long position.
Wow, think they ran out of time again. It is just not enough for Axmina. Now their score is just almost close to each other. A tug of war again. This is going to be quite difficult for both ends. They have to find a different strategy. Maybe if they could keep up again with the aggression for Axmina's side, maybe they can bring another point on the board. Well, Baz Esports, their defense mechanisms have been very, very great because of Vice. Vice really hard carried him.
Absolutely,
I love her
man.
utilities.
Great Things is such a good sentinel. I mean, at the end of the day, you can kind of put all your eyes on the duelist, but Great Things is taking their weapons away. And sometimes with him on the right position, it becomes an even bigger threat despite every single arsenal on the side of Axmina. So 4-5 was the C-long push that they got in the earlier round, but now, because of the people, are backed in towards safety. Scars, though, on a very interesting angle right now.
I mean, if you take a look at their positioning right now, they are just anchoring some specific areas. We have Waylay stuck in that mid window behind, I mean, the other side from a headshot. Just, they don't even know. They're walking. Just one footstep, Waylay could hear them. But right now, they're just taking their sweet time again. 35 seconds. Trying to find that information they need while they tremble on the ground.
They hear the smoke, they hear the footsteps, and they also hear the dash as well. So it fully confirms that the A site, this is the call for Axmina. 5 versus 5 retake in an instant yet again. Steel Garden, Paranoia, everything in the kitchen sink, plus the dimensional drip. But Great Things just needing the flank, gets the double, then scores with another one. As it goes from bad to worse for the side of Axmina, losing their tempo and their momentum. Push on in from Let It Happen, but the Shuka just needs the sheriff shot. Despite the Steel Garden, the firepower is just immense. Cosmo, a 1v4, starts strong with Scars, but in the end, they will just stick on the defuse, and that's too many bodies to handle for Axmina. 5-5 for Baz Esports.
Another win for Baz Esports and Axe Mina. Seems like they just, what should they do next time? I mean, we can take a look at the replay. They've been
Last player standing.
pretty great lately. I mean, look at those placements, and because of that, they quite struggled on it. I think they've been playing time once more, and maybe, just maybe, if they're gonna opt for an aggressive play, it might go differently.
Maybe. Next Mina kind of losing out on the tempo because of the unexpected double flank from Baz Esports. Great things. Showing his bearings now. Showing that he is a person that you can never underestimate.
Gotta lock in.
All the spotlight on him. Mashuka already pushed up a little too closely on that A-long side. If anybody comes to his vicinity, they will become a dead man, but Next Mina, the time is the essence for them.
Absolutely. They're just all cramped up at mid window. Trying, maybe.
Oh.
I mean, look at Mashuka.
Oh,
Mashuka is waiting for the kill.
He's on a lobby right now. Everybody coming up to him. Again, I said is a dead man. Dice only the first one to fall. But because Mashuga's already gate crashed onto A side, that's only just one casualty. Maybe it's more than enough. They dash on in. Cosmo still wants to get himself inside of the site. A perfect flash. The arc rose denying him from further entry. They still realize that they have the numbers advantage, so it will be a 5 versus 4 retake. Great Things is ready with the Steel Garden.
You waiting for the perfect moment to let it out. While there you have it. Oh, Mashuka!
What a shot from Vayne. Instant TP onto the short side. Cosmo is not affected by the Steel Garden because of the ulti. So he has to be the man of the hour. Yaki gets one. Cosmo, right place, right time. Spots out the first kill.
3v3.
Snaps down for the count. Scars, he tries to ring it on the Rosie. 24 HP, a lot of damage done. Hunter's Fury. Great Things, he's diffusing the spike, fully sticking it to half. Yaki with a triple kill. Batista kills off Great Things. He's so far away from the spike defuse as Yaki have pulled out the heist. A 4K from the Sheriff. And Baz Esports run away with a 6-round win. What a performance from the Omen.
Yaki, that was yucky! Oh my goodness, a phenomenal play for Baz Esports with the high pressure on site. Many opponents just left and right. He just everything was going on at the same time, but Yaki stayed composed. And after the defuse, like, look at that. That was an excellent shot for Yaki.
What a
Oh
Chad.
my goodness. No,
He had a
literally.
Sheriff, he had 26 HP. Any part of his body from the Vandal shot, he would have been dead to rights, but he wanted to just get the kill.
Spam those W's. Oh man. Look at there. Look at right now. Trying to get that intel. Waiting for something. Shooting through the walls, but none has been taken so far.
Oh, wait, the Vice from the A site already crawling
wow.
himself in. Let it happen. Doesn't have the wall placed up on A. It's just hunkered down on the B site. So Great Things is just waiting for a perfect moment. Then he does get himself the reward. Let it happen. Dead. But they're still holding down for that A site defense. They hear so many footsteps on Axe Mina that they know that A site is yet again the call for them.
Absolutely. I think Let It Happen was just not in the right place at the time. While their teammates are pretty far away, but he doesn't know that the site was definitely free. But if only they would have known, maybe things might have gone differently. But now the spike has been planted, waiting for them to retake. But how are they going to do that? Their utils are
Gate
available.
crash. Flash on in. They know that somebody's on hell. That's not going to be the best case scenario for Mashuka. Great Things and Scars. They get 2. Batista power bombs for the double. Salt out to Cosmo. Lines up, but it's not enough to get the double. Yaki will bail them out with the 7-5, excuse me. Baz Esports with the retake. And it came down to the absolute minuscule moments.
Yaki once more putting that point with his team. Another phenomenal play. I mean, Axe, look at that replay. Just like it just so happens that Axe Mina's Vice was just not in the right time.
The replay. Gosh, that's just disgusting. That's unfortunate, man. I mean,
But
I'm going to tell you right now, Mashuka is a talented player, but sometimes you just have those off days.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, wow. Now with the second half, look at Vayne's kills on a KDA is 16.
Damn.
Oh wow. Oh man. I mean,
Alright.
now with Baz Esports on the attacking side, just so you know, they're also aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. That's 4 people already
They're gonna
pushing
see
down
that.
and alongside Scars.
Slowing them down.
He saturate just to get himself the kill, and he does so onto Batista. So now that denies them any sort of info gathering. They let the
Wow.
spike plant down on the site
Spike
itself.
planted.
Just 1 minute and 15 seconds, they already got the spike down. And how is Axmina gonna retake? With Arc Rose available, he could probably... Oh, well, he can't probably do that anymore.
Remaining.
Yaki with a double kill, Mashuka with a 4th, and it's all gonna be down to Vayne. He is the star of this Axe Meter roster. Let's see if he can handle this 1v4 clutch. He jumps into his death with Scars, not even letting him drop from the heaven side. That will be another round for Baz Esports with how aggressive they are on the attacking side.
8-5. Axmina. Look at that replay. He had an Arc Rose available,
One
and
enemy
maybe
remaining.
things might have gone differently if he was able to put that. But he ran out of time, and how Vayne just fell to his death. He was probably trying to TP towards like bricks or flowers, but unfortunately that couldn't happen. But right now, they might go towards C or playing for picks. Going aggressive this time.
Oh my god! Nobody was watching him. He heard the
Oh,
TP.
no.
He didn't even expect great things right there, right now. Cosmo does not hit the shot. Scars a little very aggressive. Mashuka also capitalizing on the mistake as well. That is an instant 2-for-1. And Axmina a little too late on the reaction.
Oh man, 4-3. Another aggressive play. Trying to connect the shots. Shooting through every angle. But they don't even know. Look at Baz Esports' position right now.
One enemy remaining.
Saturate into the double peak as well. Scars with a triple kill, running them over like a truck. Very
Beep.
fast on the execute, on the garage position, just to prevent any more shenanigans from Axmina to happen, to make it a 9-5.
Absolutely. Things have been things have been very great for Baz Esports. Look at that. Look, he doesn't even know. Let it happen. Just let it happen. But wow, Axmina is quite struggling right now. It seems like they had a hard time trying to defend because, I mean, they have enough. Their agents are pretty good for defense. I mean, you got Vice, you've got an Omen and Soba. Like, you just need that information you need. But right now, it's just been quite difficult for Axmina. They might have to switch things a little.
Take flight.
Yeah, more than just switch it up. They kind of need to so they got a little bit more in the decision making department as well. So at this point, and how easy it is for Baz Esports trying to get some space and then get out of it as well. They just denied information away from Axmina,
Here.
but they're stubborn enough to
Oh.
keep the crossfire in check as well. They hear the TP, and they know that they're going to try to go in as well. Push on in, gate crash, but Cosmo able to get the adjustment. Batista with the second frag. All the Guardians on the A side that knocked down thanks to the stinger from Nabs. 3v2. Axmina.
Spike
They
planted.
were in the buy round this time, but looks like the money does not matter at all because they're down in numbers.
Absolutely. With Vice's 10 HP, unfortunately down, but there you have it. Gradings with the 2K. Score 10-5. Oh man, this is not doing great for Axmina. The callouts have not been doing pretty well. Look at that. Check that replay out. Just quick trades, baits, but oh man, that stinger kill as well.
Last player
Wow.
remaining.
It's just unfortunate for Axmina.
It's just the way that their team compositions work, right? Like, you kind of expect the Yoru's gonna TP, but because of the light speed from Wei
Yeah.
Ling, it instantly becomes a double peak from them, so it's instantly gonna be a numbers advantage for them. Let it happen, spots 1, but Yaki and Scorns just traded for 2. So at this point, you know who got the short end of the stick. It's actually gonna be for Axmina right now, who have to run on into the A site.
Yes. 4v3, by the way, with Vice's health really low, as expected.
Last player standing.
Oh my. goodness. Look at that 3v1 Mashuka dedicating that play, but let it happen. Oh my goodness. What was that? That was nasty.
What a shot. And just as we kind of recall, he had multiple one-taps as well from the first day of the Dubai Police Esports tournament. He hit one right now. At least it's something that can make it count, but it's not going to count this time around. Mashuka with the reaction timing just swings in with the right click, makes it an 11-5. One more for match point, two more to get their first game on the board.
Absolutely, and we'd have to proceed for the next map, which is Lotus, which two teams are best at, by the way. And right now, they're just waiting, going for an aggressive, no, not aggressive play this time, just dice, thinking that they might flood towards C, but of course that didn't happen. And right now, they're just waiting. Probably taking Baz Esports by surprise. Like, oh wait, why are they not rushing in this time? There's something wrong. I smell something fishy, you know?
Something sus. And
very
I
sus.
think it's for something for Baz Esports. They're trying to
They're
kind of put into the minds of Axmina. Like, literally, they're all suspicious on what's to happen. But because of the smoke on down, because of the convergence paths, they know that the A side's going to be the call. The Vice, the solo anchor. He's going to die. It's in the hands of Mashuka right now. Perfect gate crash. Also spots so many people, so they fully know that it's going to be the A side push. 1-for-1 setup for both Vices. So in the end, they trade blow for blow to get themselves the site retake.
Absolutely. Now the spike is down with Axmina just huddled over towards CT, waiting for that right moment.
Oh, saturate into the loving arms of Yaki. Nabs gets himself the transfer to not enough. Vade gets the triple kill. Top fragger down. Scars gets the double kill. Denies the retake. And gets Baz Esports leveled up towards match point.
Scars, what was that? They are on a roll. Baz Esports, W's, big W's. Like, take a look at that. They were just quick on their feet. It's like knew where they could be. And it is because of those kills that gave them another point. And it's now match point, by the way. And Axmina just gonna hold their defense even more.
Yeah.
Gate crash.
Let it happen. Not holding. See how he is right now? He's pushing on C long, and Great Things is just expecting it any time of the day. Great cash out over to the CT spawn. And Mashuka, he just gave the info to Scars. He pinged it so he could just spram through the smoke. Gets the one tap. Vayne gets another. Great Things with another shot, and it will be a 4-versus-2 game in an instant. Axmina are on a brink to be forced into the Lotus map as they put the Nightfall out. They also put so much youthful dump over to the CT spawn as Axmina. Last two players, Batista and Vayne, they're doing the best that they can to try to extend the game further, but Nabs is gonna shut that down entirely. 13-5, Baz Esports strike first blood in the BO5.
Now, big W's in the chat and the audience watching us live here on Twitch and on YouTube. An amazing play for Baz Esports. There's so many things I want to say about this. They just like went through on a cruise. I could just play sleeping, you know? They were just like that. Like for the first rounds, for the first few rounds, sure, it was really in a tight spot, but Baz Esports came through. They show what they got.
So many rounds where so many lurks despite the Vice, right? And this is what I'm talking about. When you put a Vice on a Haven map where the A site is literally the type of site that you actually want to push, it's kind of difficult to try to hold that because you're also thinking about B, you're also thinking about Garage. Where do you put the wall? You can't put the wall singularly on the A site because that means B site's also going to be a vulnerable pack for you. So really, they got their hands full and they kind of just let the Yoru actually pop off this time around. So really, it was Baz Esports at the end of the day, and in this first map, that is going to be the win for them. But it is a BO3 overall, so they have a little bit more time to recover from this. So with your thoughts, B, how do you think they're going to come back from this?
Honestly, now it's going to be Lotus there's so much to look out for since they did their very best from yesterday's matches. So I'm really expecting it's gonna be at a very tight spot this time instead of like one getting up really high. I am expecting an overtime because
Yeah, me too.
they did pretty well. Because sure, I think the reason why Axmina lost for that recent game, it's because they haven't been showing too much aggression, considering that their IGL really assure that we are an aggressive team. But right now
Yeah.
it's been different. So hopefully this time, Lotus round, it's gonna be different for Axmina. So I'm just very looking forward to how that's gonna play out, and knowing that they both won those games yesterday.
Yep. Yep, both of the teams that actually picked up that Lotus map. So we'll find out who gets themselves the better Lotus. But for now, we're going to be sending over to the panel as JT and the rest of the pack will actually talk about that first map entirely.
Oh my gosh, there's so much things to unfold here. The Waylay, the Yoru, the first half with just sticking onto the spike. It's such a crazy game, and we were not expecting, like, somebody said, where was the aggression coming from the side of Axmina? They were a team that is aggressive, and somehow, some way, maybe it's just the first game of the day where they're a bit more shaky, they're a bit more vulnerable. But guys, take it away. Tell me what happened in this match.
So Baz Esports versus Axmina, yeah? I really expected Axmina were maybe playing more aggressive. They started off with a really good hold in defending. And then, well, apparently in attacking, C is, in the first half, C is an easy site for Axe. They really were catching it easily when they were attacking. And people were held off guard at C, Long, and Garage. And finally, I just wanted to let people get Willie's attention. Actually, look at Willie's 13th round entry. That was insane. That was insane. I was like really surprised.
Going off of that, I think Axmina in the beginning, they were playing very aggressively, right? They, as Pico said, they were dominating C-Site. And they always pushed the same way. They pushed from garage and having someone posted up on long in case they could catch someone off guard. And it was working well for them. The retake from Baz's side was a bit struggling. But as soon as they started playing a little less aggressively, they got punished easily. Baz were able to, what's the word?
Take control.
I forgot the word, but they were able to...
You got this.
What is the word? Oh my
Dominate,
god. Not dominate. It's like get used to the way they play. Get used to how Axmina...
A good feel on...
They got a feel of how they push C, and they played off of what they know, how they push. And once Axmina started going a little less aggressive, they punished them. And they started getting picked off. And then Axmina started rushing to A, where Baz completely sweeped site every time, sticking the defuse twice with post-plant utility. And it was amazing. And round 13.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm going to talk about that.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
The entry was amazing from both duelists.
100%. I guess it goes to show that, yes, you may have drilled your strategies already for the team, but if you do not have adaptability, then that will prove a lot of concerns, because they were ready to figure out on what you want to do, on what their playstyle is. But the moment they're not able to do their playstyles, you need to learn how to adapt to the opponents, and that is what they didn't have in the side of Axmina. They didn't have the opportunity
That was the
to
word
adapt.
I was looking for. Adapt.
There you go. They didn't have the opportunity to adapt compared to Baz Esports, where, we found the weakest link. They didn't know how to defend C anymore. It was just retakes where were close, but it was not enough. They didn't change their ways. They just continue playing the default that they're doing. Yes, there were minor changes here and there, but nothing major. And I guess it has to be the pressure coming into this match. And luckily for them, though, it is a best of 3.
That's true. There's always a chance to come back and prove us wrong.
Yeah, hope for the best. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, so I think it's best time to show the scoreboard to see on who was the king, reigning supreme as the fragger. And it seems like everybody from Baz Esports were all up there.
Yeah.
They were all up there. They all performed similarly. On Axmina, though, I see some scoliosis developing. Vayne put his efforts into that game, didn't he?
He did. I mean,
Yeah, he was hard carrying them, I bet.
yeah, he had so many phenomenal plays. And then we were saying just yesterday on how Batista was playing. Like, he was playing out of
Yeah.
his
Oh,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah.
We want to apologize to you, Batista. I think we cursed you.
Yeah.
It's the
I think we
analyst
did.
curse, right?
Yes, the
Yeah.
analyst curse. He whiffed a few rounds, didn't he?
Yes, it was quite a bit. I mean, we did also see Mashuko whiffed quite a bit
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's overall a team play, and it's somehow, some way, it just didn't really feel his presence in this match. We saw his star player value, but I guess a shaky start here for Max Mina. The main thing is, can they come back? Can they climb the mountain of a deficit of one map up against, Baz Esports? Again, 2 new organizations formed up for this Dubai Police 5th edition Valorant. It's a matter of time to see who will have the chance to go to the grand finals and who will fall down to go for a 3rd place decider up against Fraggers. Now, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll throw you guys to their break.
Hello, this is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد، وما في شاليه، وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية، ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
Hello guys, I'm here alone again to talk about round 13 of this amazing match that we just saw. Of course, acting like I know what I'm saying. So let's start off the round by how they were posted up, right? We have Yoru from Baz posted up on C, trying to get some info maybe or just distract Axmina, right? While they four-man push A. So Sova from Axmina throws a dart but does not get info. As we continue here, we're gonna see how Baz Esports continues to push on to site with Yoru's gate crash with his team, right? So Yoru tries to get some distractions here on C, and then Wele jump peeking, trying to get info. Axmina throws on their drone, trying to get info, but I don't think they catch anyone, right? I want to talk about how they pushed here and how they executed this amazing round, right? The push from both duelists were amazing, as we're about to see. Gate crash goes into a site. Jet catches it, but doesn't really break it, which was their biggest mistake, as they both entry together. And then Fade and Omen pick off Breach and Sova on site together, swinging. And they end up getting site completely free. And they plant down the spike. And here we have Omen and Vice left. And they try, and big emphasis on try, to play retake. But they're all posted up together and ready to retake or be ready for that push from both of them. It was an amazing round, amazing execution from Wele and Yoru, and Fade and Omen playing together from Baz Esports. Amazing, amazing synergy. If you think about it, the amount of communication that had to go into that execution was phenomenal. And that's it. That's all I have to say about this. I'm really stunned. We saw this round here at the panel board, and we were amazed by how they entered. And that's all I have for you guys. Let's go on break again.
واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال. ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد، وما في شاليه، وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية، ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, of course. Thank you very much for that analysis right there, Paige.
Thanks.
And we are going to be going on to map number 2. We have set things up for them already. If how well Baz Esports has been playing, are they going to continue on moving forward, or will we see a potential map number 3? There's a lot of questions up in the air. So what do you think, Pico?
Well, I think Axmina had Team Raz last time, so maybe it's their map. Maybe they can control it the way they did last time. And as for Baz Esports, good luck. Maybe you can win too.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see. Maybe Axmina will go back into their aggressive momentum on Lotus, because being aggressive on Lotus is really nice, right? You have a lot of entryways and exit ways, and I think being aggressive on Lotus is always good. What do you think?
It's always about the mind games when it comes from Axmina. We saw them play up against Team Rad. Team Rad got really confused on how they were going to defend. Are they going to move around the map? And Axmina was just playing them back and forth with those confusing strategies. And maybe this is their time to show the crowd, show the people what they have, or else it is going to look tough. And with that said, I believe our casters are ready. Take it away, Ramon and Sunbi.
Bass Esports needing one more step to the grand finals, and Axmina on their final lifeline. And on Lotus is where they do battle in the semifinals of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. My name is Ramon. With me is Sunbi. We have been your casters for this semifinals as a whole. This is going to be a very difficult task for Axmina, since that Lotus game, well, it's really is their final chance right now, Sunbi.
No, that is true. I mean, since we're going for a Lotus, we'll get to see their agent composition right now. Okay, we see a Vice as usual. We see Cosmo going with the Jet, and we can see from Baz Esports, I think they're gonna go for a double controller. I assume, or double initiator. I mean, double duelist. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is the map that both teams are pretty good at based on their games yesterday. And now with these agent compositions, I believe these are important, especially for Vice. We have two Vices, by the way, Baz from Baz Esports and Axmina. This is going to be very interesting with how they're going to defend with Baz Esports on the defensive side again, and Axmina on the aggressive side. So there's so much to look forward to. And I think there would be a Killjoy here. Maybe a Killjoy is very good for Lotus, since they went for a Killjoy yesterday.
Look, there's a few things to take note of for Baz Esports right now. If they're gonna pick this team composition, I don't believe they're gonna go for a triple duelist team comp. I'm pretty sure about that. But if they actually think about switching the Yoru out, then that's gonna be the change in team composition that they had compared to how they started in the previous. Because the last time that we saw them play this map, they had a Yoru, a Raze, as well as a Fade in this matchup as well. With that core, you have a supporting cast of Vice as well as Omen as well, which I'd say is like the strongest core, the strongest support core that I'd say for a lot of like the maps that we have in the current map pool right now, including Corrode, Lotus. You could also argue that that Ascent is also pretty strong with a Vice and an Omen composition. But there's a chance for them to switch things up. They did have a very close contest against Insert Blue Guy emoji, right? That was distance. They probably want to go with something comfortable, a little bit more out of their I'd say out of their wheelhouse, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I mean, with Axmina, they have a Yoru on their side. The thing about Yoru is a great agent, but considering the limited utils he has, it might be quite difficult, but it is manageable, because they kind of Yoru struggles on Lotus due to their limited utility. But however, it is also an advantage that they can get from point 1 to point B, considering that there are 3 sites for Lotus, and considering he's also a duelist. But there are still some cons. But I'm very looking forward to another Vice play, since she's the meta now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of curious why a lot of other teams don't try to pick up the breach, because you mentioned the weaknesses that Yoru has. It's all covered up thanks to the breach combos that you can kind of layer down with the utility from the Yoru as well. So really, I don't know why both of these teams actually did not decide to pick up the breach. In fact, I believe breach is also a very good pick to consider. When we think about Lotus, you think about a lot of the rubble fights. You can instantly turn tables around if you layer down a good default line, a very nice flash that can actually deny them from getting any space taken over towards that A main position. So many options, so many tools that you could get if you have the breach in hand. But I guess a lot of other teams actually do favor themselves the double duelist comp that is pretty aggressive. You try to destroy at least one Razor Vine when you know the device is going to be holding down that C site. It will make it easier for them to actually get themselves that execute. But I see a few people from the crowd.
Yeah.
Wave everybody from the crowd in the venue right now if you guys are having fun. I see JT over at the
JT.
camera as well. Hey, JT, what's up, bro? Hey, JT. JT's just ignoring me, man.
He's just walking.
Why is this guy ignoring me?
Oh my goodness. You can see from the amazing crowd, the supporters are right there. And right now, people, we are going to see two teams play the second map,
There you
Lotus.
go. Finally, Axmina deciding to pick up the peach. Now that makes it a lot more interesting. Mashuka with the one shot does deny Cosmo to get the space going. Teleports out to safety. And the Rays possibly the next point of contact. The door is also closed, but Scar, as he is the only trap that they need, he gets one. Great things also with another. So make it a 2 versus 3. Where Deoru's the only man on the site. A lot of damage done thanks to the Dink as well. Vince is going to chase him down, and that's a wall bang for a good measure.
Absolutely. We can see two from Baz Esports making their way towards there, but quickly takes them down with just a classic on hand. Now it's 2v1 situation. Trying to get that info, but info denied. But Batista bringing gradings down. 1v1.
He's a wrestler.
Oh.
He's a clutch master. And he has to find the final shot onto Nabs. Creating left to right. It's not going to be the best of times for Batista. Retires to Nabs, who gets himself the first round on the board. That will be Baz Esports getting their first round.
Absolutely. Amazing start for Baz Esports. Doing pretty well with how they defend. They held their ground, and it was a great call for them that both of them were on A top. And then they were quick to deny that information from the side of Axmina, but unfortunately they fell to the hands of Baz Esports. But right now we're going to go for the second round to see how this will play out with an advantage on the economy side. And take a look at those replays. Great kills. But now, you can see from their positioning right there, will they opt for an aggressive push since they weren't, there were mid-aggressive, but you can see right now, look at where they are. Oh.
Mashuka, a lot of damage done
HP.
thanks to the Outlaw, but that is from Let It Happen. Force bought it just to get a lot more damage done. Not really on the protection. Just want to get themselves in towards the A-site right now, so still a 5 versus 5 retake. It is going to be Cosmo trying to lay down the charge. Batista planting the bomb down, and Dice getting that opening frag. Shuka already down for the count. Yaki and Scars, they get the retaliation as quick as that. Spots not Dice, so he has to retreat back knowing that the Marshal is already there on the drop position. Drops into a double kill. So 4 versus 2. Axmina playing around the smoke system around. Let it happen. Forces out with that Outlaw. Pushes on in towards Scars, who gets a triple kill. 1v3. Cosmo, not long for the world. A 2-0 for Baz Esports to retake. It wasn't perfect, but they got the job done.
Definitely another point on the board for Baz Esports. And yes, Axmina did opt for an aggressive push this time, since that's what they did yesterday. I mean, look at that replay. They were quick on their feet. Baz Esports with a quick 2K from Scars, I believe. And, I mean, that was phenomenal. Phenomenal play for Baz Esports. And now we're going to go for the third round. They're going to go for an A again. It's going to be quite difficult with a Viper on their team, since that's what they did yesterday.
That's true. Axmina, third time's the charm for them. They have been the one team that has been initiating these fights on Rubble. They get it without resistance. Mashuka is the only man on the site. The gate crash is also on CT spawn, so if ever that he gets pushed a little bit too far, it's an easy teleport for him just like that. So it's an early 5 versus 5 retake yet again. Baz Esports, they do have the buy round, so really Axmina gonna have the work cut out for them. Cosmo with that one shot to Mashuka. Remember, he was low on HP. An aggressive take for Scars. He does do well with the Outlaw. Down on 25. Cosmo and Dice to get the double kill. Yaki with another. And it's Axmina fighting for their lives, but Scar's gonna steal it all the way. Yaki with another one. And Yaki continues with the one taps the Guardian. Becoming one heck of a heavy machine in the B-side execute. Baz Esports, they are knocked down into another 3-0.
Wow, Axmina would have to look out for Yaki once more. Because just look at those kills. They're on her roll. Like look at that. The way they really executed when retaking, it's like it was at ease. It's like playing Valorant with their eyes closed. It seems like they really know where to look out for, since they're gonna go for an A push again. Sorta again.
4 times the charm, possibly, for Axmina. I mean, they only have pistols,
Rotating.
just one Marshall to have, but I guess now they know that the aggressive setup is on the A side. They're having let it happen, just lurk on the other side.
Look at that. The full setup for Vice is at C. It's gonna be a good idea. Oh.
Mashuka? What are we doing, my friend? I saw the laugh. I saw what you were doing. You put the flash out. I think it was dodged from one of the players. He thought that he had the opportunity to clone them out, but great things. Perfect flash and a double kill for him as well. Baz Esports on the way to a 4-0 as Scars picks up a double kill yet again, earning another round, denying Axmina from getting themselves one.
Despite Yoru's mistake there, the Nightfall was Mashuka. I don't know what he was trying to do. Look at the smile on his face. Don't look the same. But wow, the Nightfall was a good call, because that was the information they need through the smoke as well. 4-0. Axmina. They have to up it up a little. I think they're gonna go A again, but they might switch up like last time, but it didn't go pretty well.
It was a 1-1-3 this time around. You see Mashuka on the vicinity, and he is hungry to get some kills right now. Not the best flash that I've seen, and Dice has provided a window to push itself inside of the A site. 3 versus 4. This is the best chance that Axmina got at an A site execute.
Oh wow. Now, Spike is down. Trying to anchor the site in the scattered way. Yeah, they're quite... Wait, let's look at the positioning of Baz Esports right now and Axmina. They're just waiting for that right opportunity, just holding different angles from A mains and to A door. But they don't even know that they're making their way towards A top as usual. Hiding in the smoke.
They have all the ultis that they have. Dimensional Drift plus the Rolling Thunder from the breach, but Vane's gonna get denied immediately. That's the Rolling Thunder invested. That's around 15 seconds for the spike to detonate as Dicey trying to run and gun him down. Nab's gonna get the double kill, but in the end, it's not gonna be enough time for Baz Esports. They're just gonna be happy to get the damage done. Axmina with that first round, but it comes at what cost? Everything in their arsenal.
Absolutely. Now they have a point on the board for Axmina. Great momentum. It's the momentum they need after all. And based on their recent round, I liked how it went better compared for the past few rounds they lost it at. And three of them were just covering from different angles for A main and A door, just in case they might go through A link or A rubble. But since Baz Esports went flooded through A top, it didn't go pretty well since they ran out of time.
Oh, Cosmo. Balls of the Century really has shown that he is not going to be fearing any sort of fight as he gets one onto Yaki, but quickly Mashuka and Scars have already set a high bar into this matchup. 4 versus 3. Flash on from Mashuka. He does not even have a gun. As Vayne and Scars, they trade blow for blow to even get this A site going. Drop the spike down on Rubble as well.
3v2. Spike not on hand. Waiting once more. Baz Esports in the same place. Just started defender spawn and B upper.
Pushing?
Thinking that they might go towards A stairs and lurk defender, but no. They're about to plant. Waiting.
No.
What is going on? 50 seconds.
It was a bait. It was a plant bait. They put the sound effect that they were trying to plant, but really what they're looking for is to try to get a fight on down. Dice covering every sort of exit, every single angle. Scars, his barrel is spotted, and already the reward has been given. Dice, the IGL, the master manipulator is already getting found out by Nabs. It's not going to be down to Vayne, the 1v2 match MVP of the day. Let's see if he can do it again. 20 seconds. They wrap around all the way to the other side. No util, as you mentioned. Now the time on his other side of Axmina. But it is a 1v2 after all. Arc Rose available to his vicinity, but Steel Garden for just one player. Vayne is not going to be happy with that, so he pushes into Nabs. Quickly, they realize that it was just a bait all along.
Oh,
Baz Esports happy to get the round. Great things. What was that, bro? Whoa. Anybody had a replay of that? I mean,
with slow motion.
oh
my!
That was an impressive retake.
Oh, for sure. I think the Steel Garden was something probably to take him out of surprise. I mean, sure, he had no utils on hand, especially for Great Crash, but at the moment, he did his best. Axmina did their best, but at that moment though, the dice catching Scar's bullet barrel rat.
One enemy standing. There.
Oh man. Another point. 5-1. Baz Esports locking in. Might
Already
proceed towards C. Maxmina.
Destroying a point of momentum.
Yes.
4-1 setup. One of the only times that Axmina is not even trying that A set execute anymore.
I know. Greetings. Full on setup for Vice here in C. Pretty covered up. Arc Rose to his right.
Dash on in. Cosmo only has the stinger, so he just surprises Greetings. What a shot! Oh my goodness! It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's Scars, but he falls to the ground. One must come down from him. 3v3. And it was a bait all along. Cosmo was just a bait. They push on to the C site, but they realize that nobody's even planting the spike. And let it happen. Already pushed on towards that upper spot. Will they expect this? Mashuka has to push on in, has to clear the corner. They plant the spike on down. 3v3. Remember, they don't have the weaponry, they don't have the gun. So Mashuka, they clear the angle. They push them with the dimensional drift. They realize that the two players, the teammates that he has, far away from where he could use his utility, so he pushes back into the dimensional drift. Flashed on in thanks to the Vice. Let it happen. Only has the Sheriff, but it makes it work against Mashuka. 2v3. Steel Garden because he killed off the Yoru. Nabs trying to get the trade off. Pistols only for the 4 players that we have on the server, and Dice makes it count, but Nabs make it a 1 versus 1. Batista, the world champion that we've had, up against Nabs, who only has a Vandal in hand, does not get the spray down. Batista, trigger discipline is real. And because of this, he gets the 50 round. From the bait all the way to the A site execute, it was picture perfect from Axmina.
Absolutely phenomenal for Axmina. They were able to retake pretty I mean, that was hilarious. Flew up and flew down, but wow, Batista with an excellent kill. And now with the timeout being active, we can finally talk about what has been going on for the past few rounds, Ramon. I mean, Baz Esports locking in, bringing it their all, because this is the time where if they win this, they can proceed towards the grand finals.
My goodness, Axmina, where was this? Where did this come from? I mean,
oh my God.
That they don't have the perfect game right now, but the call to rotate all the way to A while Cosmo is just killing everybody left and right is just picture perfect. I mean, nobody would have expected that. Nobody would have seen that coming.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely took them by surprise. But you know what's really interesting right now is that I think Axmina has been trying to play it safe. Like, it's nothing compared to their game yesterday. But hopefully this time, they always proceed towards A, but then when things go wrong, they rush in towards C. So they kind of avoid B when it comes to like, okay, we have no choice. But so far, they're going towards A again, or might go towards A link if things don't go well for them.
Didn't happen. On the bottom, so much utility, but he is him. Let it happen. He is making it happen. So many bodies falling on the floor on C-Mound. And Axmina fully dominating this Lotus map from the C site all the way to A.
Spike planted.
Axmina is back at it again. The spike down. Look how far Baz Esports Vice is. I don't think I think they're just opting for a save. Greetings, I mean, just opting for a save. I don't think he should risk making his way down towards A, while Axmina is anchoring the site pretty well from A main corner to A drop and A hut. Well, almost A top, but they don't even know where Gradings is, so I think he's just definitely opting for a save. Yep, he's looking at the camera like, yeah, I heard you. I'm gonna save.
I mean, he looked at the camera at one point and he did something pretty weird, but that's just the charisma on the guy. Really some confidence. I think Gradings has given his position away. Doesn't want to give the gun back. At least he doesn't get himself some damage. And that's damage at the end of the day. That will be a third round on the board for Axmina.
Yes. I mean, let's talk about that crazy 3K from Let It Happen. Like, look at that. What?
That's great.
Quick reflexes, bringing the haunt down, and then taking Fade down as well. It was just, Axmina is back. They're back. It's like, you know what? We're done playing safe. Let's do what we do best.
Yeah. Frag out entirely. Let it happen is just on another level right now. Mashuka is able to actually counter that in, so it will be the 1-for-1. Damage done, Gradings. Solo anchor on the side, spots out 4 people, at least one of them. Wants to fight him in the angle. Arc Rose invested, backside control, and they have 2 players now supporting him within the cause. Cosmo only has the Guardian, plant on the spike on down from Batista. As Axmina, they have a full rush into the backside. This Vayne with that gate crash will surprise Greetings. 3v3. Yaki finds a shot on the IGL. And now with the guns that they got, and the less amount of the utility that they can invest, will be a difficult retake to behold, but sometimes the guns speak for themselves. Vayne gets the shot on Mashuka. Batista with another one. It's all down to Nabs, but the Sheriff shot does not count this time. It's a double for Batista. Axmina finding a comeback in this first half.
Absolutely. Now they are on a roll today. Their momentum is up and going. I think this is what we definitely meant a while ago, Ramon. They're gonna be... it's gonna be a tug of war. This is what I mean when I say there will be an overtime. Because when they realized, like, let's take this, we're done. We should be big serious. You know, let's stop being safe. Let's just be aggressive right now. And it is working. And it has been working. Oh my gosh.
The angry sound effect. They can. They can.
Chihuahua.
I know, right? Small angry chihuahua face like a meme right there, but Axmina. Full util from Dice. He's calling the rotation, already clearing with the aftershock, but Scars gets a lucky shot, gets a double in Yaki to follow. Already Axmina with their momentum, possibly overconfident on the peak on B site. 5 versus 2. Back onto the supporting staff. What can they do with this, bro?
Dude, look where they are right now and B, hiding in that smoke, waiting and waiting, but they're making their way towards C. Doesn't even know that Vice is also in C.
One enemy remaining.
Their way, but then caught
Spike
by
down,
Gradings.
C.
Oh man, look at them. Look at those 2 ballroom dancers play it out. Oh no!
Oh. Gets the shot, but it's not gonna count. Scars, just after he opens the door, finds him in the vicinity. That will be a triple kill from the Rays, and that also puts him up to, I believe, enough to get the showstopper in hand. So that will be a pivotal ulti. And yet again, Axmina, they would have actually gotten a really good chance in this round if it wasn't for that peek on the Scars on the B side.
Yeah, now it's a timeout. I think it is what they need right now. Things are pretty intense for both sides because Axmina is catching up. And then a meeting is just what they need for them to get back on their feet. But so far, I think there is going to be a third map, Ramon. We're going to see the third map for sure.
Bold statement.
Bold. Yes, I mean, every time when they plant at A rather, Baz Esports floods towards A top, and they already knew that. Like, Axmina knows that they're gonna be there. They're gonna flood towards A top, from A top rather. and so that's why it's so heavily guarded, despite the smoke being covered from A top and A drop. But so far, with Axis Mina playstyle right now, it's that they're not too aggressive or like quickly flooding in. I think that's sure it is an advantage,
Now
but
we wait.
sometimes it is they're playing time too much compared to Baz Esports that they're not afraid to like move forward and push, but then flood back in when they have the information they need.
You're gonna lock in that third game prediction because I think you probably cast or cursed at one of these teams.
Maybe.
There's a possibility. Evil Sunby making her dark magic work, but I guess because of that dimensional drift, they know that the A site is just an empty house. Mashuka getting the frag on to let it happen just makes it an easier time for them to just pick up a straight line forward. They know that the A site has 4 players. They don't need to think about a lurker any longer, but that also puts Cosmo as well as Mashuka in a position to try to get a little bit more aggressive. Vayne puts it out, but Scar is expecting the peek, kills Cosmo. 3v5 in an instant. Flash on in from the paranoia. They exchange blows, but in the end, Mashuka's inside of the site. A 4K for Mashuka. What a performance from the Yoru. Start to finish. Becomes the aggressive duelist that we've been looking out for time and time again.
Oh my gosh. We are at 7-4 now, right? Or 7-5, but despite that, look at the replay. Look at that. Yes, 7-5-4. And oh my goodness, Mashuka's 4K that quick enough. Okay, look. Yes, what I said, they did flood in towards A top as usual, but that, even though they knew that we're gonna flood in there, they just, Axmina was just what they were overwhelmed with the amounts of utilities being flashed from left to right. But right now, Axmina is probably gonna opt for an A. It's an open site, by the way. Nobody's there.
One.
Nobody. Oh, now they know, and they're gonna flood through A top again.
One more singular wall invested for the Vice, so that's early info. But then again, it's an open A site yet again. So it happened the last time. They give up an A site, they play 5-man retake. Will this happen again back-to-back rounds for Baz Esports? Because Axmina, they probably know different this time. They're probably going to play a little bit more aggressively again.
Yes, and look, I was right. They're gonna flood in towards A top. But little they know, we got Omen and Fade. The showstopper.
Batista? What? How did he surprise him with just a collateral? Gradings and the other one. It will be the 1 versus 3. Scar is left all alone. He is up against the massive push from the left and right center. Dice gets himself the shot from the peak. It will be a 7-5. Axmina getting the most out of the situation they've been dealt with.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know what I noticed, Ramon? They've been going for the same style, same plays, like 5-man retake for A site. And it's because Baz Esports must have thought they might switch different sites. That's why they left another open site. But even if that happens, they just quickly flood in. But right now, Axmina has been going for the same plays again and again for A site. And it's quite almost predictable, and it should be predictable for Baz Esports right now. Because look, okay, they're gonna opt for a C plant. Maybe they might push it through, or maybe they might commit to C, or they might rotate to A. But that has been going on for the past few rounds.
Definitely. The swap of sides is gonna be a very unpredictable half because Axmina shown a lot of resilience when it comes to this Lotus map. Both of these teams playing this map in particular, the only 2 teams that have decided to play this Lotus map. So this time, Axmina are going to have to put all their effort, double it up, and give it to the next person. Just kidding, that's not going to be the meme we're watching out for, as we spotted them. 2 players at least for the breach. Flash it out, and it's a double beak. Surprise, Scars! You did not expect Cosmo, did you? Yaki with 1, Navs with another, so that's the entire A site execute. Fall into the hands of Axmina 3v2.
Yes, and now it's just Baz Esports. 2 of them with Omen low in health, by the way. And Axmina slowly gonna sneak their way down to A drop. They don't even know Vayne is hiding. They're just both looking at the same angle.
one, gets the other. 1v2, and Batista's just gonna compromise with a double kill. 6-5 is the score. Well, 6-7, excuse me, for Axmina right now as they recover. A very nice post plant, and shout out to JT's wife, Angeli. Hello, Luna. I hope you're having a wonderful time. She's watching right now. She was on the stream. So, hope everybody's having a very good time in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament right now as we get ourselves into a 6-7 for Axmina.
With Baz Esports now on the attacking side, things are going to be very different for Axmina, since now they're defending. And what we have seen so far, and based on their recent game for Haven, hopefully we see things differently this time.
Yep, let it happen. Gets a really nice shot onto Scars, and Dice, he just wide swings into Meshuggah. Double for Dice. Instantly dismantles the push Sunbound. 7-7 with the flawless half. Axmina finding a way to come back into the series.
Just a few seconds in, and they already have 1 point. 7-7. This is going to be a very tight tug of war. Let's take a look at that replay. Flawless. Very clean. Very early. Just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yes, a timeout is a great call right now. They're going to tight spot both of them. It's going to be... Oh, look at the crowd right now. Yeah, raise your hand.
Any Filipinos in the crowd right now?
Yeah.
I can't see them, unfortunately. But I hope everybody's having a good time. It has been a wonderful day in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. It's currently 1:01 p.m. on your daytime, guys. So hopefully you guys are having a good time. I think lunchtime is over, so hopefully everybody also had a good lunch.
Yep. It's currently 5 p.m. here, but we're doing very great. Now,
I could use a shawarma.
Oh, dude, same. I really need shawarma right now. I'm hungry.
Yeah,
okay, Baz Esports.
Now we wait.
Not gonna opt for an aggressive play this time compared to yesterday's match. They usually flood in. It's gonna be very different on their end. And Axmina, it seems like 3 of them, they are setting up pretty quickly, waiting with an outlaw. Is it the same play?
3-man push. It's gonna be the outlaw for Let It Happen, the marshal for one of these players, and I believe that was a guardian from Dice as well. So
yeah,
I already know what's coming. They knew it's suspicious, so we just have to back off and see if A site's gonna be a better call.
Absolutely, the 3 of them are gonna make towards. They're gonna make their way towards A.
Oh,
but they got their location revealed. Try to call everyone for some support, but they're not pushing yet. Which is very new for Baz Esports. But I think the patience is what they need to earn a point on the board. They're gonna make their way towards B.
They baited everybody's rotation on the A side, and they opened the door instantly into B. Scars, he's in a position that nobody's gonna expect unless Dice actually reveals this. He does. He expects it. Ratings with a 1-for-1. Scars would have actually had one hell of a 500 IQ play, but it gets found out by the IGL himself. So now it becomes a 4v4. Plant coming down. Vayne as well. Flashed on by his own flash. That's unfortunate. But Yaki and Meshuggah, they make it work. They make a 4-versus-1. Eventually a double for Meshuggah as well. 8-7 for Baz Esports. They made the bonus round negligible for the other side.
Oh my goodness. Dude, 8-7. And I bet next round is gonna be 8-8, 9-8, 9-9. It's gonna be. I see a pattern here. Both best teams at this map, by the way, Lotus. This is gonna be either easy and hard for them, but the pressure is definitely on for both sides. If you take a look at their economy, Baz Esports going for very good weapons compared to Axmina. Sure, they have a Vandal on hand, but at the cost of their own expense.
Cosmo, he's either gonna peek on towards the outside of that smoke, or he's just gonna wait for them to come out of a tree. This will be a very hard crossfire to actually come out if you are Baz Esports. As Dice, he's not even gonna rely on the crossfire. He's just gonna peek on them. Flash on through from Meshuggah. Unfortunately, he's not gonna be in the best of times. Dice gets a double. Already inside of the site, they have hunkered down their A defense to deny Baz Esports any sort of entry.
Absolutely. I think they have to back out. It was too much for Baz Esports due to how the smoke placement was just well placed that they had to force to be backed out on that. And look at that. Okay, I don't think they're gonna rotate. If they do, it's gonna be very risky. Nice. 5v2.
That's a 3K, great things. Oh, what a nonchalant player. Even with all the utility in his face, he just swings into it to get himself the kill. 2 versus 4. He used his own molly as a flash.
30 seconds
He
left.
forced Batista to kill it off just so that he could get the peak. Just so he could get himself a tactical advantage. What a smart player. 2 versus 3, Baz Esports. 20 seconds to get the objective, but they know this is an ample amount of time. They have 2 players on C-Link. They have to wait for the perfect timing to strike on down Yaki. Now he has the responsibility of holding 2 angles. Perfect flash. Cosmo with the entry. Ratings in a 1 versus 2. Triple kill. 4K, but not enough. Dice saves him. Builds it up with almost 4K. Axmina, by the skin of their teeth, almost loses the round, but thanks to the IGL, they win it.
Oh my gosh, this is literally what I said a few minutes ago. It's gonna be 8-8. They're just topping up each other, like their scores. I mean, they've been very overwhelmed with the utils that Axmina provides. I mean, to be fair, you've got a Vice and a Breach
Enemy remaining.
as their defense. And that's gonna be, it's very hard for the attacking side. You've got a lot of flashes, a lot of stuns, as well as Vice. And it is just insane how things have been going on for both teams.
This is just devastating for Maxmina right now. Because even though they got themselves a shot, it is still going to be an eco round for the few of them. Open entry into the site, there's not going to be possibility. Push on in from the Raze. He does avoid all the Razor Vines. Baz Esports forcing themselves into the objective as it will be a 5v5 retake. Remember, they have the Rolling Thunder, but maybe they don't need to use it. Vayne and Dice get the 2 for 1. Ratings down for the count makes it the numbers advantage for Axmina.
Face your fear.
Nightfall, up and about with the splash. Oh. Waiting. We got Cosmo bringing Mashuka down onto 2v4 situation, but the trades are just there. Now, there you have it. Axmina cleans that up with a 9-8. What was that? It was a 5-man on site, by the way, but it seemed like it was just too much for Baz Esports. They weren't able to anchor the site pretty well as because of Axmina, they appear from left to right. There's so many openings that they can come from. They don't flood in as one team or when they proceed towards C Hall or C Waterfall, but it seemed like Baz Esports are quite struggling at the moment. They tend to get surprised a lot.
They came at them at all angles too, right? Because
at
that point they were passive aggressive in the way that they're waiting for the jet to come from the flank, but they also kind of flood in at the same time as well. So and all the more difficult for Baz Esports to try to defend the spike itself. So it was gonna be an 8-9 at the end of it. Shuka's ready. Steel Garden out. They're putting all their utility in the face of the B side. Execute as now. Everything thrown at the kitchen sink. Ascar's got the entry and also has the showstopper in hand. How is he going to use this? Mishuka gets the double kill. And already this is looking like a round for Baz Esports. They steal it away from them.
Oh my gosh.
From Mishuka. It was fear in the hearts of Axmina to get themselves 9-9.
It was a good call for them to spam their utils, making them overwhelmed. I think that is just what they needed. I mean, dude, if you hear a bunch of utils playing in your ears at the same time, you'd be surprised and you'd have your senses just gets higher and higher. And look, it's a 9-9. You guys, I think my prediction is going to be right.
No, I think it's becoming very much possible, but it's a 3-man push and Vayne, he wants to deal the same amount of damage that they did in the previous round. Pulls out the flash, gets himself the sheriff shot in hand. They know it's a clone, so not gonna press on the issue that much longer. Yaki's already planted the spike on the ace side. Baz Esports now forcing the 4 versus 5 retake. What happened?
Go away.
Sheriff shot does get the count on Nabs. They did not expect him to come from the flank.
Oh my gosh. We can see Vayne does get flashed. Gradings getting that 2K. Scars 3v2. What are they gonna do next? But Scars gets another 2K and Yaki cleans that out with a victory 10-9. I think that was that was a great play for them after just letting all of their utils out. I mean, look at that replay. Let it happen, just sneaking behind them. And Gradings, there has been a lot of 2Ks here from Gradings and Scars.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that. Great call for them. Scattered instead of clumped up all together like a pack of wolves.
Standing side by side in victory. As they now try to get themselves that rebel control. 3-man push out for the side of Axmina. Forcing them to try to rotate onto the C site now. Trying to see if they can get themselves the opening. Let It Happen is the only man on site, just to remind you.
All in C mound. Oh. Utils being put out. Now they have the site to themselves. Look at that. Try to get information. Flash up.
Double peek.
Oh!
Can we let it happen? Doesn't get us up the win. That will be the Yoru. To actually give himself up for the team. They do get the spike plant down. Nabs gonna confirm the objective. 4 versus 5 retake. Cosmo gets a blinding shot for the double kill. A stunning entry for the Jet himself. 2 versus 4 with Scars getting the shot and let it happen. But Cosmo's on his way to death. But in the end, Batista's gonna lay down the law into a 10-10 scoreline. Axmina,
oh my gosh,
equalizing yet again.
It's a tug of war, you guys. They're just neck to neck. It is insane. Look, I'm gonna predict it's gonna be 11 and then 11 to 11, and then we're gonna proceed to an overtime, and then that's where things get pretty intense.
It's the value from the Yoru ulti that they got.
Yes.
Just really providing that much more space. Cosmo just getting himself at the right place at the right time as well. You think about all those things layered up, it's just the cards are falling into place for Axmina.
No, yeah, absolutely. They're just spamming their utils right now, and Axmina pushing hard enough, taking them by surprise. So they'd have to force to rotate towards B or A, C rather. But I don't know that C is fully set up by Vice for Axmina.
Greetings already spotted thanks to the sheer wall. Paranoia out. What a flick! What a 2K! Greetings! It is a stunning shot from him to completely dismantle that B-side defense. Axmina now crumbling to pieces. All from just one man, and that's Greetings, the GOAT.
Blinded.
He was, and Cosmo has to be the saving grace of this round. He's the only man on that A main defense. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Has let it happen. He's struggling. He's not getting the pick. Eventually does get himself Greetings. Yaki does find Cosmo, the lone anchor, on a site as Vayne. He has to pick the perfect time. He does spray on through. Only gets 1 and 2 to make it a 2 versus 2. 36 seconds, has to plant it down. Objective confirmed. That will be Axmina on the retake.
Cutting through.
That was crazy. For the past few seconds, things have been going on, and now it's left 2-2. Almost full HP. Full HP for Axmina. Sorta kinda. But that rhymed.
Yoru's gonna knock it down. Bazooka gets 1. Does not get the shot on the triple. That will be Vayne in a 1 versus 1. Has to save it for the team.
Doesn't know where he is.
And remember, Scars, he has low on HP, but he has the Vandal, has to hit the shot. It counts for him. 11-10. What Greetings has set up for the team. Scars has picked up the 11th attempt just because of that.
Absolutely. I think it was the barrel that gave it away. I mean, there was a perfect timing. I mean, look at that. Look at Greetings. Like, let's talk about that moment. That was crazy. He was blinded, but managed to get that crazy flick. Oh my gosh. And that Vayne's spray, but that gets that 2K either way.
One enemy remaining.
And the Steel Garden was a great call, but unfortunate. And look at that. There you go. It was just the information of what they needed to get that kill.
That is just unfortunate for the side of Axmina right there. They had all their best pieces working out for them, but A trusty Vandal shot to the face. It's just what makes the difference. As Baz Esports are pushing in. Vayne with the one shot, one way in his face right now. Paranoia as well. They have cut themselves in towards the half of this A main position, but it's not going to be enough to actually take down Let It Happen. Scars with a double kill. Tried to make this retake work, but in the end, a 1v2. Only down to the Vice himself. He's trying to wrap around the ring around the Rosie for Let It Happen. Just a Guardian, in fact, but a crossbar is in front of him.
Let It Happen. Making his way towards that area, but they don't even know what was going on. Baz Esports, they are on site C, but Axmina's Vice, Let It Happen, has no idea where he is. And that is an indicator that he has to force himself to go back to C. He must have thought like, oh man, why did it go so far? But he has enough time. It was
kind of ironic, isn't it? It's kind of ironic, isn't it? He just let it happen. Exactly. So it's a 1v2, Guardian in hand. Kind of an impossible task, but it's possible if he gets himself the one shot. No Steel Guardian available. Molly's in his face, but shot in, and Yaki expects him from backside. Quick precision from the Omen. A triple from him. And match point, series point for Baz Esports. What we expected was going to be overtime.
Or
it's definitely not going to be possible now, man. Maybe?
Well, I mean, to be fair, yesterday, Baz Esports won from a 17-15 against Washed Out. Either we're going to get an overtime, or maybe this is the moment where their name brings up to the finals against SOS. So it's a 12-10. It's going to be intense.
Absolutely. No more shenanigans this time around. It's going to be a 4-man push. Sheer wall activated just to provide a little bit more time. As a showstopper now for Scar is going to signal the run-in towards the C site. Not going to find anybody. They're going to play for the retake, but they don't have the retake ultis to provide for this. Mashuka has the flash. He is going to be ready, calling for support from Yaki. Spots up one, but Vayne gets a double. This could be it. Axmina providing a 4 versus 2 in hand. Scars with quick precision, but it's not going to be enough. 1v2 for great things. We've seen this happen before, and he has to do it yet again. Double for him. Steel Guard active. And Dyson's going to have to run to him. And great things. Just shut this game right here, right now. 2-0 for Baz Esports. They move on to the grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Baz Esports. W's. They gave it their all, and it is just what they needed. Patience, communication, and team coordination. And because of that, that was a phenomenal play, Baz Esports. And oh my gosh. Okay, my prediction was wrong. You're right, chat, you're right. They closed that up with a 13-10. And that was an intense game.
She caster cursed it. I told you, man. I mean,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. At the end of the day, it's all fun and games. But really, it was a pretty eventful BO3 that we got. It was as close despite the score being like that. You gotta give a lot of credit to these players, man. I mean, Axmina. There was a reason why a lot of these players do get respected in the scene. You got the respectable IGL. You also have Vayne, who really is just a different beast when it comes to the entry. So what are your thoughts on this team, man? Despite them getting the early exit, they're going to be in that third place match against Fraggers, and that's something to watch out for. But overall, what do you think of them right now, bro?
It was unfortunate that Axmina lost because they really did their best. Like, it was a really tight spot, and it was the competition itself. They were just at level to level, and it just seemed like when they let their let their emotions get the best of them, I think they were almost over peaking, or they were like rushing in too fast, even though it's nothing what they need. But despite the errors they have faced, their plays have been really good, especially when anchoring a site. They quickly know how to watch from corner to corner. They utilize their utilities pretty well, and they know when to use it to overwhelm their opponents. And I think that's something Fraggers would have to look out for.
Absolutely. That That third place match is looking to become a banger, but another match that we're also watching out for is that grand finals. Baz
Yes.
Esports versus SOS, the team that has taken down Fraggers, which honestly is a mix of past Dubai Police Esports Tournament champions as well. So this is the rainbow team that we never expected to come out of this bracket. Then they came out swinging, man. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I am excited. Like SOS, their names, there are different types of amazing individual players are in the same team, just in it, in a ball. And I'm just very excited to see what they can bring to the table against Baz Esports.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I'm excited to watch out for that. So we're going to be throwing it to the panel for JT, Peach, as well as Pilita. So we could have a little bit more of a discussion to talk about this BO3 in particular.
Very special guest here from Baz Esports. Can you introduce yourself to the people that are watching right now?
Hi, my name is Scars, and I'm from Jordan, and I'm 16 years old.
Ooh,
16?
16.
Yours-
16,
Yeah,
that's
16 years
nice.
old. You can tell how well he has played in the server, how well he dismantled Axmina in map number 1 and map number 2. What is it that you guys have that's just making it work so well?
Just generally team play and chemistry.
So, how was your communication during that game? Because from my end, I felt like you guys communicate really well.
I mean, we try to fight everything together, not let someone go alone. So if someone dies, his teammate can kill him.
So good trades, yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask, who was your IGL on your team?
We
I
have
was wondering.
two IGLs. It's me
Yeah?
and Nabs.
Were your teammates actually listening
Yeah,
to
yeah,
your
they were
call
listening.
outs and
Yeah.
stuff like
Obviously.
that? Yeah.
That's the reason we won.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why they have been winning. It felt like map number 1 was just an easy one to take, but map number 2, they fought to the nail in the second half. How did you guys figure out their playstyle and just play your game well?
By playing the round, we saw what they're doing. For example, if they're taking C, we're supposed to go A, just because there's less numbers there. That's all. So we try to read their gameplay and do it.
So adaptability again.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was the key word.
Yeah, it's been a
it's-
keyword.
Can't
Yeah.
find the words.
I think you guys are the adaptation team.
Yeah. And I think that's a good thing, right? I talked about in the panel just a while ago, yes, you may have strats down to the line, but if you can adapt to your opponent, then you're going to have a harder time. Now, going through, congratulations, buddy. You're going to go to the grand finals, buddy. What are your expectations now coming up playing against Team SOS?
Hopefully win. I've heard that they're a good team, but nothing's impossible.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's
That's a
true,
good
that's
mentality to keep.
Yeah. What's your message to Team SOS?
Good luck. Have fun.
Oh,
that's nice.
That's nice.
Yeah, and definitely. We should check the scoreboard out and see how well you guys have been playing so far on who has been getting
Oh, he is the
top fragger.
fragger.
26 already. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Great Things was also getting frags. Everybody were getting frags. They're all double digits.
Yeah, they're all double digits. And it seems like Baz Esports has all been playing fairly well. Also, on Axmina, they also have been playing fairly well. But I think Baz Esports has put more effort into those rounds, and the utility that they've been using was really amazing. From both sides, they use utility really well. But I think Baz Esports were just a little bit better.
Yeah, can I just talk about how Baz Esports started with a good pistol round and defending? They held their sights really well, and Baz were doing really great at defending mostly. Axe played time and they got one round. It was the fifth round, which was really I didn't expect it honestly. Baz were two, I think, and they were just trying to get to the spike and. They tried really hard, but there was no time, and they got that round. Axe got the round.
Yeah, there were so many moments actually that happened in the game, especially the way that Axmina lost. That was the most heart-wrecking moment because it was a 4v2. A 4v2 that they have it down to a T. They should have been the ones winning that round to get closer to overtime. But somehow, some way, Baz Esports, this team, they were relentless. They knew what they needed to do. They had the play at mind, and that is what got them to to the winner point of things. But before we end things here in the desk, let's talk about again awareness here at eCrime Hub. Everybody, you've been talking about it. I'm sure that you guys have checked the QR link right over there. I love it every time you talk about it. That QR link is right there to raise awareness, guys.
Yes, give it a shot. Go there, watch the videos, be more aware. I mean, us as gamers, right? We're supposed to be technical people. We're supposed to know about our devices and what we do online, and we should be aware and smart about what we do. So, go ahead, learn,
Just don't be a victim on, websites, cybercrime and stuff like that. Raise awareness to ecrimehub.gov.a.
100%. You don't want to be like, oh, guys, there's free skins here for Valorant. Click that link, log in, and then the internet start crying. Where's my account? It's gone. That is being
You don't want to get scammed, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it's very important to be aware on what you do. Now, with that said, guys, we are going to start getting ready for the grand finals. Team SOS up against Baz Esports. It's definitely going to be a sight to see. But before that, we shall be going on a break, and we'll see you guys there.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
Standing. Spike planted. There. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. A. One enemy. You have got thrifty. That's great. Last player. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Division. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Shut down. My ult is ready.
Player standing. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
No more proposal.
Done.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike down. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Down A. Last ending. One enemy remaining. Last plenty remaining. Spike down A. Spike down C.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال، يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمان.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And this time around, we know what time it is. It's the Grand Spacking Finals.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I mean, No fraggers this time around. Now it's just Team SOS with a date with Baz Esports.
They do. Do you have any thoughts about that, Pico?
I think it's going to be even more intense, and there are going to be so much difficulties facing Baz and SOS since they're both good players. I mean, as we just saw, like in the past matches, like they did really well, and yeah, I'm just hoping for the best.
For me, I'm going to talk about both of them throughout this tournament. So SOS versus Baz. That's what we sorry. SOS versus Baz Esports is right now. Baz versus who was it? I have short-term memory. Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Which one?
The game that was just
Axmina.
Axmina versus Baz. We saw how they played. They were really good, right? They 2-0. And same thing with SOS versus Fraggers. They also got 2-0. So both of them are really good teams. SOS Esports, as I've analyzed before, they have good thinking, good positioning, and they also, with Shuishi and Koji being teammates, they have a lot of good synergy and strats. And with Baz, they're known for their adaptation, of course. So my question is, will Baz be able to adapt to SOS's gameplay and how they do it? I mean, good luck to both of them. I'm excited.
Yeah.
100%. There's so many things that we can talk about, honestly, from how Baz Esports were just a newly formed team with the standings of Mashuko and Co. They were doing amazing. That's why they have the fundamentals. They have the adaptability. And then you have Team SOS. Like these guys, they said they didn't practice at all. They just came in, joined in as a group. But because they're veterans, it's crazy.
This is the round that I believe I was analyzing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday, yep, you did talk about it. SOS up against Fraggers. And again, I'll continue with the story I'm talking about. Is that Team SOS, they're just a team who have so much experience under their belt, not only as individuals, but now as a team. That's why there's a reason why we don't necessarily have to practice a lot, because they have the experience already under their belt.
That's true.
Right? And multiple times, like I said, even Ramon has said on the broadcast, these are veterans. We have people who were from Falcons, which is a big team. Everybody knows Falcons.
Yeah, true.
And then you have Triple Esports Club, who won Dubai Police before. Then you have Vic, who's been part of Fraggers. So it's like all of these players under one banner, it just mended well. But this time around, Baz Esports, honestly, I think the pressure is going to be on them to perform.
Yeah, it is.
I think the pressure's on both, honestly. Yeah.
I think both of them have a really good chance at winning this.
Yeah.
And it's, what do you think? Is it going to be a close game or?
I think we're gonna go overtime, but let's see. Let's look and find out what are they both gonna use, what strategies and what abilities,
Yeah, it's a lot of big question marks on how well they can, outperform each other.
Yeah.
Is the adaptability going to be enough when you're playing against someone who is highly skilled and professional? That is the main questions here.
Yeah, I think so too. I've been wondering, like they're both really good. Let's hope for the best.
They do. They are.
Yeah.
Good luck to both teams.
Yep, and I believe they are now both ready in. So let's throw it to the casters to talk about the grand spanking finals. We'll throw it to you guys. Good luck and have fun, everybody.
Thank you, JT, Peach, and Pico. And now I want to see some hype up in the chat because it is officially time. The main event. We started with 16 teams here at DPET, and we're now down to 2. And as mentioned, with Fraggers not even making the grand finals, we are guaranteed a new champion here today. I'm going to be intrigued to see, can SOS carry over that momentum that we saw taking down last year's champions yesterday, or can Baz Esports overcome one last test on their way to the top? We got a best of 3 to figure it all out. Haven, Lotus, and Bind if we do need it. I've got my partner in crime, Tucker, with me back in the booth. Tucker, you ready to get down and do what it do?
Oh, I'm more than ready. I'm as ready as I will ever be for this best of 3. It's SOS versus Baz Esports, and typically, whenever you come into the Dubai Police Esports tournament, you think that the Fraggers are automatically going to be in the finals. Well, not this time. So then you think, oh, they must have lost an absolute nail-biter in the semifinals. No. SOS absolutely steamrolled them in the upper semifinals, and they are riding sky high. Confidence could not be any higher. So they have such a huge advantage in that part. However, Baz has played today. SOS
They looked
is
good
not.
too.
They did. They looked really good. Not only did they look good, but they are fresh. They are warmed up. And SOS, I'm sure they had some time off stream where they were able to get the physicals warm and make sure everything was in tune. But Baz Esports has more recent actual competitive tournament experience, and you cannot overstate that.
Can't overstate it. And I think the other thing too, when you look at the road that Baz Esports has taken to get here, they've pretty well been tested every step of the way. And you can look at SOS's earlier matches and say, hey, yeah, sure, maybe strength of schedule, whatever. But when you take down fraggers, that no longer becomes an excuse, right? But for Baz Esports, they've shown the ability, as we did hear the devs talk about, to be able to adapt and overcome. So we know that they've got the ability to find those reads. How deep is the bag, though, as we do head into this grand finals? Because we know SOS is bringing plenty of different strats to the table. It's not like they've only got 1 or 2 execs and that's all they've got. You continue to shut up. If you find ways to shut them down, they just adapt and overcome in their own right. So it's going to be a fun back and forth exchange over the course of, I'm hoping, 3 maps. But I feel like there is a very good chance that with the talent on either side of this, either team could truly run away with it.
Very, very true. So a couple of picks in. Only a couple of lock-ins, though. It's Mashuka on the Yoru, and an Omen will be locked in on the other side. Now, if you remember from the last DPET, we did have Mashuka on Espada, which was a top 4 team. Not quite podium, but pretty darn close. And they are an absolute demon. I remember them from last year. They can absolutely steamroll through a round. They can turn the momentum on its head and completely flip things around. You've got to watch out for Mashuka. Despite not getting the podium finish like they wanted last year, this time they've got more than the podium. They've got 2nd place guaranteed. And if they're able to push their team on to 2 map wins, they're going to be your DPET Grand Champions.
I'm going to be really intrigued to see in this first map because Haven, as we did talk about yesterday, I mean, it's a tried and true map. It's a map we were even talking about in the green room. Still fun to watch, despite the fact that you do pretty well know what's going to be coming your way. But with that being said, with 2 teams who really are trying to vie for that strong first map, who's going to be able to come out on top? Because both teams have shown in the course of their semifinals to be able to have those kind of prolonged back and forth first halves. But once they do find the read and make the adjustments, both teams have shown on maps to be able to completely separate in half number 2. So both teams are going to have to be on their P's and Q's. And I'm just so excited for it.
Same here. I really want to give a prediction as to which way this teeter-totter leans, but it's so hard to because, of course, you have SOS who, albeit, I will say something controversial, had a much easier schedule than Baz Esports. However, the easier schedule ends whenever you reach the 3-time champions fraggers.
Right.
You might have had an easier round 1 and an easier quarterfinals, but you took down fraggers 2-0. That's not easy at all. That is not an easy schedule. However, Baz Esports, they are coming off of a very recent win and a very recent dominant win. Honestly, I think this is about as even of a matchup as we will get.
Let's go ahead and get down to it as we do get a quick check-in at the venue. Our players on either side, I'm sure, going over some last little bit of strategies, or maybe even just at this point, kind of hyping one another up, right? I feel like when it comes to preparation on game day, you've probably prepared all you need to, other than those 5 minutes or so just beforehand. But I feel like for me, if I had to give a prediction, if you made me pick a winner, I do feel like I'm rocking with SOS here. You mentioned when you take down the defending champions in the fashion that they have, it's hard to bet against them. But I think this map number 1, as much as we normally say, doesn't always necessarily reflect or indicate the way that this series is going. I feel like both of these teams being in a sort of place where, you know, once they've got some momentum, they ride the momentum. I think map 1 Winner of map 1 wins the series. The question from there becomes, do we go 2 or 3? I'm hoping 3 though.
I want to see as much Valorant as possible. I want to see these Titans punch each other and kick each other and scratch each other for as long as possible, Q. It sounds brutal, and it's going to be brutal, but it is going to be absolutely beautiful while we're witnessing. We're not quite ready to get things in, but these players are locked in, focused, ready to go. And I think I'm going to disagree with you, Q. I am slightly leaning towards Baz Esports here simply because of the recency factor, as they did have a play earlier today. So I think that's going to help Baz a lot more than you're giving credit. I think it's going to be magnificent for their smoothness. And I just think that SOS might be a little slow off the start. Like you said, I agree with you. The first team to win a map is probably going to win the series. And I got a feeling that is going to be Baz Esports.
If you think if they come in here right off the rip and take SOS's map pick, huh? Should be interesting to see how things go here. I was trying to remember as far as yesterday, because in our last semifinal matchup that we had seen, we had Ascent was SOS's map pick. This time around, Ascent does get floated, or no, Ascent doesn't get floated. Sorry, it's Bind towards the end. But they're coming with a similar sort of it's like a completely different approach from Haven to Ascent. So it leads me to believe that they're a team that has a deep map pool. They're a team that has plenty of preparations no matter what you're throwing at them. And sometimes the team that comes in most prepared is the team that you feel like is able to walk away more successfully more often than not.
Oh, for sure. I mean, to make it this deep, at a tournament of this level, you have to have an extensive map pool and extensive knowledge of said map pool. You can't just be a 1 or 2 map trip pony. And I don't think either of these teams are, as of course we saw yesterday, SOS decided to go with the Haven. This time they're going to bust out yesterday they busted out the Ascent. This time they bust out the Haven. Frankly, 2 pretty different maps. I mean, one of them has 2 sites, one of them has 3. You can't get much different than that. And they're obviously comfortable playing on 3-sided maps because both of the first maps of this series have 3 sites. One of them is just a little closer, and the other one is way wide open. So I don't think their lack of map knowledge / experience is going to be an issue.
What is going to be interesting is, looking back to as far as importance of map number 1, I think part of the reason that I feel confident in saying map number 1 is going to be at least huge in the favor of, I think, SOS taking it. Remember, for when you think back to yesterday in SOS's semifinal matchup, again, remembering that they did play Fraggers. Well, they were able to go on to Lotus, and they looked pretty darn good against Fraggers yesterday. So if they're able to cook on their own map here, Haven, in map number 1, then go to Lotus and able to duplicate the success against, I think, what everyone was considering the favorites going into this tournament. But we're ready to go. We did have some technical issues, so we did miss the pistol round, but it does look like SOS walked away with that. Let's go ahead and get ready to walk into round number 2. You'll see on your screen, of course, since you'll win round number 1 on the SOS side, they will have the Gunnies advantage. They're on the defensive side here as well. It looks like Baz Esports gonna have to rely on playing things low and slow since they've got the pistols.
They do. I'm assuming what happened was Baz Esports just decided to rush up B and SOS was able to retake, but, we didn't get to see it, so it is what it is. But it's on to the anti-eco round, and I already see a Guardian coming out from SOS. It's Shuichi. We know exactly how good of an aimer Shuichi is, but not this time. It's Scars. Headshot with the Sheriff. Waylay takes one down. Baz Esports has the man advantage early here.
So while we're seeing This play starts to develop as it does look like they're going to move their way and pivot through Garage towards C. Between rounds, we can talk about these two team compositions because very unique in their own right. Koji trying to slow down the push over towards C and going to be unsuccessful in that regard. Stepping through is what he's going to be able to find the first shot with the Guardian. Make it 2, finding the heads. Stacking some bread. That's a 2K thus far. Can you make it 3? No, Nap's going to be able to put him down. But Vic keeping things alive. It's a 1v1. Vic busts it out, and I think that was a right click, if I'm not mistaken, to win another round for SOS. I mean, hey, give credit where credit's due. Baz made it close, but SOS is up 2.
You know, shout out to the right click classic, the best fire/alt fire in the game whenever you're going up against it, and the most useless whenever you're using it. I don't know what it is about it, but every time I try to right click with the classic, it just doesn't work. But
same.
You know, these players are much better than me. So that's probably why. But it is what it is. A great start to this round from Baz Esports. However, they just weren't able to keep it held down. The much stronger gun power from SOS just completely steamrolled them once it got into a retake scenario. And they tried their absolute best, and they managed to turn it to a 1v1, but SOS just showed what firepower can do for you.
I agree. I think it started off the right way, and you mentioned just the firepower too much. So this time around, Baz will have those rifles in hand, something to keep in mind. If SOS can win another round, that breaks the economy of Shushi. Going to be able to find 2. Vic finds 2. And oh my goodness gracious, what a clean round from our defenders. 3 in a row. And just as I had mentioned, the econ does get broken. SOS starting off hot.
That they are. And while we're here, I want to talk to you a little bit about the composition of Baz Esports, because it's an omen. I mean, typically on Haven, you see somebody like a Cypher or a KJ as the Sentinel, but Baz decides to go with Vise, and you see a Jet or maybe a Raze. But no, they go with the double duelist, and it's Yoru and Waylay. Definitely not the meta. However, I'm not sure what to think of it.
I mean, I would say let them cook, because I have been enjoying what I've been seeing with the Waylay thus far in competitive Valorant. Of course, it is still new, maybe a trick or 2 up the sleeves, but you're going to have to start popping them sleeves up and rolling them up and getting down and dirty here, because you've already allowed 3 rounds up. You've already had to call for a pump of the brakes here with the timeout as well, and understandably so. You don't want that snowball to start building up too much over on that SOS side. And I'm kind of curious, is this more of a timeout that's about something that's been seen as far as adjusting strategy, or is it just simply to try and cool things down because these rounds haven't gone your way? Regardless, we're off to round number 4. Let's see if SOS can keep the streak going.
Whether it was a visual timeout or just a timeout to try to reset the vibes, I like it. I think they need to be a little more proactive on these timeouts. That goes for all teams throughout the tournament, throughout any competitive event. So I like that they take the timeout early and keep themselves in it as much as possible. Doesn't look like this round's going to be the one to flip it around, though, as Shuichi has a great couple of shots there. And the lurk is so good. Refract pushes through, and Shuichi has to run away, but they manage to keep themselves alive. Oh my goodness, that lines up! Shuichi gets all 5 and barely breaks a sweat.
Just built different. I mean, can we be honest for a moment? It's kind of rough that you take the timeout, and then out of the timeout, you get done dirty like that. You have 3 players run around the corner and just line up for a collapse. What is going on?
Oh my goodness. I don't think that he even needed to use an entire magazine. Less than 30 bullets is all it took to get all 5 of them. And Baz Esports is off to a very rough start. Scars too slow on the teleport back, and they're down to just 5 HP. However, the rest of Baz Esports still looking pretty good, though. Koji has a shot, has a second. not able to get another, and Yaki with this double kill will push Baz Esports into the advantage. Versus one, slowly peeking. Brixie's good for both of them, and SOS just keeps grabbing them. These rounds cannot escape from them. The iron vice is just too strong. That'll be 5 in a row.
You know they're feeling good because we saw Koji just break a smile. I don't think we've seen that man smile. Usually stone cold, cool, calm, and collect. Every time we've seen him on cam over the last couple of days, big old cheesing smile on the face that last time around, and understandably so. I mean, one, Koji does do a good job of at least finding their one, right? But Brixel steps out from Garage, nice spray transfer, double headshot. I mean, what more can you really ask for? SOS continues to hold it down.
What a play, Brixel. What an absolute play. An attack going towards the B side, and they get absolutely pummeled. Baz Esports losing one. A little bit of HP taken away from them as well. And it seems like Mashuka gonna go to the well again, followed by Gradings. SOS, though, smart enough not to abandon the post. Shots through the wall. Vic's a little better for the one, but not the 2 time. Yaki takes down. There goes the Yoru clone. Shot down and eliminated. Look at Shuichi holding off that orb, not letting them get that teleport off, and all of a sudden, a couple of gunshots, a few kills later, SOS is up by 2 men. It's the Fade and the Yoru, all that's left for Baz, but Mashuka takes down the elevated Omen.
Who's next? Question is, where do you try and take this thing here now? If you are Baz Esports, they were looking to pivot to Garage. Mashuka, last one left alive. Shuichi gonna be able to find that last frag. 6 now in a row here for SOS. Man, you gotta remember, they have already used the timeout over on that Baz Esports side, and then out of that timeout continue to drop rounds. They just cannot seem to figure things out. We had heard the desk talk about Baz Esports' ability to make adjustments, but thus far here in the grand finals they just have not been able to do so.
They have not. Hopefully they're able to get a couple of these ultimates up and ready, as they've got a couple from the shadows is available. Same with the Waylay ult. Converted paths, but it's not even enough. They just all drop like flies, and I feel like at some point I need to give a written apology for anybody basing their predictions off of mine, because it's not been a good weekend for me, Q.
You know, sometimes it just be like that, big dog. But there's still plenty of time here as well. Remember, this is SOS's map as we do look to continue to move forward, right? It's, oh no, I'm sorry, I had that backwards. SOS picked defense on this.
Yeah, this is Baz's map, which
this is Baz's
even
map.
scarier.
Oh no, yeah, I just realized that, and that does make things a little scary, especially since we've now dropped the 7th round in a row. And I think more concerning than that is we're not even really getting spiked down, dog. Like, it's not like it's been close, like post-plant scenarios that SOS is winning. SOS is just simply out-fragging Baz, despite the fact that Baz is on the offense and dictating the pace of the rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've got the spike down once, and that was the 1v2 clutch by Brixel. So they've gotten a couple rounds where they've gotten close. A 2v1 scenario on the post plant, that's very good. You should win that about 75 to 80% of the time, but that was unfortunately part of the 20-25%. SOS just keeps it pushing, keeps it chugging. This time, Baz Esports going to have a relative red carpet to the A site. Shouldn't be contested too much to get this spike down.
Asking you shall receive, I guess. We were talking about not seeing post-plant scenarios. See See what SOS does on the approach here. Vic rounds the corner, puts down Mashuka. The knives gonna be brought out here as well. And unfortunately, as Scars falls, that means now it's 3 players trying to hold off the retake here. Roy finds the 3K. Vic with the shots in the back with the knives. It's another clean round for SOS, and it just feels like right now, I mean, Baz has no answers, just questions.
They've got no answers, and you go from taking care of Axmina relatively handily, and all of a sudden you're just on your backside on the ground getting stomped all over. What do you do to bounce back from that? They've already used the timeout. You just have to ride this one out, talk as much as you can between rounds, but you only get 30 seconds, and the 30 seconds hasn't been enough, Q. I think at this point they're going to need at least a good few minutes.
Unfortunately, that time has not been given to them. It's not allotted in a round of Valorant. You've already pumped the brakes once. Shuichi aiming down sight with the can't quite find it. He'll fall back to at least a little bit of safety. Has a teammate there as well. Vic finds the opening pick. Omen finds one here as well. Baz continues to struggle when it comes to execing onto these sites. They've gotten stopped, they pivot back, and now they've got to figure out which way they want to take this thing.
Here we go. Good start here for the attacking Baz team, but Shuichi is good with the operator. And all of a sudden, 3v3 turned to the 3v1, but here we go. We've got a 1v1, but Koji's on the side, and SOS stay undefeated. 9 rounds in a row to start this grand final bout on Haven.
That was the Koji I'm used to seeing on cam. Just cool, calm, like, yeah, I clutched up the round, it's fine. On to round 10, I guess. Not even excited about the fact that there's still a big old zero burger hanging on the other side of the scoreboard. I mean, SOS just seems to be unstoppable here. Even when it gets close and maybe Baz is able to pull out a round, SOS always has the answer. This time around, looking for a quick push down C. Everyone else, though, looking to push through garage. Koji finds 2, but he'll make that push come to an absolute halt. They've got the round completely locked down. Oh my goodness, it's just so quick here, Tucker.
I've got no words. The more this map goes on, the less words I've got to speak. This is completely one-sided. This is simply a frag fest. There have been a couple of rounds that Baz Esports were able to get the spike down, but the one-on-one gunfights is completely one-sided. SOS sinking the ship of Baz Esports every single time they fight. I think I can count on one hand the amount of 1v1s that Baz Esports has won.
Try and find something here in round 11 to turn things and at least build a little bit of momentum heading into the second half, but they've got quite the task ahead of them. Scars trying to find something here. The 3K could be the catalyst or at least a little bit of a fire starter. Mashuka also going to be able to put Vic down, meaning it's just the Sova left alive. Back towards spawn. Brixel's gonna have to fall back even further. Scars does overextend, ends up getting put down, but I mean, at this point, Brixel would need a miracle to pull it off. Baz Esports gets their first round on the board.
Huge use of the conversion paths. However, the problem is you're not going to have that every single round. You need to find a way to win without a hero ult. And as cool as it is to see Scars absolutely pop off, you know, the new agent doing new agent things, we need to see a little more consistency from Baz Esports. We need to see them use their regular abilities and their regular team plays to win these rounds. And Q, I fear it might be a little, too late.
Yeah, I think especially one thing we haven't really touched on is if I had to guess, looking at this team composition, if it was meant to be a composition more for the offensive or defensive side, I would have figured they were looking to have a strong offensive half on the map. and they haven't been able to do so. They've only picked up one round, and they're struggling yet again as Shuichi, who's going to be able to find yet another multi-kill round along with Koji, the dominant duo, doing it again, and SOS going to be up 11-1.
What a half. This has been the most dominant half we have seen the entire tournament. And this is not a complete mismatch at the start of the tournament. Q, this is the grand freaking finals. And it's 11-1 at the half of map 1. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
what
Baz's
a
map
performance.
Too. Yeah. Hey, I mean, 11-1 regardless is impressive, but the fact that you're doing it on the other team's map pick, starting off and just coming in and saying, hey, this is our house. You are going to have to try and find a way to take it from us, even if it is your map pick. 11-1. And now it's Baz Esports who is going to have to be playing reactionary instead of being the team that dictates the pace. And all starts here in this pistol round. Vic finds that opening frag. Mike going to be able to find a second, but knows that they got 3 around the corner. Scars eventually takes down Vic and holds off the initial push onto B. The only problem is now C is wide open. Shuichi trying to find the 2 rotating over. Not going to be able to find it. Spike hasn't gone down. This could be a tough hold off here for SOS.
Looks like it. Baz Esports has another 4K, this time Scars again. The hero to keep their team in it. And we're not done just yet. 11-2 is a lot better than 11-1. Hey, you've doubled your round counter in just one round. First of all, I do need to talk about that shot from Vic. Check the PC right now. That was a crazy shot through the smoke. But then Scars, just using the refract perfectly, getting the kills they need. Once they're out of it, they know they need to get out of dodge, and that's exactly what they do. On to round 14.
I am very quickly becoming a Waylay reliever. I know Waylay technically on the wrong side of the results here, but I'm really loving what I'm seeing thus far. Right now, it's all-out slaying fest between C and the Garage. Shuichi's going to step on through. Spike's going to go down. Gradings, the last one left alive. A 1v2. It feels like should be able to hold this off. The only problem is weapons have been surrendered to the opposition, and yeah, Gradings turns the corner, gets put down. A thrifty round here for SOS as they move themselves onto map point.
Oh my goodness. And just like that, all of the work that they have done on the pistol round, it was all for naught. They go back to the pistols. Pretty much got to run that pistol round back, but the difference between this round and the pistol is SOS has pretty much all the firepower that they would ever need against pistols. And Q, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but there is a very realistic chance that this first map goes in 15 rounds on Baz Esports map pick as well. As here comes the push very heavily. And despite being hindered, Vic's still able to get at least one. Koji on the side, pushing out the Omen. It's Yaki with just 5 HP and a Dream. And I don't think this one's gonna come to fruition. It's 13-2 final score for map 1.
Honestly, I'm just at a loss for words. SOS came in and absolutely dominated map number 1. On the defensive side, very rarely needing to rely on a retake, just simply being better, just winning the fragging situations early. Right now, this is going to be a tough sort of time between maps number 1 and 2. Baz Esports has to find a way to regain. It's not about changing one or two things. They've got to hit a complete 180 here, Tucker.
That they do, and they've got to do it on the map that they did not choose. Yes, everyone in chat, Haven was their map pick, and now they will go to Lotus. And for this first map, our analysts will break that down on the desk in just about 3, 2, 1. We'll see you over there.
And 3, 2, 1, we're back. Thank you for that countdown, Tucker. Now I knew, like, okay, when are we gonna coming on? And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Grand Finals map number 1 that we we're not expecting.
We weren't.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting them like to even play the same comp. I mean, Baz Esports played the same comp in Haven like they did with Axmina. Yeah, it was Axmina.
It seemed like, to say it without sugarcoating it, SOS were just running it down. They were playing very confidently and very well. And round 4, what do you think about round 4?
Oh my God, Richie's the ace.
I'm actually going to be
insane.
talking about that later on the analysis later. But honestly, SOS, I was wondering, like, why did they pick the name SOS? It's because the enemy team is an SOS bad. Like, they need help. Like, maybe they were crashing, and oh boy, did they crash. To the pressure that SOS came, it almost felt like we were watching that match with Suichi taking the lead with Vic. Let's just check the scoreboard out to actually see how much of a amazing play that he did.
I really think that SOS were chill, to be honest.
I think
like
they were chilling.
the way they looked, like they were chilling and just going on with whatever they can.
Yeah, they were just bunny hopping and, pew pew, shoo shoo.
yeah.
Remind me again, if ever there's like the in-game comms are out, you should start doing the sound effects.
The sound effects, yeah. Sure.
I don't know how you're gonna do waylays. The 2 charges, I love it. So definitely Suichi and Vic, like they were the stars of this map. 19 frags per, like both of them were just monsters with the bunny hops like you talked about. They were dodging bullets.
Yeah,
they were
really good.
Yeah, they were winning rounds where they shouldn't be winning. And that's just, it goes to show on how much of a team of veterans they are. Lucky enough though, this is the time that I guess Baz Esports can sit back and talk about what went wrong and what can they do.
That's true. Actually, so, they had a timeout, and they did talk about the same strategy that I think I analyzed with their double entry, with their duelists. They did take a timeout. They talked about it. They talked about what went wrong, but it seemed like that was not enough to get them to take A-side again.
I really think they do need to have a talk with each other just to understand each other more, because I expected more from them, honestly. But hard luck at the same time. They did well. All in all.
Yeah, 100%, especially since they are the first time ever they have entered Baz Esports as an organization. This could be a stepping stone for them to become better for the near future tournaments that Dubai Police will have. But still, there is an opportunity to come back, and only then we will know.
Yeah, either way, it's best out of 3. So yeah,
maybe Lotus. Maybe Lotus is better.
Their luck. Yep.
Maybe.
Yep. Who knows? We're gonna throw it out to a break first, and we will see how Lotus is gonna be on these 2 teams. See ya, guys.
Hello, this is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on the...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
Hey guys, it's JT here. Time to talk about the game that just happened. Although it may look like so many things were happening on the screen against SOS and Baz Esports, we're going to talk about this specific round as we're going to continue on showing you on how it has been. Let's start it. As of the moment, you can tell what happened before this round. It was a buy round coming from Baz Esports. They tried their best to at least come back, but sadly enough, just how SOS has been playing, they've been playing phenomenal, and there is a reason why. You can already tell from the map alone where Suichi is currently in place. Mid-window. He just pushed through it. Nobody knows where he is. And obviously, they're going to be caught off guard. The moment they use utils in mid, that's when Suichi will look for a kill, and he gets two. That easily. You can tell the star player confidence that he has. And look at this specific moment that really shined the most. Util just gets away and stop here immediately. And you can tell. As a professional player, as a guy who has the guts to be the MVP, you need to have a quite unique trait, which is the aggression. You need to know when you want to continue showing up and showing how well you are. And this is his statement, guys. This is him saying, I am back and I'm here to own it. And as the moment we play this clip, you can just see what of a monster Suichi is. Triple kill, 4K, actually an ace. All on Suichi, just on how he plays. And this is the reason why SOS has been doing good, is because they have that confidence. They know what it takes to break a team and to shatter their confidence. And this is it. That's it for me, guys. We will go back in the break and see how Map 2 Lotus is going to turn out to be.
واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال. ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is the 5th edition of Dubai Police Esports Valorant. It has been hectic. It has been crazy. It has been fun. Tears have been falling down their eyes. But, you know, it is what it is. It is the competitive spirit. And boy, let's see what they have to offer in map number 2 in this grand finals, guys.
Any expectations?
Well,
oh no, expectations.
I'm afraid, honestly. I don't know what's happening. Like, it's either a 2-0 or a 1-1, and then the grand official finale. But let's hope for the best. Hopefully, Baz Esports do or give all of their energy to this map to have another chance.
I really hope maybe Baz Esports has a little bit less battery than Team SOS because they've already played 2 maps before this.
That's true.
So maybe they recharge enough, you know. Drink water, guys. Stay safe on the internet. You know.
I like this input as we are going to talk about the one and only QR code that we have over here. That was a good segue. I love it. E-Crime Hub, guys, don't forget, please do check it out so that we can be ready and aware about all the dangers and crimes of, you know, the cybercrime and all the links and all the such of the sorts. Now, with that said, I believe our casters are ready and waiting for map number 2 on Lotus. This is the time to say, do or die.
Yes,
I would say good luck.
Should we give them a countdown too?
Okay, we'll give a countdown to Tucker and your boy Q. Okay, ready, guys?
Yeah.
3,
1,
2.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3, or 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
I love it. I love it. Off to map number 2, and we appreciate you, Pico, Peach, and JT. Tucker, we could very well be going into our last map of the entire tournament here over at DPET, and kind of in a very surprising sort of fashion. I mean, 15 rounds was all that was needed for SOS in map number 1. And unfortunately for Baz Esports, that was their map. We're off to Lotus, where we've seen SOS just last night be able to take down fraggers. So we know for sure Baz Esports are going to have their hands full.
Oh, yeah. This is the map of SOS. This is their bread and butter. This is their peanut butter and jelly. This is the map that they try and true and everything they need to do to win these rounds out. SOS has dominated this map so far throughout this tournament, and if they're able to win just one more Lotus map, they're going to be crowned your 5th ever Dubai Police Esports Valorant Tournament champions. And Q, you've got to think, with how one-sided the first map was, this one should be pretty similar. However, Baz Esports had a little bit of time to cool off, get things back under control, and hopefully for their sake and for our sake, as well as the chat's sake, hopefully they're able to lock themselves in and lock us in for a map 3. But 13 rounds stand between them and that fate.
Well, it's going to be a tough challenge here. Yesterday, we had talked when we were on this map how it is a little tough to defend on the 3-sided maps, and especially when you talk about retaking, I would say really either both C and A, but especially that C site. You know, starting on the defensive side here for Baz Esports, I'm really going to put them to the challenge. They're going to have to try and find a way to really be able to control the pace at which SOS is playing. We saw SOS playing super aggressive on the defensive side in map number 1. We didn't get to see too much as far as their offensive side, obviously, in that first map, but something tells me they're going to be bringing that same intensity.
Oh, for sure. And you touched on it very briefly. Lotus is a very attacker-sided map. It's very difficult to defend on Lotus, as according to Bliss.gg, it's actually the only attacker-sided map in the competitive map pool. And Baz Esports is, of course, starting on defense. So it just feels like whatever they can do to make it harder for Baz Esports, they are doing. They have not gotten the best draw that they can. But you know what? Crazier things have happened. I have only seen 2 10-2 comebacks in competitive Valorant, and they both came on Lotus on the defensive side. So you know what? If you've got it, you've got it. You can absolutely turn around or turn a map upside down on the defensive side of Lotus if you're able to catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lotus has always been one of those weird maps that, as much as you know it's a struggle on the defensive side, you always see some a rare occurrence 10-2s, some 9-3s, 8-4s. It almost feels like, as much as it is a challenge, you're still never necessarily out of it if you've got a good grasp on both sides of the map here on Lotus. So let's go ahead and get down to it. Of course, every map of Valorant does indeed start the same. We don't have any big utility. We don't have any big weaponry. It's just the pistols, baby, and ain't no more time to talk about it. It's time to be about it. It's off to Lotus we go. Let's get down and do what it do.
Hi-ho, hi-ho. SOS is already pushing through. It's going to be the B-side hit first. Trying to bait that wall. They know it's there, and there it finally goes up. First kill, though, going the way of Baz Esports. A couple of great shots here from Navs and Yaki. SOS drops a couple of players. Is Koji able to even things up? All of a sudden, they've got 3, but Gradings with the double kill wins this first round for Baz Esports.
I saw them lining up there in the middle for Koji. He hits the 3. If Koji hits Gradings there, Koji, I think, ends up pulling off an impressive pistol round turnaround. Unfortunately, falls a little bit short, but I would say for Baz Esports, a very important pistol round. We only saw them be able to pick up a couple in map number 1, and I would argue at times it felt like the communication felt a little disconnected, not coordinated on swings. Wasn't the case there in our round number 1. Maybe that break, like you were talking about, was just enough for them to be able to reset things. Let's go into round 2.
Quick hit over near C. Should be a relatively easy push and plant. The hard part is going to be this post plant. Pushing through, it's Scars with the first kill, but Vic and Brixel holding things out. They've got to watch out for the retake. Still a 2 versus 2, but the positioning has flipped. It's SOS with a disadvantage. 1 versus 2. It's the fade, not able to catch. No! Knobs gets him. Vic goes down. 1 versus 1, but Brixel with the Marshall lands the shot, and the anti-eco gets anti-eco'd. SOS pushes themselves back into a perfect position. The pistol round is once again completely useless for Baz Esports.
Bro, we're 1 map away from the grand finals. You win a round, and I can't get a little bit more hype than that, SOS. Come on, I know we're locked in, but gotta be feeling good. I mean, they've been shooting good. They've been hitting their shots, bringing things back around as we do head into round number 3. SOS has been able to bounce back a little bit with that second round wins. They should have the advantage as far as the gunnies heading into this round. As it will be SOS looking to pivot their way over towards a Brixel, who just secured that second round. Making some noise over at door, but won't make the push on through. Instead, it's a quick pivot over towards B. The rotate already came in from the defense. Means that SOS is going to be able to get control of the site. The spike will go down.
Weaponry advantage for SOS here on this round. However, the weapons disadvantage hasn't stopped these teams in the past. Will it stop them here? Looks like at the start it will. Can they hold it off? Looks like no. SOS is going to take them down one by one. Last chance is Yaki. Oh no, don't do this. No. That's just BM. You can't do that.
You can't bait out the knife and then have the homie behind you pull up with the gunny. It just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? But it was still going to be a great round regardless. Starts off with the good double here from Brixel, and then Shuichi just steps through and finds the third. At that point, the round's won. 2v5. All you can hope to do if you're Baz Esports is make it expensive, and unable to even do that. Yaki, unfortunately, just can't connect with the classic and kind of is forced to go out to the knife just because you don't want to have to reload at that point. So now it's going to be up to SOS to continue to compound things down. It's a quick push towards Mountain. It's only the Vice here to try and meet with some resistance.
Gradings immediately gets out of dodge. Doesn't even try to hold it off because he knows that it is practically certain death. Here comes an eyefall onto C site. Should be an easy plant. But can they hold off this retake? We've talked about how C site's a very hard site to retake. However, there have been once in a blue moon incidents where stuff like that has happened, but this one doesn't look like it will. It's the advantage for SOS as it's up to the Raze and Omen to get onto site. And the spike's already halfway ticked.
It's tough too because you're both coming through that same doorway right now. You have to worry about multiple angles. Vic and Koji both picking up their ones. And another round one here for SOS. And if I'm not mistaken, that last time around, we did see those rifles in all of the hands of our players from Baz Esports. What's that mean? Well, it means the econ's going to be broken going into this next round. 3 could very well be turning into 4, and 4 could very quickly turn into 5, where the snowball starts rolling downhill in a similar fashion that we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, I was about to say, SOS knows a lot about snowball effects. And they are so good at just turning 1 into 2 into 3 into 4, etc., etc., etc. And Baz Esports cannot let them get any momentum. They've already got 3 in a row, and any more than that, and Baz Esports is going to be in serious jeopardy as here comes the heavy push, but it's the defensive nightfall to hold it off. However, no audio does not mean no visual, as Vic just keeps the kills coming on to the leaderboard. It's practically a red wall. Nabs has a couple of shots, not quite landing. It's the shorty around the corner, leaving Yaki in a 1v4 with the Sheriff in hand. Vic should make pretty short use of them. No, it's going to be Brixel to get the credit.
Everyone pushes it once. You figure someone gets them, and if anyone falls, you want it to only be one. But it will be 4 rifles carried over into this next round as SOS continues to hold it down, and more importantly, with the fact that they continue to limit the amount of eliminations that they hand over to Baz Esports. Not only are they handing over less ult orbs, they're also building up more economy, which will help them as we move further along. And I love to see the aggressive plays that we continue to see every time we watch back these replays. Baz Esports has to find a way to bring this push forward to a halt.
Oh my goodness. Mashuka tries to take away that Haunt, but they just end up getting sent straight to the Ghost. Fantastic showstopper as well. Scars taken down to the Rays counterpart. Ooh, Shuichi loses focus there for a second. It's going to be a plant onto the A site. However, this SOS team is quite split up, and there's a chance that Baz Esports might be able to overrun them. But Koji gets 1, then 2. Not quite able for the third. Gratings has a chance here. That's still the 1 versus 2 in long range. Vic is just a little better.
You're hunting them down in the spawns at this point. Right? Do we realize just how aggressive SOS is playing? It's kind of ridiculous. They're just like, you know what? We're going to hold W until we can't no more. And also, how do we keep seeing Baz Esports line up for these easy double headshots? They're not helping themselves much here at all. It's almost like they've just gotten so frustrated in their heads that they're making the slightest and the simplest of mistakes.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, whenever you fight your way all the way to a grand finals and you lose the first map 13-2, it's very easy to play on tilt and just not be able to straighten yourself out. Got to figure out a way. You either figure it out or you lose. There's no other way to put it. Neural Theft gets brought out but is immediately neutralized as it's the B site that is attacked, and it's immediately rotated over towards A. Couple of shots through the pit, but Gratings and Scars take down their counterpart. And it's a 2 versus 4 on this post plant.
Interesting situation because the last 2 that were left alive were over towards A as if they were trying to push that way. Okay, again, how many times are we going to line up? Brixel finds 2 in a row there, and it's going to be all left to Mashuka. Couple HP and a dream, and I'm not sure what resolution y'all watched that last one in, but that does indeed look like a 4K to me.
Oh my goodness, Q. Oh my goodness, Q, you just said it. I'm not going to blame you for the caster curse because there's nobody else to blame. Baz Esports simply not good enough on the positioning. They've lined themselves up for the double kill and the triple kill multiple times. I mean, we saw the ace in the last map by the Reyna. They all 3 lined up in mid-window, and just seems like they have not figured that one out.
Looks like it's gonna be a quick push here over towards C, and Baz Esports has no one over there. Scars is the closest, and even they can't meet any sort of resistance. It's a quick push, and SOS has complete control of site. Hard to come out here though, and we'll push this squad back. That does give room for Baz Esports to come in just a little bit. Scars and Mashuka open things up. Mashuka with 2, and this could be a round on the board here for Baz Esports. Mashuka with the 4K in his own right, and Baz Esports wins another round.
Great use of that steel garden there. It definitely keeps them floating. I wouldn't say they're back in this game just yet. They're still trailing by 4, but it keeps them from drowning. A 6-2 scoreline is so much better than 7-1, as it gives you a false sense of security, even if it is just all for nothing. It gives you a little bit of hope. And I'm not saying that Baz Esports is 100% out of this game. SOS is a very good team, and they are going to keep pushing as hard as possible. Baz Esports has a chance to fight them off. However, it's not going to get any easier.
Can we start putting somebody on C? How many times is SOS going to push over here and be met with zero resistance? I mean, SOS has been out fragging thus far in this series. I just feel like you're giving them sight for free for no reason. Let's see, though, if they can pull off another retake. Gradings finds two, Nabs finds another, and it's all left to Vic. You know what? Maybe I'll shut my mouth for a moment, because Baz Esports finds themselves another round that they're able to pull off a win with the back of a nice, strong retake.
Now, hold on just a second, Q. You said that they were getting out-fragged by a lot, but that round looked very one-sided, and it looked to be pretty good for Baz Esports. They won their gunfights there, won their 1v1s, and they push SOS. This is the important part. They push SOS to a bending economy. They've got 4 Vandals. However, only 3 of them have full shield, and the richest player after buying has 1,200. This is a very good sign for Baz Esports if they're able to win one more.
Was one-sided, and with that econ sitting where it's at, Baz Esports can pick up this round 3. Could very easily turn into 5 with the save that'll have to happen in this following round. All of a sudden, it feels like you've been able to at least, ride the storm, I guess, to start things off here on Lotus. Koji looking to fire shots across the way of Yaki, who will fall back just a little bit. Question becomes, is there enough silence over here to give SOS the green light? Try and get this spike down. It looks like that's going to be the case, but they will have to watch all 3 angles, because all 5 players are still left standing here for Baz Esports. And right now, Mashuka going to be able to push on site in the dimensional drift, get a big bit of information. They'll have to fall back here, however. The 4v4 still stands for now. Gradings finds one, traded out by Koji, who's found a pair, and Brixel going to be able to find the last 2 frags with Vic, and SOS moves up to 7.
I'm not gonna say they needed that one, Q, but
kind of feels like they did.
Definitely wanted to have that one, yeah. Oh, that one really sucks to lose because it was so close for so long, and they just started getting their feet under themselves. You made a reference yesterday, put one foot in front of the other. However, they can't keep themselves walking. They took a few steps, and they were beautiful steps. But you need a little more than 1 or 2 steps. You need to keep walking, and you need to keep that stride. And SOS breaks their stride. Can they keep it neutralized for any longer is the question.
Trying to think, with as expensive as they had made that last round, I do think if Baz Esports win this one, SOS I don't think will have necessarily a full buy in round number 12, which could be a saving grace. I mean, 7-5 would still be manageable with the way that this half has started, but that does mean round number 11 has to go into your favor. You have to find the read here, as SOS does look to be potentially pivoting towards B. 3 players have now pushed onto the site. Spike going down. The question is, can they hold off all 5 from Baz?
Close range, Shuichi wins the fight against Gradings. Shuka has a headshot and then is taken down. You've got to watch out. No, the spray transfer is not good enough. Brixel hiding under. Can't find the headshot, and it's up to Shuichi again. We've seen Shuichi pop off a couple times before. Good for 1. Maybe they've got a second one. Great use of the paint shells to keep them off the spike for a little bit longer. But they're going to need a little bit more. They've got 1. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. Showstopper. They can wait this out. They can wait this out. They've got the clutch! 4K! And Shuichi just makes it better and better. And no reaction at all.
Stone cold, but for real, put that replay on a highlight reel. They had to rely on Shuichi and a big play was made. Shooters shoot, and sometimes highlight plays are made. Unfortunately, when you watch back the replay, Brixel was just overrun. That's what allowed for the 3 players to get to the site. But Shuichi, with ice in the veins, 1 player at a time, not worried about the fakes on the defuse. He knows what you're doing, and eventually just has the bigger gun. Shuichi able to put SOS up to 8. They're able to open up this round number 12 with a couple of opening frags.
Crazy rush onto the A site. 4 versus 3 as this plant will be executed. Koji close range. The Prowler's not able to catch him out, and Koji has a double kill. Shorty chases him off. Gradings, though, still good for 2 more. Can they get this close range one? No, Brixel is the killer. And halftime comes around, and it's 9-3 in favor SOS.
I mean, you've won 4 rounds than you won in map number 1, I guess? I mean, if you are a believer in that one thing, maybe you can rely on the fact that the score is one of those that you've seen turned around many a times over the course of Valorant history. But it does have to start with the pistol at this point, because even just a win here on the pistol for SOS already puts them up to double digits.
That it does. Double digits is a scary place to be if you're on the opposing end of it. It's a great place to be if you are the team on double digits. Like SOS, they don't got much to worry about. They're winning by 6. If they're able to win this one, then things will be all good in the neighborhood. However, they aren't quite there just yet. They've still got to win a couple of more. Quick execute onto C site. Going to put this spike down relatively easily, and look at Scars. Double kill there. SOS down a couple of players, but Brixel trying to fight their way back into this round.
Pull it off here. This cam gives away at least a little bit of information. Mashuka's right click, unsuccessful, so Brixel turns right back around the corner and takes him down. 3v3, time ticking down here, and question is, who's going to be able to make the next move? Brixel able to find their 3rd. Can they find the 4th? Should be able to at least call out Yaki, but it's now a 1v1. 2 bullets left in the chamber. Not enough time. Yaki pulls this one off. Baz Esports bounces back in round 13.
18 HP between life and death, and 18 HP between potentially staying in this round, staying in this game, and being completely hopeless. It's a great 1v2 clutch there at the end there. Fantastically done. They're gonna need just a little bit more than that. Scoreline still separated by 5.
Still a lot of work to be had, but all you can do if you are Baz Esports is take it round by round. They will have some rifles, at least some Guardians in hand, but Koji will be able to find the first with the classic. The rotates start to come in here as the defense will try to converge over towards C. Interesting. Do have one far lurker. This happening off screen as Shuichi, who is going to be able to take down Mashuka. Vic also able to take down Abs as well, which means now the spike left right here in the doorway, and it's all left to the Vise, who had been lurking down A, and I'm not really sure what they were doing over that way. Not sure if they were trying to make some noise, because there was all the noise happening towards C. I feel like this rotation from grading should have came in sooner.
Q, we saw the same thing happen in the first half. The pistol round goes to Baz, but SOS immediately wins the anti-eco and flips the economy back on its head, and it looks like we're going to have a repeat scenario, unless they're able to pull off an absolute miracle. Shot to the head from the Guardian is going to end that round. It'll be a 6-round differential on the Thrifty. SOS now just 3 rounds away from taking home the DPET championship.
And to hoist that crown for sure, and it has to feel like it's just within reach, and for good reason. just as much as they had dominated in map number 1, while Lotus has been closer, it's still been very much in control for this SOS squad. Time around, as you see him back on that replay. Just another strong round for SOS where it just feels like their movements and synergy and their coordination has allowed them to have the edge. Plus, it just feels like even in their ones, SOS are hitting their shots.
That they are. There was a couple of rounds where Baz was out fragging SOS, but I feel that that era is long, long gone. Koji, though, has 1 kill, but is traded out with the long-range Sheriff shot. However, Shuichi still holding that angle. Has 1, has 2. Are they going to find this third? It's Scars running away, but not far enough. Through the smoke is where the bullets come from. It's all up to Miss Vibes. Gradings, looks for the shot, doesn't quite find it, and it looks like 4 is the magic number of the day because we've had a lot of 4Ks, Q.
A lot of 4Ks. I'm still kind of lost on the thought process with Vibes being so far off. Like, I understand wanting to anchor down and protect against the flank, but I feel like Gradings has been one of those players that we have seen who in other matchups throughout the course of the tournament this weekend has been a very high impact player. Some big multi-kill rounds I feel like could be better utilized, helping lead the push onto site. Obviously a little harder to do with Vibes. I'm just kind of, I guess I'm curious as far as the thought process behind that.
I don't know if I like this timeout. I like the timeout, but I don't like it this late. I mean, it's 2 rounds away from this tournament being over. I think you need to call it 5 rounds ago at the East, as there was a whole first half where they were dominated. Scoreline was 6-1. I think they should have called it back then. They were able to grab a couple of rounds in that first half, but I mean, I still think they should have called that timeout way earlier. I think the timeout's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder, though, is part of that because you felt like once everything was all said and done in map number 1, I mean, we even criticized for using that timeout there too early, right? So then do you feel like you have to hold it? You have to try and make sure it's a better, bigger moment where you can get more impact. And part of it here is, I'm sure, because you realize it's going to be your last potential chance with a full buy to be able to make a play. You got to make something happen. Rounding the corner into Koji's sights, though, just ain't gonna do it. And that means now it's gonna be all left to Yaki in a 1v3. Will be able to relocate their way over towards C. Spike will go down, but Yaki with 40 HP is gonna have to make some miracles happen.
You've seen him lock up a 1v2 a time or two, but can he take the 1v3? No, sirree. Shuichi will end this round, and that'll be tournament point SOS.
Knocking on the doorstep, and they got to be feeling confident. I mean, they're just, yeah, there's been a couple of close rounds for sure, but for the most part, it just feels like SOS has come in on a mission. One thing that you had mentioned earlier when we were getting ready to head into this series, Tucker, and I was kind of thinking the same, was the fact that maybe Baz Esports warmed up and ready to roll. But I can't help but wonder if maybe having to have that super locked in feeling, realizing the how big the moment was, if maybe coming in fresh ended up actually being more of a benefit for SOS than you and I were expecting.
Yeah, I expected it to be a bit of a falter point, but it has only fueled them. As I think you got it right on the money. They realize just how big the moment is, and they are playing to such a high standard. I mean, this is some of the best Valorant I've ever seen. I mean, taking down Team Fraggers, one of the better amateur teams in the area, in the region. And the fact that they were able to take them down 2-0, and one of those maps was relatively one-sided as well. It's amazing what they've been able to do.
I think what I've been seeing from them with the more aggressive play style, it's like shades of some of those teams that we've seen at the highest level in like Pacific and China. You know, the EDGs, the old DRXs, the play that like they play that more very unpredictable, aggressive in your play like in your face play style. Like we're just gonna simply hit our shots more consistently than you're gonna hit your shots. And SOS has just been like living on a vibe all grand finals long. They feel like every time we watch in, they're locked in, they're ready to roll. And now they're not going to be able to find opening frags here. They're going to have to wait for the retake, and they're going to be at the man disadvantage here in round 17.
And disadvantage, but the Omen is very lit, and all of a sudden, the advantage is completely switched in their favor. Oh my goodness! Long snipe with the showstopper. What a shot! Brixel takes down the fade. It's all up to Gradings, and SOS are gonna do it. They've taken down Fraggers, the dynasty of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, not even sweating a single map in the grand finals. They thought they might have met their match against Baz, but it was the other way around. Not even allowing 7 rounds combined in the grand finals. It's gotta be SOS sinking all the other ships around. They will take home the championship.
Usually a signal of distress is SOS, but now it does mean just the best of the best. You know, that last round, I had heard the showstopper pop, that we saw him put it away. I thought that maybe we wasted the ulti. A wild shot through the smoke. I can't help but wonder is just the thought process on the attacking side at that point from there. And to be able to pull things off in that fashion, I feel like very fitting for an SOS squad that's been looking so dominant all tournament long.
Absolutely. We got to give a huge congratulations to SOSQ. Thank you so much for joining me. It has been an honor to cast another Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Pico, Peach, JT, break it down one more time for us at home. Have a good one, everybody.
Oh, I can see. You can tell. We were hoping for a map number 3. We wanted it to happen. But again, Team SOS had a statement here. They really wanted to show that we are the new reigning kings of Dubai Police Esports 5th edition. They are our champions. Fraggers, like we said, all eyes were on them, but they got eliminated by SOS. And SOS showed why they were the better team up against Baz Esports, guys.
Yeah, it's almost their name is like a future sign, you know, for other teams. I mean,
there you go. Yeah, somebody but calling help because we are gonna.
Yeah,
we're gonna win it all.
So, do you guys have any opinions on what happened? I mean, it felt like just a sweep.
Well, all I can say is SOS they looked really chill again, like extremely chill. Like they were just chilling and giving all of their energy at the game, and yeah, they ended it. The only thing I would say is GG and hard luck to Baz's Esports.
Yeah.
And congratulations to SOS
for winning the grand final.
You did really well, guys.
So what was it about Fraggers winning but like they're usually on top 2?
Yes, out of the 5 appearances that they had, you would either be 3 times they won top 1, 1 time they won top 2, 1 time they won top 3. So they were always in the placements. Like, again, they're still for the 3rd place runner-up, right?
Yeah.
But this is their moment because last year they won 1st place. They were the reigning kings or champions.
Yep.
And then they got eliminated just because of how well and phenomenal Team SOS is. And there is a reason why. They had the veterans. It's an entire pack of players, of champions. And you can tell that even without they don't even communicate. Someone's like, nudge, nudge. They already knew what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And that's just how well they are. Like, Suichi, honestly, hands down.
Honestly.
Yeah, he was on fire.
He was on fire.
Yeah, the only bad thing that, in my opinion, that Baz's Esports did was they basically just had the same team comp in Haven. The only thing they did was just change Waylay to Raze. That's it. And they just went with that.
Well, maybe those were their strongest agents.
Yeah, maybe. That's true.
Yep. I mean, there were a lot of struggles here and there. They really wanted to win it all if they can. But I can't say anything. It's just
Tough
hard
luck
luck.
to,
Hard luck.
Buzz
Yeah,
Esports.
hard luck.
Yeah. So scoreboard here, we can see how SOS really excelled with
Brixel.
Yeah, Brixel. Brixel was
Brixel
amazing.
was on fire on
He was on
Lotus. Yeah, he
fire.
was just giving it all of his energy. He was like, guys, it's my turn. Let me do this.
Yeah, well, Buzz Esports here have maybe underperformed a little bit.
Definitely SOS, they really tried their best by showing what they have to offer. Like Vic, Koji, Zuchi, Brixel, everybody was just like going haywire, and Baz Esports, they were in trouble. They didn't really know on what were the play is going to be, because we've seen so many things that they have tried with great things. He tried his best.
Yeah, he
But
did,
he
he
was
did.
getting like 3K, 4K, but it's still not enough. Mashuka underperformed.
That's true.
Yeah, it's not usual for him to
Underperform.
underperform this way. He could do better. He could have done better, but hard luck at the same time.
Yeah.
Anti.
We have a surprise for you guys.
Yeah, guys, we have a surprise for you guys. 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody. We have the new champions here with us right now. Do you mind introducing yourself to everybody watching?
My name is Umar. This is my friend Maid.
My name is Maid. I'm Vic. I just played Jet, you know. I'm on Trick Jet.
First of all, congratulations to you guys. I just want to ask you guys a question. How does it feel to be the new champions here for the 5th edition in Dubai Police Esports?
To be honest, it feels good.
I mean, I've seen you sub a lot for Fraggers, actually.
Yes.
Most of the time, you were being subbed, and then you would play whenever they need you.
He's the
They are
Joker.
traitors.
The Joker. He's the
Oh.
Joker.
He's the Joker. Oh, you never know, friend or foe. Now you were their foe, and then you definitely showed them what you got. I was surprised. I haven't seen you in a long time, and now this time you surprised with your teammates here in SOS. You guys played phenomenal.
Yeah, you guys did.
Thank you so much.
We're astonished by how you played.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
I just have one question. Were you guys really actually chilled and just going with the flow?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it?
Oh my
Was
God.
it that easy for you guys? Well, you
Alhamdulillah.
heard it here, folks. It was easy.
It was
Yeah, it looked like you guys were playing rank.
It did.
It kind of did. Low key though, I'm being honest.
Just play maybe.
Buddy!
Yesterday's games were more.
Crazier. Yeah.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
more tense because it
Yes,
was
more
quite
tense.
close between you and Fraggers.
Yes.
Like, I think that was the closest game that you guys had playing against each other. Now that you guys are a champion of, the 5th edition, is there any chance that we'll see you guys again as a team?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, inshallah. Not surely, but hopefully.
Hopefully. Like,
Because every year,
it's changing all the time. I
That's
know.
true.
every year teams change.
So, do you have a message for anything?
عندك مسج؟
تفضل اخوي الغالي.
ما عندي مسج.
عندك
Like a message to the people who are
Yeah,
supporting
who are
you, who
supporting
came
you,
here.
watching.
You can say it in Arabic
can
if
say
you
it in
want. It's
Arabic
fine.
too.
Thank you for all the support for everyone and anyone.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
to you
you.
guys.
Congratulations to you guys. You guys did
You guys
amazing.
deserve it.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Now you guys can go celebrate now as we're gonna go on a break before we end things off here in the panel itself.
Thank you so much.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية بس مو بلك للمحتال يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
Hello, this is Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
And guys, this is it. The end of the day, the end of a journey from day number 1 to day number 2. It has been phenomenal. Honestly, before we continue on to say our goodbyes and everything of the sorts, this tournament itself is about raising awareness. And the best way to do that is obviously go to eCrime Hub, which is the QR code right over there. They're all, you know,
Yeah, we're just waiting for the
they're
camera.
waiting
We're
for
waiting
the
for the
camera to show that they are pointing at it. There you go. Yes, that is the link, guys, to raise awareness from scams or like fishy links and anything of the sorts, guys. Let's talk about it.
I usually get messages from Aramex, honestly. I'm just gonna put it out
go,
there.
go,
yeah,
go.
Yeah, I usually get random links and I'm like, I go to my mom and just like, Mom, what's this link? Do I have an order? And she's like, those are scammers. Just ignore them and don't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's
like,
true. There's a lot of links.
But
especially on
apparently
email.
now we can do something about it.
Yes.
Just scan the QR code.
You know, increase your education about these things.
Yeah.
Yep, of course. There's a lot of ways to, I guess, educate ourselves. There's a way to educate yourself right now by going to the link itself. And with that said, we're also going to go to a bit of a story time, just, of course, in the sake of raising awareness. This is where I'll tell you guys, I used to be a gaming addiction, I swear. I would play until 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning without having a proper body clock. And that really kind of messed me up with my sleep cycle and back when I was studying as well. So it's very important to have a proper balance outside gaming and life in general. It's best to always have a balance between the two so that you can enjoy best of both worlds.
You need to have like a lifestyle and a hobby at the same time, but
Yeah.
you can't put all of your energy to one of them.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
need to manage them both.
That's true for me too. I used to be like not manage university and gaming well at all. Like I would barely eat and sleep, and it took a toll on my mental health, and it's really bad. So, go to sleep, eat. You know, look
Stay
at
healthy.
Stay healthy,
Yeah,
you guys.
eat fruits, vegetables.
That's true. Don't stay up. Sleep early.
Exactly,
It's
and-
very important.
And that's the beauty of what Dubai Police has been doing here. They've been promoting awareness not only in terms of cybercrime, but also a proper balance between your life and as well as gaming. When you find that, you know, lifestyle, it really does change for the better. And thank you so much again for Dubai Police for being able to promote such an amazing community here and a healthy community. We've seen so many people attend here in Al Jadaf, Dubai Police Officers Club. We've met so many new friends as well. And that is the beauty of what Dubai Police has been having. They're creating a good community to find not only friends, but also family.
Yep.
That's true.
I'm just sad that this is the end for us.
This is
Oh,
the
no.
end.
It's the end for us.
Like, we've been family here with production as well,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
with the dance. So this is our time to say our goodbyes. Guys, you started on and I'll end it up with mine.
Oh my god, I'm crushed right now. I'm gonna miss you guys.
I'm gonna miss you guys too.
Guys, all the way. I'm just gonna say that. Hopefully, maybe the next tournament.
Inshallah.
It was so nice to see chat being very supportive about the
Yeah.
panel and everything. Every time I hop in chat, everyone's like, "Oh, Peach, oh, JT, oh, Pico." So, goodbye, guys. Maybe I'll see you sometime soon. Who knows?
Exactly. And I'll say my final goodbye to everybody else. I would like to say thank you so much to everyone who has been part of our journey here in Dubai Police Esports Tournament 5th edition. Of course, big shout out to our production. Thank you so much for keeping up with our shenanigans, you know, and especially like, look at the camera. Oh, wait, where, huh?
Look at the camera. Don't sing. Hold on. 10 seconds. Don't talk.
Yeah, we know we're a bit rowdy of a bunch, but we have enjoyed our time here. Thanks to you guys, especially guys from like Sammy and everyone else, Misty, who are taking care of, you know, in-game camera and all of those movements. And again, of course, to the panel, you guys have been phenomenal to be, you know, friends with as well. And we have been doing karaoke all the time here behind the scenes. We're just having a blast.
We're having a blast. The behind the scenes is so funny.
If
We should have
only.
recorded it.
If only.
We should have.
I did.
There you go.
I do have it.
Yeah. You can check it on with Pico then on her side of things when you
I'm
do.
not gonna show people what our secret. They don't want to hear the karaoke going on.
Only Peach has a good voice. We're like,
Yeah, she actually does.
yeah, she does.
Okay, guys.
But yeah. Yeah, so that will be it for us. Let's not forget, this is not the end of the tournaments here in Dubai Police Esports Tournament. There's been multiple tournaments actually happening here. There's FIFA, there's CS2, which is, by the way, coming up after this. And there's MLBB that's happening outside. Like, there's so many tournaments happening here. So if you are in Dubai or in UAE in general, come down here at Dubai Police Officers Club at Al Jadaf to join in the fun. And like I said, this is it for us. And we hope you guys enjoyed the show with us three being just us and just having fun.
Yeah.
So with that said, everyone, goodbye, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, this is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on the...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament in its 5th edition. Happy to be here once again, this time as a host, joined by my lovely analysts, which we'll introduce in a bit, but obviously we're very excited to be here. This is an esports tournament. We have lots of competitions, lots of stuff going on. So before we get to anything, I would like to welcome you guys to join us here in Dubai so you can enjoy all that is being offered. My name is Abdullah Al-Ghafari. I'm also an ex-professional player, and thank God I quit because I am extremely bad these days. So now I'm joined by the young Wipe, who is playing CS in specific for now 25 years. Wipe, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Thank you for the amazing introduction. Well, actually, I'm not young anymore. I'm bad right now, but thanks God, we quit CS. But to watch the young generation will play better and enjoy.
Inshallah. Thank you, Wipe, also having us here with your wisdom and your... you say you're not young, but I mean, you do look young. And we also have Faceless, but he does have a face, and he also been playing CS for a long time. Yeah. Maybe give us a quick introduction as well.
I don't know if I'm having a heart attack or the coffee that I had, or I'm excited and hyped. I'm looking forward to see all the teams. So let's get it.
Let's get it. And obviously this competition is for Counter-Strike and specific for us for the time being. There is also Dota, Valorant, and EFC, and lots of other games. So we're really happy to be here once again. And Dubai Police, I mean, we wanted to raise awareness about, you know, all the scams, all the, you know, meeting unknown strangers online. And so this is a good way where, you know, the best people to do it are actually the police. So Dubai Police wanted to, you know, enlighten us about that and awareness. And maybe what we've had some instances in the past.
Oh, many. I had many problems in the past because of the fishy links that I get. Once I got my account hacked because I opened a fishy link, which I learned my lesson. And of course, who are watching, always don't press on any fishy link. You find it fishy, just skip it. No need to press it.
صح. I mean, have you had incidents was like that?
Yeah, Tox, to be honest, the first hard lesson I had when I was 13, I had my first Steam account. Someone sent me a link. I pressed it. And guess what? My account got hacked. Oh, no. So that I learned it in the hard way. So yeah, I never press any unknown links or random links.
You know, on a personal level, I actually, the first time I get scammed, I lost one of my most precious knives in CS. And it was called Tabbouleh. I gave her that name, you know. And it's a bittersweet memory, but it is what it is, you know. Thank you, Dubai Police, for raising the awareness. And guys, don't forget the QR code. Where is it? Is it? Yeah, it's somewhere down there. Yeah. We'll figure it out. So make sure to scan the QR if you want to know more about the awareness campaign that Dubai Police is giving to us for free, and if you want to learn how to report e-crimes that happen and keep your account safe. Guys, we have CS, Counter-Strike. It's my first and everlasting love. I will never forget where CS got me. It got me to where I am. So today we have Counter-Strike, 40,000, so 40,000 dirhams on the line here for the winners. The competition, if you are a player right now coming into this tournament, without mentioning the teams yet, but how would you feel knowing you're about to compete for 40,000 dirhams?
Well, first of all, that's a huge prize. At our time before, we didn't have this prize pool. But now, if we had this prize pool, I would prepare it for weeks and do scrims with our teams. Yeah, bootcamps, exactly. Yeah, bootcamps. And play as many as I can so I can perform well And of course, eye on the prize.
Eye on the prize. Or maybe Faceless, you've competed in the past. I don't think you competed for 40,000 dirhams, but tell me more about your experience back in the day. How was it like the prize pool and the competitions?
So the prize pool back then, it was like 30,000 dirhams, maybe a few hours in the net cafe.
30,000 or 3,000?
3,000.
Ah, okay,
No,
yeah.
no,
But there's a
3,000.
zero there.
No. 40K is really nice, to be honest. Like, we have like also, everyone will go out for it. So, yeah.
That's amazing. And speaking about our competition, Wipe, we do have teams. And I'm going to highlight in specific a team called App Gaming. And we're going to look at the bracket right now to talk about the participants that we have in this competition. I mean, we've talked about App Esports, which I'm going to mention. It's a Danish team from Denmark. They are top 75 worldwide. And then the rest of the teams are mostly local. We have some Saudi players as well. But why a team from Denmark ranked 75 in the world coming into this tournament? What does that mean to them and to the competitors?
Well, to them, it will be a new challenge because they will face, let's say, Middle Eastern players. So each region have the different play style, which means I think they will have a hard time a little bit, and maybe they will manage it later. And for the competitors, it will be a huge experience for them. Like, I wish we had them before coming to our competitions. We'll have a huge experience playing against them because they are, as you said, 75 ranked on world. So, of course, they are good. Of course, you will learn of your mistake against them, and they will have a hard time, but they will manage it.
And Faceless, if you are the team that's going to go up against Ab Esports, the team from Denmark, and you know these guys are 75th worldwide, what do?
I hope they have some demos. Like if they have demos, like if I'm the coach of any local team, like I will look into them.
Yeah.
And see like who's their star, how to shut them down.
So you think that's enough to win?
Yeah, why not?
Why?
Little bit homework.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the players and so on. And what's their favorite maps as well? Maybe we can give a ban.
I mean, also this is a good point because this is a best of one, so anything can happen. We've seen #1 team in the world losing against 32, 64 ranked because it's a best of one. So, as a best of one, what do you prefer? What's your strategy here?
Well, best of one, I call it do or die.
Okay.
You have only one chance. Don't ruin this chance.
Yeah.
So you do whatever you can do because it's only a few rounds and that's it.
Yeah.
So you have to put the pressure on the other team. You don't let a few rounds affect you. Keep going, keep trying, because it's only one game, best of one. You can't do it against anyone, even if you're tier 2 team, tier 3 team. You can't do it against any team.
Yeah, and Faceless, more about the best of one here.
Yes, I agree with Wipe, to be honest. Like, it can be an upset for the Danish team, maybe. Teams will try to get their map pick and get bans from the others. So everyone will be trying to go for their map to get that 1-0. So yeah.
Yeah, and Wipe, if you are Ab Esports as well, and you come here, you are, the top dog in this tournament, and you are going on a best of one. Do you change your strategy, or do you go with what you know best? Like, for example, let's assume Ab Esports are very strong with Mirage. Do they pick Mirage in a best of one against a team that they probably have no information about?
Well, it depends on the other team they're playing against. Since the other team you don't have enough information about the other team, so let's say change a little bit of your gameplay in Mirage, either Dust 2, like fix your play style to fit the team you're playing against. You can't just play high pressure, holding sides against teams who just holding and running through the smoke. So you have to fit your play style against the team you're playing against.
Faceless, شو رأيك?
I think they all don't know each other, which is a good thing. We might maybe see Train, Overpass, Nuke. I'm hoping for those weird maps, like surprises,
Yeah.
So hopefully we get one of those 3 maps, maybe. I don't want to go to the Dust 2, Mirage, the confident pick, just aim and shoot and so on. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, so
Looking forward for the veto.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're gonna see the veto later on when these. I think our first map is obviously gonna be AB Esports against Axmina. So I want to talk about Axmina as an organization, not as a team that's currently competing. They are one of the best organizations in the Middle East, in the UAE in specific. They compete in different games. Now they're up against AB Esports. A bit unfortunate that they face this giant at the moment in this competition, but. Maybe you have, maybe you've witnessed them, played against them before. Axmina, what do you think here? What would be your advice to Ax?
Well, my advice to Axe is that don't be pressured. Take the game as it is. Play the game as you're playing any other team, because at the end you never lose. You learn, even though you lost against the American team, you learned more about them. You had an experience. So don't get pressured. Just play your game. I can do it.
What if they get pressured? شو نسوي فيصل? What do we do?
I think they should go for the safe pick, choose their map pick. They practice, they know like the ins and out. They are confident, they can do well. I think that's the best options for them.
Okay, I mean, this is obviously a tough match for them, and obviously most matches are going to be tough, not just this one. We have, I mean, our reigning champion. They're not full team, but we know some players are here, like
3 or 4,
CR1.
Yeah.
Some of these, let's call them OGs of our scene. We have Oscar coming from Saudi, sorry, as well. These are good players coming from Saudi. If the Danish team was not here, they would be the favorites, but I think they actually might meet in the final. But obviously, this tournament, Dubai Esports, have got international teams coming to compete. It's not just about the cash for them. It's about also being in an environment where other players that are, getting to know this scene. Because maybe in the future we're gonna see an international tournament. What do you think?
I wish that we'll see an international tournament that brings all the teams, all the top 1, top Navi. We talk about FaZe, we talk about Falcons, we talk about most esports. And we wish that we have an international tournament here, as we had once in Abu Dhabi. And it was a huge experience for the players, for the region itself. It was an experience because we are playing against well-known players that try hard. So we learn from them. And of course, to improve.
Visis, would you prefer a local qualifier qualifying to an international, or would you prefer a big qualifier happening here and then some teams qualify?
To be honest, I would like to have a qualifier from here. Like it's my hometown, you know?
Yeah.
Like I would like to see a hero come from here, or it's a nice feeling to have people flying out from outside, playing here. They want to see, like, they want to compete as well for that position. So let's see.
What do you want to see in this competition? What do you hope to find from the players or the teams that are competing?
I'm hoping for a local hero.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm cheering for the local hero.
Okay.
I want to see some upsets as well.
Nice, nice.
So yeah.
Are you expecting some upsets, or are you just hoping?
I'm hoping, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm hoping.
Okay. Wipe, what about you? Like, what are you expecting from this competition?
I expect there will be a dark horse in this competition.
Dark horse?
Yes.
Let's go.
Because it's best of 1 and other teams are... Let's say maybe one team is not prepared, the other team thinks, no, I won the last edition of the tournament, so I win this easily. They don't know the team they're facing, so I think it'll be dark horse.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to talk about my history, which wasn't very fruitful, but a little bit of it. When we used to be a top team here in the region, in UAE in specific, and we would find that we're going up against a team that we have zero information on. That would be the nightmare for us because we don't know how they're going to play. We used to go on maps like Kibble where we had absolutely no idea how they're going to rush, how they're going to focus drop the whole time. And we used to struggle a lot. But where we managed to clutch the situation is usually when we reach the later stages of the game. That's when experience comes in, because that's when the other team feels a bit pressured. And you talked about pressure and faces, you mentioned also pressure, but as Axe now coming against AB Esports in this tournament, do you believe they're going to be pressured?
Yeah, end of the day, it's a LAN tournament. If you're not pressured, you're not human. So we're all human. We are pressured to be alive.
So what breaks the pressure?
I think that the in-game leader should be confident.
Okay.
I should give guys play it like we practiced. We can do it, and I think they can do it.
You think you can do it? I feel like Faisal's like, I can do it.
Well, I told you there will be a dark horse, and
Yeah.
maybe up they have something in their pocket. You don't know.
Okay.
They might do it. They might not do it, because as I told you, there's a different play style.
Yeah.
They come from Denmark. Denmark have a specific play style, and here in MENA they have specific play style. Let's be honest. You know the play style here, and you know the.
You
play
mean
style there.
Hafla, but you mean Hafla
Yeah,
type
yeah,
play style?
yeah. Maybe they're prepared well. So to me, don't give much respect and be pressured. Just play your game.
Just play your game. And obviously, guys, when we talk about things we can give, don't give your password to anyone.
Yes.
Make sure that your password is well protected. Keep changing it from time to time. Add some, exclamation marks. You know,
Dollar sign.
you know, my
Authentication app.
password is actually my router's password. It's so many letters and numbers. I don't know how I memorized it, but it's actually worked. So make sure you have a good don't put password 1 2 3 4. That's obviously
5 zeros, please. Don't-
5 0.
Yeah.
I
1,
feel
2,
like
3, 4, 5.
is your password complicated?
Yeah, there is a dollar sign.
It's not your number and your name.
Yeah. No,
It's not. Yeah. I feel like you wipe maybe.
My password, well,
don't tell us. But
no, no. It's so good that I didn't change it since 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wipe is maybe at risk, so guys, watch out. So he didn't change it for. It gives you notifications to change, so make sure you change.
I have authentication.
You're now okay. Authentication is very important.
Yes.
So make sure you have an authenticator. The 2FA is obviously
that's
very important.
Yes.
Do we have any word on the games? Anything? Are we ready to go? I think we're almost ready. I'm not sure about the veto, so maybe we can get a look about the maps. We're getting some information now. I think we're gonna see the veto in a bit. All right. So okay. So we're not gonna do anything. We're just gonna send it over to the casters. They're very excited. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Desk. A warm welcome to you to our Counter-Strike portion of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. As Talk said, it's our 5th edition. Valorant already wrapped up. Congratulations to SOS on wrapping up that side of things. But it's time for the better of the two first-person shooters, in my personal opinion. My name's Time Delight. That right there. On the correct side, I never go to the correct side. That is Why Not, or Tony. Tony, I'm really excited for this. We've got 3 separate round of 16 games covered by us, and then we've got another set of casters who are, I think, very recognizable to the scene to take over for us for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm for the first time being a part of this. It's pretty interesting. It's definitely something a little bit more new. It has a message behind it, I think, which most people, if not everybody, can get behind. There isn't very much nuance to just being safe and taking yourself step by step as to not be scammed, as well as to know you take care of yourself while you enjoy the games that you play. So while we do that, these teams, they're going to be enjoying themselves, but also on the highest level of pressure, as the desk would put it. There was a lot of that being put on some of these guys now that there are some bigger dogs. You know, the biggest one that they were naming being the Danish team in 75 in the world for VRS points. But that's not where we're going to be today. It's Axmina and Elo Delivery where we take things first.
I will take a step back. They were talking about all the pressure that AB maybe put on. AB just won 13-0. The game's already done. Their round of 16 match has wrapped up. They will play a quarterfinal match in 4 or so hours time, give or take. But as mentioned, Axe and Elo Delivery, we do have a map veto already wrapped up and underway as well. We'll get to that in just a second. But these players, I mean, they were also talking about how there are teams that can come back into this and maybe say, oh, we've won this tournament before, we've come into this before with success. There are actually 3 separate players who can say that and be correct. 2 of them, Oscar and TR1, were from the same team in EXO Esports, and Baboy has now switched to a different allegiance. Oscar and TR1, by the way, on the same squad of level this time around. Dust 2 is our map, by the way. I mean, you were talking about how you'd like to see a Dust 2. I feel like Dust 2 is a really good starting point for an event like this.
I think it's a lot of fun. I think they were mentioning that we want to see a little bit of, into the mix of a train or an overpass, and I absolutely agree with that. But going into a Dust 2 is about a middle ground between what you'd see like a casual Mirage or Inferno for teams who really don't have that deep of a pool and a knowledge pool to also pull from, but also has depth to it now, especially given that there's been a couple of like minor changes over the last like 3 years or so, but they make a big difference. The doors being flipped inverted is a little while back now, a good while back now, but more importantly, the box put on the A site allowing retakes as well as post plants and pre-plant positions for CTs and Ts alike. It's really nuanced to a point where even pro teams are turning around to it a little bit more and more now. So seeing these guys in their element in this map in particular can show a good form, then maybe there's something to be seen in the future for maps otherwise.
I'm also looking at this as a good litmus test for these teams. Now, I don't like seeing Dust 2 4 separate times in a bunch of BO1s, but if I'm looking at this from the perspective of teams, I'd like to know what some other squads are looking at. They were talking about this being an international tournament. This could not be more the truth. There are 22 separate nationalities represented at this tournament across just 16 teams. There is more than one nationality represented per team on average, which is amazing to see in a tournament that's running 40,000 dirham. That's 10,000 or just about 11,000 USD, 9,000-ish euros, 8,000 Great British pounds for all of you who want some quick currency conversions. Thank you very much, Google. That was entirely Google. But it's awesome to see how many teams from so many different locations across the world are coming to meet here in the UAE and the Dubai Police Officers Club to play in a match of CS. We've already got a couple kills out of the way, and notably, we have a pistol round to kick off and underway. Axmina play on the CT side, Elo Delivery have the T side, and they have a long control.
Yeah, they certainly do. Dual Berettas just firing off as they've lost so many bodies. Trying to get a little bit lucky through that smoke and catching someone onto the cross could be something to work with, but seemingly now backing up and allowing the USP to get closer in proximity. They can play with one another, and they can soon make that box boost that I was mentioning, a retake. A beautiful place to be, and the best weapon potentially for it. Aware of the possibility that someone posted it long, but even then, it looks like that there is going to be a retake after all.
There is, and a fairly successful in all things considered. Nice speed to get back in there. We are fixing a couple issues on the back end, so that's why you're seeing our faces. I promise, maybe I don't promise, but I hope this will be the last time you see our faces till we have a map winner. He's really pretty. He's really.
I was gonna say, don't make promises that we, you and I have.
I said
no possibility
I hope.
I hope. I promise. Is the
I know, right?
term. Yeah, because
I did think it was really funny. I was keeping an eye on our Twitch chat before we started things off, and our official Twitch account said Koza doesn't control the wires, which I feel like is really
true.
accurate to where they always say casters start the game, casters change the background music. Sometimes the cards will fall where they may.
Yeah, and certainly falling into the hands of the CT retake is a good start, though, as we saw it at the end there. They were down a man. They were actually getting overrun to a point where I didn't really foresee there being a possibility of that retake. But the smoke fade at long corner, they were ready for that. The CT swings up close and a little bit lower time we do return. So I think that we're going to have a few moments to chatter and chill, because it's going to be a fix of the game sound that we're looking to get.
All right, that and hopefully the kill feed, which is nice. I'd love to see these things fixed first round. This is also the first time we're seeing CS at this event. We've already seen Valorant. We've seen a bunch of other games. Counter-Strike's a different beast. We've got in-game HUDs, notably an in-game overlay that we get to work with, and the game runs a little differently on most of these PCs, hence the issues we had earlier. Again, I'd rather have all these issues knocked out of the way first round of the first game than waiting until we get towards the quarterfinals or semifinals. Worst things could happen. This is a good time to have a conversation about what we've already seen and what we may very well see in the future.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, God forbid any technical issues are to happen in the venue itself that they want to have fixed, or in the server, or on the PCs, whether it be, trying to figure out how to run the game in this situation or otherwise. I mean, there are a lot of different games that have a lot of different, like hold the charger in this direction and then your phone will actually begin to charge moments. You know what I mean? Where like you gotta iron out the kinks at this stage. But going into this and talking a little bit more about the rosters that I'm not familiar with, that you may be a little bit more familiar with as well, I actually do want to hear a little bit more about your thoughts as to what the desk also agreed would have otherwise have been the favorite for this event should the Danish team not have been here. So, like, is this, you said the same team minus one player, you said, I think, or
It's not -1 player, it's -3. So the team that won last time around was XO Esports. This team was originally supposed to be comprised of Osama, Sporos, Havoc, you may recognize those last two names, Baboy, and TR1. Oscar, not to be confused with the Slovakian, Serbian Oscar.
Saudi one, yes.
Yes. He was supposed to be a substitute. However, there were a couple, I'm not going to say roster moves, that isn't how I'd characterize it, but Oscar did end up playing in the grand final. Since then, and I've done some quick looking around on this front, Oscar is playing with TR1 on Power Mix.
Correct.
They have been joined by Art X King, who was previously on Onyx Ravens. Onyx Ravens placed second last time around. And then Baboy, who was a part, again, of the winning team. He has swapped allegiances as well and sent himself over to the Elgato no signal screen. Give me
that's
just
okay.
a second on that front.
We know that you're still there. I know that you're still there.
Yeah, at least I'm talking.
Boros and Osamas, I think, not showing up this time around for the sake of their team. They're on a team right now together in GG How, actually, interestingly enough, or they were. Boros actually having just recently stepped out of the shoes of that team, but still kind of working in and playing where they need him. So it's a little bit of an interesting mixed team going on over there, to where Issa has even returned from Valorant, for those who aren't, or who are familiar with him as well. I don't know if he's ever participated in any one of these, but you know, he's a player that definitely has made his rounds and done some damage, to where even GG How using him recently, I think that maybe even he may make his return at some point to one of these events if he hasn't already. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, a team of that caliber could very well just come in and do a little bit of a pub stomp action, but for everybody else's sake, you wouldn't really want to see that.
Well, we're also seeing this isn't Epic LAN. And for all of you unfamiliar with the term Epic LAN, for that matter at all, it's a LAN tournament run by the community in the UK. It's a UK esports event that
Correct.
Literally, the term "this isn't Epic LAN" is used in literality. There's a reason for the name, plus the fact that it's a bunch of Brits that decided, hey, let's go out to the UAE for a weekend.
I think they thought they were getting VRS points.
So that's another conversation I think is maybe good to have right now, because this is not the only Counter-Strike tournament going on in the scene as a whole. And it's one that I thought was going to have some more international implications and just hasn't. VRS points were not attributed to this event before it started, which I think means it cannot be attributed whatsoever.
No, I don't think so. After the event's beginning, I think that's kind of how that, cookie crumbles, unfortunately. But I mean, at the same time, not to discredit the tournament by any means, but no offense, I don't really think the VRS points that any of these teams are going to actually accumulate to a major attendance, unfortunately. But it would have actually probably have hurt the competition level for these guys who come in and want to have a good time, maybe make a couple of bucks, see their friends, and play the game at a decent level with some decent PCs as well. So silver linings, I think, personally. I think there's definitely some silver linings to that, to where Fragadelphia in America actually has just fallen under a little bit of fire, even recently, having accumulated VRS point worthiness, and like half the tournament now is European, South American. So you keep things in house a little bit there by ensuring that the teams don't come in and swoop up all your VRS as well as all your cash. It would have been kind of unfortunate to sign up and then see somebody like Astralis. No, well, obviously not, but so to that same effect, to a slightly lesser degree.
I feel like that was really illustrated. What was it? Maybe not in terms of VRS points, but in terms of maybe some cash. I think it was September of 2023, maybe September 2022. That $100,000 tournament that was run by the combo of Nerd Street and Frag when they were still a combo of orgs. Big Clan, I think Big Academy came down.
I think you're thinking of Frag 17. That would have been Frag 17.
That's what it was.
That was $100,000 at the block in 2022.
I was supposed to go to that. I was really sad. I was in school like 6 hours away. Didn't go.
I didn't get to go to that one either. Unfortunately, I was also in school about 6 to 7 hours away. Funny enough, probably in the opposite direction.
That's a great segue to move into our next point of making sure that you are gaming responsibly. They talked about it on the desk, maybe gaming responsibly in terms of keeping your information secure, keeping your account secure. I have not fallen immune to the old Steam scams of old, RIP Talon Knife Sapphire. But it also applies to your working life and your school life as well. Make sure you wake up on time. Make sure you go to school. My semester starts on Monday, actually. I don't have classes till Tuesday, but I've got a 9:30 a.m. class. Don't play games until 3 or 4 a.m. Talking to myself here, mostly in the mirror. So
Yeah.
you don't wake up on time. Just a little PSA.
Yeah, I mean these things just happen, every now and then to some people, regularly to others. You fall into a little bit of a pit where you end up staying up later than you anticipated. Sometimes you end up waking up a little later than you anticipated, and obviously maybe spending too much time and not doing the work that you need to get done. In order to do so, you need to kind of balance and manage your time, and that's something that's very important. And using this is not an escape necessarily, but more so as a tool or a mechanism that allows you in between those down times to relax or just take some time with your friends. It's always used to be a connective piece, a networking asset, more so than something that can take away from what you need to focus on in your day-to-day.
It's awesome to play games with friends. I do it a lot more sparingly compared to what I used to. They say never make your hobby your job or vice versa. Sometimes one gets involved with the other. But I've played a lot less video games starting casting. And honestly, I feel like it's kind of been a little rewarding. I play games when I want to play with friends. I play when I want to enjoy my time with friends.
Sure.
Overall, I think I enjoy it. I think it goes well for me. It looks like we are getting back into things. We have flashed forward a little bit. I've taken advantage of my time travel ability, and we've gotten into a quick timeout. Axmina, after winning the pistol, strung 4 consecutive rounds together. Elo delivery just now getting on the board.
Alrighty. Time to shine.
Oh, my name's Time to Light, not Time to Shine. So.
Time to light. Long control looking pretty easy. They have an AWP on the opposite end now that they have to worry about, however, but it won't be given any time to do anything as that smoke has been deployed right into their face. They're going to bow out and away, and mid-control is the new option for them to take on to. And the CTs are going to be pretty happy about actually giving it to them and playing for a more central site setup both on A and B.
Got to say, it makes sense as well. You don't have to hold as much of mid. If you have full log control, you can hold the cat from more disengaged angles. And you have, we'll say, secondary mid control as well, with Suika playing at those B doors. We'll see how it plays out for him. There's still a lot of this round left to go. 65 seconds is according to Lexigrind. It's about 60% in favor of Elo just because of their positioning. They've still got a decent bit of their utility as well. That's one thing to watch out for if you're Axmina, a lack of util in the tail end of the rounds.
Playing from the ramp with an AK-47 and lobbing a nade behind this smoke where they are going to be coming from. It actually does do significant damage. There's somebody who dropped into CT spawn. I don't know if they saw it, but no, they haven't. They definitely haven't. They're going to walk up on them. They're holding up towards Cat. Tunnel vision. That's the best opening he could have found. But still one more to deliver. Still one more kill to find. Doesn't expect for knife just yet because there's a snake in the grass and it's been weeded out.
At least they clear that position, but a trade 1-for-1 does make this a little bit more of a reasonable retake. Something to keep in mind for if you are on the Elo delivery side. We have just been told Elo delivery is on the CT side. They are winning 5-1. Looks like our overlay has swapped. Should be swapped back in just a bit. The success, maybe not so much. It is going to be the retake. No, not until Bulbul shuts it down. Looked like Bulbul was dead to rights. But instead, it is Elo delivery to get the loss. We will have that swapped in just a second. Till then, it's probably still going to throw me off. I do apologize.
The good old switcheroo. They pulled a fast one.
I know, right?
Now walking it back towards this B-bomb site in numbers. They've got 3 heading in that direction. The bomb as well. Lower tunnels control has not been taken, but there's a boost on the catwalk with the AWP, I can only assume, and yes, it is Rubinson. Holding for if anybody is to go down, check things out. Chase being the first of them would be exposed. And SMH has been tasked with holding his left side swing. In comes the jiggle, actually. Good awareness if they are to be going for a wider swing, though. They will be taken out, cut down to size, and already they know that there's at least one more player in that B tunnels area. If one was to be spotted clearing lower, then one would have had to been dedicated to upper. And mid, once more, the high point of contention, in which now the CTs can, again, play deeper in towards their sights if they'd like. Maybe Rubinson going for a little bit more, could be overzealous. Not quite actually hitting the tag, it looked like.
I swore that was going to be lethal. It seems like it was just like an arm through a wall. Either way, not good enough. And, I mean, Bobo was already carrying the op. They're virtually one shot to any gun anyway if they miss. So, no law required to be implemented here. All in all, 40 seconds left. This is still a decent hold for Elo Delivery, who I will remind you, maybe one more time, is still on the CT side. Still bleeding away more time, burning away more time, quite literally with the Molotov. Finally, the go button pressed, but it's straight into the AWP of Ruben's son. SMH with one of their own before a trade finally comes through. 4 versus 2 as they walk up. They have no idea the reposition. Ruben misses the finisher, but does have some help from Georgia behind them. It's a 6th on the board. Just a couple split back by Axmina. Elo Delivery back up.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Held and handled. Rubinson a little bit quiet in this game thus far, despite having been 5-2 before that last round. Getting a double kill and a tag, though, will bring them in closer to their teammates who have been doing a majority of that heavy lifting. See in a few moments what that'll mean. Following it, tactical timeout, I can only assume, for the T side now that have some buying decisions to make. No sniper rifle in the fullest. It's the scout, the secondary that you would have chosen and leaned into.
I do like the timing of this timeout. Pun not particularly intended. You've won a couple rounds. You kind of figure out what doesn't work on your mid control, basically trying the exact same thing second time. It's figured out on the opposite side. And now Elo Delivery, thank you very much, production. We have gotten the side swapped. Does have the CT side kind of locked in at this point. They figured out what that mid-control problem was. They kind of shorted up with utility this time around. I was talking about utility back in round number 7. It didn't work for them. Having it in round 8 was kind of the decisive factor. Nice one-way on the top of mid-doors. Somebody write down that lineup. And again, it's mid-control, but how much more can they do with it?
Rubinson had been tagged by the scout of Bulbul, who doesn't receive any damage for his transgressions, and a nade to blow that smoke. Not actually as effective as they would have liked, and not even really holding it to a point where it would have mattered. Instead, up through catwalk, his teammates will go, and Bulbul will remain tightly knit on this angle. There's room to where they can make an explosive execution onto the A site on a good timing to maybe just overwhelm in numbers and troves, because the player deep in towards long corner won't be able to support them very well, especially if they go down. Dead now through the player alert through the smoke. Chase well done, but not ready for the next of them, even then covered by that corner. Another sniper shot out. Bulbul finishing the job he started at the beginning, and now they're a man up as they can play their post plant.
They don't have the smoke down for long, though. That almost cost them a life, somehow living through it. They nearly, actually they do, stretch a kill off of it. Suika in an awkward position, gets caught out from behind, and Near takes advantage of what was a near miss. And Axmina, they split A and split themselves back up on the board as well. Half the round count of Elo Delivery, but a 6-6 halftime score, I think is still reasonable here, Tony.
Not possible in the slightest, especially with a round win where they were kind of economically challenged. They were definitely lesser off than their opponents, so making work with what they have is a good sign. Potentially, if things come, the CT side will need that sort of leverage as well later on. 100% being given, with maybe 75% to utilize, but long control for the first time in a long time, actually given over to Axmina without there being a challenge, without there being a threat of a body being dropped. And now it's just Suika just sending utility in the best of their ability, but I think that was a biff smoke, definitely was. There's already one in between them, so I guess that's fine for now, but it's just another wasted utility spot, in which you said earlier, these A-site holds become all the more difficult when you don't have that much. So they're going to be playing with brute force later on, and they've not yet vacated long right now, Axmina. They're waiting for their time to walk it up.
We're going to play the game of how much utility is left for Elo Delivery. And for all of you who have looked at the screen the last 20 seconds, I'll let you all do the answering. Even Georgia's just using their last piece of utility. It's down to 2. Rubinson is the last one with any util. It's an HE, which he just threw out and did nothing with, and a flash. Everything's looking the direction of Axe, minus maybe some HP on Lazy. How quickly can they get in? How effectively can they execute? 1-for-1 trade's a great start. Nade to the back, just throwing off the angle of Suika, forces him completely off the site. And that could basically be the round. Nades into Cat, a smoke as well. perfect execution on amazing timing for Axmina.
Definitely. Not wavering from where they wanted to sit in the beginnings of this. Jorge was the weakest of all of them in terms of HP to start this round, actually, and he'll be the last to drop. Oh, we get player cams. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. It's pretty rad. They got jerseys too going here. They're pretty legit. They're coming into this one.
A timeout as well.
They're coming into this one prepped, dude. I think somebody on the desk, I believe it was Wipe, talking about how if this tournament had existed.
One thing I love seeing is tournaments like this kind of popping up and sticking around. We've seen a couple tournaments across many regions kind of pop up, have one or two instances, and then drop off the face of the earth. Seeing something like this in its 5th edition is awesome. And personally, as somebody who just loves to watch esports, it's amazing to see. And seeing so many different esports here at this event, even more so. Counter-Strike is just one of 4 esports played here at the 5th edition of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. This one may very well be the most exciting. An eco round called here for Elo Delivery nearly is netting them the round win. And an awkward spot here for Suika with the 1v2. Both players, I think, seen in through mid. P250 in hand and low HP for Lazy, just 11 in their back pocket. Molly and a flash, but both of them really missed the mark. Lazy is locked in a true duel, needs a headshot, if anything else, to try and win this out. No, they just body shot him down. Suika does get dropped, but it is some economic damage going into round 12.
Keeping them suppressed in any way they can for this last of the half. Spawns towards long once again, leaving B somewhat vacant, but there was no pressure to be put by Axmina in the instant moments of this round. Smoked off. It's another bit and another bob sent their way to where already it's feeling like a conversation that's never ending is the lack of utility from Elo Delivery in these rounds. And they've already expended almost all of it. And we're not even 25 seconds deep running their pockets without even having expended any utility of their own right now. Axmina can just sit on their hands and lie in wait to when they want to make their next move. It was the gimmicks that felt like they were working more often than not for Elo Delivery earlier on. That cat boost getting them an early round pick, and obviously the retake and the pistol giving them financial stability for the first 3. But ever since then, Axmina have proven it in the gun-to-gun moments that they've just been a little bit better.
Also kind of concerns me here for Elo Delivery's T side. Because when things get a little chaotic, T side takes full advantage. But after that, when full guns come out, it's usually supposed to be the CTs that pick up the slack. That really has not been the case the last, we'll say, full 7 rounds or so. Remember, this was 5-1 when we picked it back up. Since then, it's been 5-1 the other direction, assuming Axmina picks this round off. They've got the full exec again onto the site. Great molly to extend onto the ramp. Marvel at least picks up 1. That's all they'll find before hitting a 6-foot grave. Long control does exist. That's the only asterisk to this round for Elo Delivery, and it doesn't seem like that's something that Axmina's worried about. Now they are. A headshot that isn't lethal, an op to follow up. Everything's starting to go the way back to Elo Delivery on the retake.
Yeah, they just kind of work it out one by one, find these fights, make them their own as they're close enough to one another, shoulder to shoulder. Retrades will be quick, they will be effective, but fall away will not, actually exposing themselves wide out. Bomb not planted for them, knowing they have to stick near enough by to cut off the push into the site from the ramp. Elo Delivery do manage the retake. 3 kills for Suika. And a 7th round where they lead that half at the very end, showing a little bit of grit to where when we flick things around and Axmina are more compatible with round wins on full buys, they'll be pretty well set, but they're going to need that pistol in order to ensure that they get them anytime soon. How regularly it seems that these ones come down to the wire when actually there is a retake potential as far as the numbers are. But flipped the script and saw some nasty dual Beretta action from Elo Delivery rounds previous, and I believe that is on the HUD how the dual Berettas would show for Lazy being given. Yes, they are.
One of two players with dualies, actually. Lazy has a set of their own.
That's who I was talking about.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at originally SMH, who is dropped.
Oh, he's got
theirs.
a P250.
Yeah. SMH had dualies for 3 seconds and then sold
T-side
them.
dually is
picked up-
criminal.
I love T-side dualies.
Oh,
I'm crazy. Seems like the CT side's going to work out a little bit better, though. Some damage on the third player, but it's a kill +2 for Eugene, and basically everything goes the way of Axe here on the pistol. About face for Elo Delivery as they walk now through mid. They found a kill with the P250. P250 pistol round by for SMH needs to work out a little bit more than just one. That I have not a whole lot of confidence, but a second kill makes it a little bit more reasonable.
It's only a headshot angle he's got to work out for Lazy if he does peek his head upward, and eventually he will, and he'll have it removed, not by the P250, instead by the Glock. Somehow they're making this work. A 1 versus 2 still on a high HP of Ruben. Soon deals with the first of them on a tap. Big box known. A USP battle where he's stuck at the box, and they've done it in a 2 versus 5.
2v5, both from the same angle, both walking the same general direction. Not going to say they shouldn't have won it, but they probably shouldn't have won it. This was everything going Axmina's way. They took barely any damage. Lazy was the only player to take damage in the first 35 seconds of the round. A P250 on 30 HP and a Glock that found 2 or 3 separate headshots. One of them was a Goosh that was non-lethal. And Elo Delivery takes a second consecutive round and opens up the half with yet another pistol.
Okay, more work, more shots, more pistols. 5-7 getting it through, getting them a man advantage and getting them now to go a little bit faster and stronger towards long. Here, if he can get a snapshot, that'd be something impressive. Maybe give the FAMAS more room, easier room to work. A double smoke the long cross, interestingly enough. Right now, that does stall out the near high firepower hand cannon from doing anything to supplement the player in the center site. Maybe he needed to be a little bit more desperate in trying to help him, to be honest there. The box boost, baby, you gotta remember that exists. So instead opting to rotate all the way around about towards Cat, they're all coming from the same direction. Will that be their demise?
Nier has picked up a MAC-10, which makes this, I'm not going to say reasonable, but at least plausible to pick up. We've seen some crazy things with direct disadvantages. Chase with a 5-7, finds a second. That went through the wall. He goes jumping for joy and only finds the ground. They will find the defuse in time. Oh my goodness, what a couple rounds here. Axmina with an amazing response, and a second half is truly kicked off.
That is interesting to say the least, and you see the smiles on the faces of these players, Lazy being the one of them who's just getting a good groove going. Feeling it now. Elo Delivery, I mean, this is just like penance for what was that pistol round, I honest and truthfully believe. Like that, that is right back in your face, to be honest, with a round that should very well have been shut through. A Scout, a 10 HP 5-7, and a Desert Eagle all coming from Catwalk, and AK-47 is locked in on your position, and simply not enough.
Is that the Counter-Strike god saying, sorry, I fell asleep at the wheel last round, here's a makeup round?
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about pistols. Here's a couple more. 2 P250s, 2 Tech 9s, and a Deagle. I
walk into a bar. Bartender says, why the long barrel? This is going to be, they're just sitting outside right now?
What?
It's like a pseudo timeout right now, I think, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some long eco timeouts, and that's just an unfortunate piece of timing. Somehow LHM tells them they're going to have a 45% chance of winning this. I'm not going to say AI's regressed a little bit, but maybe here.
Is that a round-to-round thing, or is it a a round count-to-round count thing? Like now 8-6, what's their odds?
I think it's round to. I don't know.
I think those odds are pretty good, because if you think about it like this, right? Like, there's no way in hell that Axmina should be dropping this round, right? Like, this is like,
that's a good point.
This is like the beautiful round to set up the money, to set them up for a 7-8, and the CT-sided map. So I think AI is cooking, low-key.
See if it works for him.
Oh no.
Eagle out. Oh my goodness, it finds a headshot. AI's been cooking. We'll see if it works against him. Bobo gets cleared. He goes down as well. No, they've gone without a death. They've taken no more than 50 damage in this round in its entirety. And with pistols and pistols alone, they just hold W and it works. I think there was maybe a flashbang attributed to this round on top of the upgraded pistols. And I said AI has regressed. I'd like to retract my statement. Shout out Lexigrind and the Scout AI for pulling this one off. Even I didn't see it coming.
I don't know
and they
what
pick
to
up
believe
3
anymore.
guns.
I'm now going to choose to believe that what that actually meant was who's going to win the game based on AI's prediction. I think that's more reasonable now in hindsight. Let's see how it changes, because that actually may give us a good indication. That round win should just throw this at like I'd say like a 60-40 for rounds, you know what I mean? Like 65-35. But as far as the game is, like we're still got to be at like the 50-50 point, right?
But how in the world does that happen? I mean,
this position.
T250 swing this. That was without a
moving
flash.
and shooting, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness, that one was just unfortunate. Some timing caught them off. That's a nice leg through the wall from a scout. Helpful to say the least. No, that was an op.
It was Rubinson's op, yeah.
Yeah, that should have done a little bit more damage, but that's okay, I guess. A leg through a wall, I guess 60 damage is reasonable.
They have 2 A1Ss right now, so one headshot would kill Eugene. Okay, here it is. Match prediction. It's match prediction.
Match prediction.
So now
okay, match prediction makes a lot more
win
sense.
The game. Okay. Well, here comes Lazy in through the doorway, creeping a crawl. Actually, the one to deal damage, to which the job is finished by Jorge.
TK? A blind TK, I might add.
Wide swing on a timing. It was actually a pretty good idea to go for that, as opposed to just sitting and burning, awaiting your ultimate demise. Use as much of your health as you can, but this one might actually be forced into a save before they even get a shot to go for anything greater.
Hey, Jorge's on a 3-piece, albeit one of them was his teammate, but that's not really the point. SMH with 2 of their own, and that should just be about it. Near in a 1 versus 4, being flanked as well, and it's just a game of bait for SMH, who actually goes down prematurely. It shouldn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's a game of hide and go seek, and it seems like Elo Delivery have brought firearms to a party.
Well, he's getting absolutely triangulated. They're coming from all directions.
Georgia with really the only angle on this one. Finds a 3-piece overall, full house of frags. SMH with the other 2, and Elo Delivery finds double digits.
Hang on with these shots as need be. Especially on the T side, given that AK-47, you can come swinging pretty hard. And looking now at a 4-round difference. Pistols once again pulled for Axmina, waiting to buy in the 11th, I can only assume. A flash and a 5-7 bought for Lazy, the only player with both pistol and utility. But they're still going to be budgeting interestingly. I mean, they only get $2,400 from the loss bonus, so they're not going to be looking great. There's no op, that's for sure. Their utility is going to be kind of drained unless they go for no head armor where they get a piece of a flash or smoke here or there. But yeah, I don't really know. They made a good idea, I guess, in trying to pincer this B tunnels with 3. If there was anybody there, they would have been dead men walking, and a gun probably retrieved just the same. But now they're hightailing it over the other bomb site, and Elo Delivery know what's gone on.
Seen some crazy things with pistols thus far in this game, but it's mostly been on the T side. That's been the main problem point for Axmina since we've swapped, is they have just been run down multiple times with a plant and limited weaponry, limited utility, and notably no kits. This one seems really all but written off. Can't blame Axmina for trying this one, but think about how much money they spent in this round trying to pull it off, including head armor on Chase with the 5-7. That's a lot of cash they could have used a little bit better.
That's like useless.
Yeah,
I mean, head armor right now is just unnecessary.
if you buy just general armor and you got a 5-7, that's not the most absurd thing. And then he goes and dies?
Man.
Excuse me?
Chase, we gotta lock it
Okay.
in, pal.
I'm not gonna say it's the wrong thing to do, but
Yeah, dying to bomb with buying armor is the wrong thing to do. I think you'd be right in saying. He would have had an M4, he would have had utility, he would have had his pistol that he would have been able to use or drop over to a teammate if they wanted. So, I mean, look at the difference in their buy right now because of that.
He'd have an M4 right now.
Yeah, drops over a piece of utility or two to even a teammate if he really wanted to supplement them and make their bomb site stronger off. A B rush, old classic. Blind is Eugene. His teammate is hard just as much, but one more to deal with. Can they break through? Yes, they will. Barely any damage onto anybody but Marvel. This is going to run over to where the scout can do no harm.
Eugene learns the hard way that staring contests with the sun very rarely go your direction. And Elo Delivery virtually locked this one through. We don't have to watch the end of that round to really know how it's going to play out. Looks like we do have a small crash. That's our technical issues. But you get to see inside the Dubai Police Officers Club. That's where this one is hosted. As mentioned earlier by Toxin Company on the desk, we do encourage, if you happen to be in the United Arab Emirates or in the area of Dubai, to head over to the Dubai Police Officers Club and check this one out. It is the talk of the town, sometimes quite literally.
All right, Chase is living this time, thankfully. Lazy jiggling from Goose.
Lazy, not so much. Oh,
down.
no.
Okay, well, that was the legs of their bye now kind of cut out from under them.
I mean, they were a round off max as well. Let's see what the bye looks like when they are facing off elimination. This is a single elimination tournament. Round of 16 and round of 8 or quarterfinals are best of ones apiece. You basically get one life twice. After that, you get a best of 3 or 2. Nier is down to 8 HP. What a disastrous way to start what could be the final round.
Flash for long to where Chase is up in front of it. He should be able to actually bypass the flash, but who he will not be able to bypass is Georgia in this position with the AK to break down again an A-side entry. Pretty consistent in that position in specific, and now they're all in the huddle.
You can end up getting past the scout, which is just, I'm not going to say poorly placed, but an inopportune position to understate the obvious. Having to hide out an elevator while the smoke dissipates. Lazy trying to walk back in, gets flashed off the angle. This should be a plant, just a matter of how quickly and or how effectively it goes down with help behind. There's the plant. It does go down. Bulbul gets shot out of midair by the M4. Does hit a shot on his way out the door, but it's not going to matter because the door opens for Axmina. And it will hit them on the way out. Lazy in a 1 versus 4. Does have full HP, but a single headshot means that's null and void. 13-6 Elo Delivery. They've got another stop on their route before they hand over free Elo.
Yeah, GG's all around. That was a pretty effective game coming out from them there, where it felt maybe Axmina had a good start. They had a swimming beginning to where it kind of deteriorated very quickly from a 5-1. And from that point forth, they got themselves, I believe, those 2 at the end where it made some semblance of a difference. But when things started to scatter, when their defensive was put to test, they were actually ready to stand up against what was needed. And I think that that's pretty impressive to see from Elo Delivery across all.
All in all, looked good for Elo Delivery. Couple blemishes on their record on the map of Dust 2, but the second half was near perfect. And an eco round to really shut that one down should be the talk of this best of one. We'll let the desk break things down, see what their thoughts are as we break down our first map here at the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, 5th edition in Dubai.
Time to lighten Tony. That was one hell of a match. It was very exciting. It could have went a bit closer. I feel like it was very tight in the beginning of the first half. Once again, my name is Abdullah Ortox. I'm joined by Wipe and Faceless. Guys, let's break this game in a nutshell. So it was going back and forth, and then something happened. So 3-0, and then what happened there? What went wrong for... Let's talk about the first half and what happened to Robinson and the guys when they were up and winning.
Well, in the first half, we saw the Axe won the pistol round, and then they won the next round after it. But the break point, as you said, it was the buy round. When both teams bought and they're ready, that's when Axe stopped reacting to other teams. to the other team, and they lost many rounds. Then we saw a comeback, and then the comeback stopped.
The comeback stopped. This comeback stopped. But let's talk about the pistol, the second pistol.
Yeah.
I think this is where, I know you guys mentioned it was a 2v5. We've seen how it go. What went wrong with Axe?
I don't know, maybe the wrong call, and like they couldn't finish it. They were in middle, and I don't know. It was like insane.
I mean, they had the lead, they had everything. If they, do you think that if they won the pistol, it would have made a difference?
A huge difference because let's say they won the pistol round, the other round the other team are equal. They won the second round, and then the other team, they will put the other team on pressure, and that will gain them many rounds after that. The thing that happened in the pistol round, that was 5v2. The duel is in B, killed 3, and there was 3 players in B, but the problem was in mid. No one was holding mid, and 2 players still in A. So you have 3 dead bodies in B. That means they're all going B, or either mid to B, or let's say a lower tunnel to short. But no one was watching mid. They entered from mid to B easily, and they won the round.
And Faceless, they lost the pistol. They got 1 round in the second half. So, what is it? The experience? Do you believe like Elo Delivery had a better experienced player in the way they handled the second half, or do you feel like losing that pistol actually put them on a lot of pressure?
I think winning the pistol will like give them a big push to finish the game and to finish the game like 13. And I believe Axe could have stolen the game maybe if they won the pistol. So yeah.
So we believe the pistol was one of the major contributors, but I believe also sometimes when you lose the pistol, it's what you do after that. How do you adapt, and
how you
talk
handle
about
it.
adaptation? You think they lacked adaptation, Axmina?
Yes, yes. They let's say they didn't like losing pistol round. The pistol round affected them so much they couldn't perform well. We saw many times a long player. He's hesitating. He doesn't know if he wants to hold the A-long door or he wants to go back to site. So he's stuck in the middle, then he died, then A site clear after again. And we see the retakes. They do the retakes like they not trust. They don't have the trust to do the retakes.
Yeah.
So let's say the pistol round took everything out of them.
Okay. And obviously, with this win, Elo Delivery now have qualified to the next round. And unfortunately for Axe, they say goodbye to this competition as well. Esports, which we couldn't see on stream, they won 13-0. Now that's one way to put 2 feet in the tournament, and 13-0 Faceless. What does that mean to all the other teams?
So yeah, they're making a statement actually. This is what we were talking about, like their top 75. Now they have like 13-0. So I think the other teams might be pressured. I hope not. We would like to see a good game.
And I think they're going to play against Elo Delivery, but I think we're going to see the bracket later on, and we'll see if they're actually going to play against Elo Delivery or not. And according to what I know, and we're going to see the bracket, is that we have Level Esports against Poggy.
Yes.
We know some of the Level Esports players. We know how good they are. And they're going against Poggy, which a bit of unfamiliar names, but do you think this is going to be a one-sided match as well?
Based on the names on Level Esports, we have Walu, Crafty, Hadi, and Battoui. Of course, my ex-teammates.
Heavy names.
Heavy
in the
names,
local
yeah,
scene,
yeah. No, in local, we know them. Like the local names, they are strong. They know how to handle pressure. They played many tournaments. But other hand, the other team, we don't know, as you said, familiar names. Did they play other tournaments? Do they can handle the pressure? Best of one is mainly about the pressure. If you could handle the pressure, you win the game easily.
And do we expect to see another Dust 2? Do you feel like all these best of ones are coming down to Dust 2s?
Yeah.
Is there a reason, in your opinion, Yani?
I think it's Puggy. You can win the game fast. I think so, yeah. I hope another. No, I don't want to see another Dust 2, to be honest.
What map do you want to see? What's your favorite map?
My favorite map, let's say Overpass.
Okay, how about you, wife? Do you like Overpass?
I like Overpass, but other map, let's say, best of one is only Dust 2, Mirage. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. It's hard
maybe
to see.
Ancient. Maybe Ancient.
Okay.
The new Ancient?
Okay.
Ancient in the dark now. Yeah.
He's with the update.
Yeah. So I think it'll be either Mirage or Dust 2.
Okay. Okay, so I think from our side, we're going to take a quick break, and then after that, we're going to talk about the second match. So a few minutes, and we'll be right back.
Hello, this is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
This is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for taking a bit too long, but we are back once again for more CS action. My name is Abdullah, also known as Tox. I have Wipe and I have Faceless. Guys, I don't think we have much time to discuss the atmosphere and everything, and we're very excited. We're happy to be here, but right now we have Level Esports against Poggy. Now, we've seen the players, you know them. Wipe, I'll let you do a quick introduction on the teams.
Well, let's start with the team Poggy. As we always say, when we don't know a name, we say unfamiliar names. But on the other hand, we have Level Esports, we have let's see, OG players, good old players, and they're still good. We have Val, we have Crafty, we have Batui, and as well as Hadi. So as I think it will be an easy game for Level Esports, maybe.
Can we get a quick prediction? على طول.
Prediction.
It's gonna be Mirage, by the way. So the map is gonna be Mirage.
13-7.
13 Faces. What do you think? Are you
13-2?
13-2
Yeah.
for Level?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. So we have a one-sided match. So you guys believe it's gonna be one-sided?
Yeah.
You think maybe there's an upset surprise somewhere?
Mafi.
Okay. Right. So we have no surprises. 39, 32. I think the casters are ready as well. So guys, take it away.
It is the Kings of our previous time out trying to take on the crown in the 5th edition of our Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Thank you very much, Desk. I'm Time to Light, still joined alongside me. On the correct side again is Tony, or why not? I gotta say, Tony, this is probably our litmus test for the tournament as a whole. The local heroes versus the international talent. We've got 2 previous victors on this squad of Level Esports versus the Filipino full squad that we really don't have a whole lot of information on, and it's headed over to Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to go based off what we know, I mean, the winners are a good place to start. I think that's definitely a good, like, ground level that these guys wouldn't just be coming into this tournament, wouldn't be coming into this event without, you know, a good reason for playing with these guys as well, although they may not have Boros, although they may not have Osama, although they may not have Havoc. They have themselves, and they have that history between them to be able to pull through and maybe make something of this one. We'll see what the Level Esports new guys, though, have on deck for us as we do jump into the game. Swaggy will be playing, it seems, as they were listed as a stand-in, or a substitute, more accurately.
Baboy is the only previous victor of the EXO Esports team that is here for Level. Again, there is a decent bit of that squad on a different roster.
Oh, that's right.
That roster, by the way, just to correct myself, that does have Oscar on it, that is Power Mix. I don't think we will see on stream today, but we will see overall. They will play Ferocious Army at the tail end of our round of 16. Walu not cleared from the underside of Palace. Finds one, does with the final bullet. Get a second as well. That may very well be the round with the bomb dropped. 4 versus 2. All 4 CTs on the bomb side of the bomb site. And the CT is just kind of exiled from things, stuck at the stairs, stuck at the connector. There is 60 seconds here, Tony, but there's only so much you can do with 60 seconds.
Do not underestimate Goku. We've seen a 2v5 today already. Oh.
That was kind of funny. Don't underestimate Goku. Immediately headshot.
Z entry having to do a little bit more than just entry right now. A little bit more of a task up ahead of them as they're holding on to his position pretty swift onto the first of them as Swaggy's dispatched is now a high-low or more of a close keep. Angle in towards a ramp, and Z entry can do nothing about that one. They get that pretty comfortably with 3 still standing. Walk into the CT side of Mirage where you can get that money built up early. Great feeling, certainly as Poggy now start to feel the pressure of what their economy looks like. They don't have a best of 3 to look forward to say that they can make decisions all too haphazardly. Every one of them has to be calculated, seeing as this is all they've got.
I was talking about international talent. This is not the only international squad, not only from a different continent, but from a different full skill level in its entirety. Notably, we talked about AAB Esports earlier. They dropped down to 500s 13-0. Same case for our British friends, and this is in Epic Land. They had a 13-0 win over G-Boy Gang Gang. Not a very close affair. Yeah, it's looking pretty good on that side of the bracket. Those two teams would meet in the semifinals should they win their quarterfinal matchups.
The desk
Level
said
Esports
13-2 and 13-7, by the way, about this game. I'm going to go for 13-5. That's what I'm thinking.
I was going to take the straight shot between them as well. I'll go 13-4 just to be different than everybody else. But honestly, it could be 13-11 in either direction because we just don't know the Poggy squad, which is where I think we see the slight bias come in.
Sure, take some bias. Money to be made here with the SMG, though. I mean, they're just unarmored pistols. Should be good for at least 2, in my opinion, seeing as they have to flood into his position. And as they do, a third maybe even out the window as they manage their ammo accordingly. The pistol even then taking them down into the red before the bomb can be planted. A rotation is there.
Good, clean second round win. It's called a conversion round for a reason. It's cleanly converted. Not a whole lot of problems that time around. Level Esports do look good through 2 rounds of Mirage. Best of ones and Mirage/Dust 2 type maps, the 2 types of volatility we will see in these early rounds in the 5th edition of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. However, it doesn't seem like all that volatility is getting to the favorites. Every favorited team has won thus far, and currently the favorites are up 2-0.
Cooking up something in the off time. The downtime we've got. Counter-Strike is a game where every second counts in and out of match. So keeping up that momentum would feel nice for the CTs, but given now a moment of reprieve, maybe the Ts also in conversation with guns to be brought forward can do a little bit more. They're certainly looking to maximize their efficiency, seeing as the last round with Deagles invested, as well as a kill actually being found on the player in the window. Something could be done. Looks like it's a headset issue for, I believe, the player in the middle, unless they just don't need to have a headset over their in-ears.
Now they have IEMs in. It looks like we are having technical issues on the production side. This round is going on. I'm playing the game of charades with player
you know that? Oh, 'cause
perspectives.
you see them moving the wrists and things. That would make
yeah.
sense.
Unless they're just playing extreme buy menu roulette. I can't imagine we'd be this serious.
Osu in between rounds?
Hey, I mean, if you could alt tab that quickly, most of these players are not playing native, and I can't imagine anybody would willingly play full screen windowed.
Well, now it makes sense to play full screen windowed because they fixed it. A recent update, actually, just 2 days ago, actually, they fixed it.
There's our answer, by the way. Level Esports wins round 3. A little bit of fist pumping. Told you I'd play some face cam charades. You are wondering, I was looking at this saying, hey, I'd love to see this as another LAN tournament. This is, again, a LAN event, if this wasn't already abundantly clear. Every single team playing at this tournament is on LAN, despite the fact that many teams are coming from multiple different continents. There are, by my count, 3 continents represented: Europe, Asia, and Africa. I may have to correct myself in just a second, but I didn't see anybody from any other continent. I think the furthest team away would be either the UK, maybe Denmark, or the Philippines.
Continental Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it is really awesome to see so many different teams and nationalities gather for a tournament that has not had as much notoriety as others that garner as much attention, which is amazing for not only the Dubai Police, but what they're looking to push forward towards in terms of that online safety and making sure people are playing responsibly while still enjoying themselves in the process. Gotta love what the Dubai Police's work to do, the views they've gotten outside of just the esports space, and notably the consistency they've had. Again, this is the 5th time they've held this tournament, on average about once every 6 months or so, going back 2.5 years, give or take. I think the first time I remember this happening is either December 2022 or maybe very early 2023.
It's quite some time, but it doesn't really feel like that, does it?
I mean,
I don't know how time flies for you nowadays, but I feel like 2022 is almost just like a blink that I missed it.
2022 and 2023 either happened like 2 months ago or 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I feel like, and I say that as a guy who's 21, so that tells you how fast time either does or does not fly.
Yeah, it's weird. Lately, it's been going a little slower for me. I'd say the last week, it's been going a little slower. I've been feeling how, long my sleeps have been. you know, how long work feels. Like these things have actually been feeling like they've been for good I would say drawn out in all aspects of life. You don't want to blink it away, like I was saying. Sometimes it ends up feeling and being like that. Now the technical issues actually seeming to settle, fist bumps up. I think that they also had a little bit of a moment there.
By my count, 4-0 level esports. I hadn't seen a second set of fist bumps before that. Maybe 5. But again, we are having some quick production technical issues. It looks like players are doing perfectly fine, which at this point, I'd rather have the players continue on. I do apologize for the issues we are having. Production's fixing things in the background while we play a game of guessing games. Yes, this is what we've been looking for.
Oh, wow, my goodness. Actually,
I haven't seen this before. This is actually from the perspective of Quattro. You got a quick 2-piece. I honestly don't hate that perspective. Can we go back to that? Yeah, I love this. This is
cast around.
So I think this is an in-venue camera. This is inside the officer's club. Yeah, this is an in-venue camera. This isn't somebody sitting over Quattro's shoulder. This is a mounted camera somewhere in the club. Quattro's down. It is still 4-0, by the way, level up. And they did have 3 kills there. It's a 3v2 for level up in round 5 and a couple fist bumps. 5-0 now level up. I didn't know we had that angle. Can we go back to that? Is that a possibility? Yeah, let's just stick with this while we're fixing things on our side.
I mean, there's nothing better than just sitting there.
Speaking of technical issues, he's like, wait, am I on camera?
He's having a sound issue.
This time I promise it's not us having the issue. We can cut back to that camera in just a second. We're just making sure that everybody's all right. We do want to say a big thank you to not only our production team at the back end for fixing all the problems that do arise, but our admin team you can see hanging out behind the players as well. 404 Esports as a whole really making this event go for multiple years. As far as the Dubai Police Esports tournament has been running, it's been 404 at the back end. And they've been a great squad for me personally to work with.
So far, Counter-Strike's been flowing throughout the day. I'm assuming there's more PCs than just these 2 sets. Or is that not true?
Yeah, it is 2 full sets of setups. So we have this one and one more.
Oh, okay. Wait, 2. So 4 total. 5 rigs?
Yes, 4 sets of 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, so then there's another game going on simultaneously. One could only assume on another side of the bracket there.
Yeah, that was...
I believe those originally were the UK team, boys.
Yeah, this is an Epic Land and G-Boy Gang. But because of how quick that side of things has gone, I mean, they've played a total of 26 rounds. In our case, this will actually be round number 25 played on these setups.
We're back.
Like we are back underway. Didn't miss a whole lot. Again, apologies for technical issues. But it was a fun little angle. I don't think I've ever seen that, by the way. An over-the-shoulder cam just while we manage other problems. Very creative, Prod. Well done. Yes. I can't say I'd rather have this, but it is kind of funny.
Well, from their point of views, they're going to need to turn around this game real soon. I saw a lot of smiling going on from Poggy right now. So,
I mean, if you were playing in a tournament run by the Dubai Police for a considerable amount of money inside the Dubai Police Officers Club, which has mounted cameras the broadcast gets access to, I think I'd be smiling too, regardless of the score.
Last time, maybe, for a mid-fight. That is a really off-kilter spray from a player that is uncharacteristic from, frankly.
A boy with we'll say, a whiff of all time. Does end up doing damage, but nothing to be lethal. Burnak goes down to 11 HP. James at 9. Goku's dead. This does become problematic now for Poggy in terms of the HP. It is a 2 versus 3, but Level Esports leads the HP battle by a considerable margin. I'll do some quick math for you all so you don't have to do it at home. Actually, it's not even that hard now. It is a total of 102 to 100, with Hadi not being touched by anybody thus far in the round. James does get a plant down at least. It's planted for his teammate around connector, but Hadi's got some time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, above all else, time on their side is a big thing to have in your back pocket, especially that HE. If he just lobs it into ramp for fun, angularly, it will kill James, but that's kind of next level cerebral line of thought. You can't really anticipate that to be entering his mind so regularly as one bullet will also do the trick. It's up through Khan where the plant is 4. He pays attention to jungle above all else, flicks the stairs, but the entry still with the jump on him. The element of surprise gets the frag in the first round just as well on top of it.
That's a really good 1v2 as well. You get the plant down via the player on low HP, and you basically just use them as bait. There's no reason for an early swing there from Z entry. You're playing the time just as much as you're playing your teammate's life. And yeah, on virtually 1 HP if you're James, you swing that. Take advantage of the fact that you're taking time off the clock, off that bomb timer, even with the kit available. That's a really difficult round to win in the 1v2. Great job by Z entry, just to kind of wrap it up in a nice little bow.
Out in the mid again, trying to get aggressive, this time with more numbers. This time they actually find all the more success. This is wicked in how this turns around, as opposed to how it had previous. Poggy finding themselves with, I guess, a false sense of security given that last victory. Try to make it happen same spot once more, and they meet the same demise they had 5 times previous. So, I mean, probably one of the least eventful and most anticlimactic rounds we will have seen so far. Getting that tie at the half at the very least. Level Esports now, though, get to toy with the rest of the rounds that they've got in order to keep their opponents down and out.
So one of the more coordinated rounds we've seen in this event, at least from our perspective. We also haven't seen those two 13-0 matches, but that's a 3-player swing of mid off the back of 2 separate flashes. One of those flashes not even coming from a player who's swinging. Nice little 2-piece from Baboy walking up top of mid, albeit not that difficult on unarmored opponents with just pistols. This one shouldn't be all that hard to wrap off if you are level. Have to watch the ammo, have to watch your head if you're Hadi. That's going to cost you maybe an MP9 if they can go grab it. AK is now at a dangerous position. It gets lost as well. Keep an eye on Z entry. Now they will, and then they'll take his head off. Never mind.
That'll happen. Boys are still actively ready to keep playing out these rounds with some pace, but it hasn't really done them any good. See how we can speed run this game, I guess, at that point. 7-1, 8 G's out once
predictions
more.
All that far off.
Yeah, no, not really. AWP for James, that could be a difference, I guess, as it's not held over towards mid instead. At the ramp on the jiggle there to where Walu, I don't know if he spotted the shoulder, but seemingly as he drops the smoke in defense.
I think it was just an unpredictable angle as well if you're James. Sitting there, you're watching the cross going towards stairs, but nobody went that direction. Instead, like you said, it was Walu, basically point blank, at least from an ops perspective. It's Swaggy again with the opening kill, and I mean, Level, if they just continue to wrap up these opening kills, they're not really making mistakes. That's the problem. Poggy's making minute mistakes, but they're being capitalized upon fully by the full force of Level Esports. Can't say the same case the opposite direction. James has to 1v5 with an op in hand. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario, unless you can split it into 5 separate 1v1s. There's a good start. How much more can you find out of it? A little overzealous here for Potty. Don't give him another 1v1, especially when you have a Shadow against you. Just barely missing the no-scope. It is still the round for Level, but things could have gotten hairy there.
You don't want to lose very much money, but I guess with the rounds they've got, like I said, they can kind of start to toy with their opponents a little bit.
Oh no, Prod. Prod, no.
Why'd you do that?
He's a tournament winner. He won this event
Aaron
last time.
bro out
How
on
you doing
live.
like that?
He doesn't want to lift that back.
That's so rude. Although it's really funny. I think I would do the same.
It's gotta go in the tournament highlight reel.
I think that's the first thing that shows up in the highlight reel. That's the catch right there. There's a better spray. At least gets one. Some damage onto a second. Good way to make it up there for Baboy after a slightly less ideal spray a couple rounds ago. Swaggy takes some damage as well. 3v4, an HP advantage. James gets caught out though. Had no idea Hadi was tucked in the corner. That's the kill that could bring this round back if you're level. And oh, Walu's tucked himself into the corner of Khan as well. No one's seen him. He's the only one left alive. 1v2, spray misses. What could have been versus what currently is. Poggy's back up. They've got a second.
Yeah, that was close. Close to being a little bit more fortuitous for them, seeing as the low HP player on Cat rather had been killed. It was the boost into the window that really caught the CTs off guard from that stage and beyond, though. It was really not easy to navigate through that, knowing that they could be anywhere at that point. But the one place in which they didn't anticipate for just gets the backstab onto the late Cat walk up. Walu, I mean, he can only play for so long in that tucked position. He plays with his back off of it and has to dip outwardly. Caught from both sides, up on 2 players for the CT side right now, with Goku having been dispatched by the first of them, and Walu taking talents up towards Palace, rather.
Just a brief reminder for this tournament as a whole. It's the round of 16. It is single elimination. Round of 16 and quarterfinals are best of 1s. Best of 3s to come in the semis and grands when we get there.
Chimaru.
Augie is working on what is their only life unless they win a game. And if Baboy continues like that, they're not going to be able to so easily. 13-5, by the way, for the reigning tournament champion, one of the 3 in the tournament, which I'll bring up a couple times today. That's exactly what you need. Just calm, some confidence, and obviously some pretty good shooting, if I do say so myself.
They're looking to put us back on track with our timing on the day. We're certainly at a point where it's been a little while longer than we anticipated. But like we said, I mean, get all this stuff out of the way. It's why we kind of blocked ourselves out these hours of the day to do it, right? And I believe, should this game go swiftly, we'll be maybe just an hour over schedule, a little over by the time that our game's finished. So that's not that bad. Events can say a lot worse, I will say, be having attended them and going as far as like 4 or 5 hours beyond what the time would be. But time is of no matter to Poggy. They need frags. They're trying to do it swiftly in mid to where they've thrown all of their bodies so many a time. This time a little bit better than the last few, where they catch Swaggy now down low enough, and a double op setup now where a retake is going to get awkward if one of them can't get kill or 2 on top of what they've already secured. And the rifle on the A site soon to maybe be caught pants down into Palace. This would be a great timing, a great position to play for the entirety of the round from, to where Walu can just tuck his crosshair on that B site, and actually Swaggy catching the bomb going into window.
Interesting time to have the bomb go that direction. Oh, some timing there as well. They had no idea it walked back in towards Palace, but boy, misses another spray. But luckily, he's put down to 40 HP. Quattro is. It turns out the HP really didn't matter. An up body shot, he could have been 110. He still would have fallen. And it's 10-2 at the half. Clean as you like, minus a blemish or 2. And Level Esports doing what most of us, I think, predicted in this match.
If it all just crashes out here for Poggy, then Faceless would have been right. Wifey who had the 13-7, so maybe a pistol round can start onto that. We're all between minds about it, but a very speedy beginning. No real in-between intermission point in time. There's only a 59% chance. Oh, pistol prediction. There it is. It says what the prediction is for, and it changes every now and then. So this is the prediction for the pistol round win. That adds up. Oh, Quattro, you could be such a funny guy right now.
Quattro's tucked in the corner. I mean, this would be a way to win the pistol round if you're Poggy. Sides are swapped in the overlay. Just a brief reminder for this pistol round alone. I think this is the only round it'll happen for. Just something to keep in mind. Z entry finds that kill. It is Poggy to win the pistol. And it is Quattro to be a large factor of it. But how much more can they do after that is the real question for Tony.
Unsure, but that's got to feel at least pretty decent that you get yourselves a leg up over the other to where confidence can be regained. You can get a bit of a shooting range, a gallery of players coming into you with less weaponry than you would have anticipated. A forced buyback definitely could happen for the T's. I don't really foresee it being unrealistic if they'd like to. They can throw all these rounds at them in their face and try and pull it sooner.
They're just
W double down. That's nice. Oh, wait, get that plant off. And this round is really nice. I think they could actually buy again if they get the plant in one more kill. And they'd probably have a better buy than even their opponents.
The problem is they've given up CT control. Oh, the Deagle could very well have turned this round over. That nade, while it missed, it did take the M4 out of contention. So it basically makes their life impossible. Walu can't do anything. Quattro finds the kill. Poggy made it a little bit more challenging for themselves because they didn't have a third player on A, but they wrapped it up very nicely.
Fear of God on his shirt. Oh, my Lord. Literally. This site, though, where, again, a bomb plant really would have made a lot of a difference.
This nade. Watch the M4. Watch the M4. Hold up. And gone. They couldn't grab it, even if they got that control. Thank you very much, Prod. Much appreciated.
Goku needs to power up, dude. What episode are we in? In the 19 episode thread, dude has not hit Super Saiyan yet. Spoiler alert.
It happened in episode...
No, so it took 19 episodes, the fight between him and Frieza, is the reference. And apparently it was like... Or no, it wasn't 19 episodes. Was it? I think it was 19 episodes. And it was like... So like 3.5 hours of footage for what I think was an hour fight in Dragon Ball Universe time. Hey, what's up, everybody? Oh! That's pretty cool. I didn't get to see the crowd yet. I didn't know there was such a nice little spread in space between the players and the crowd.
Yeah, there's also, if we look at a couple of the player cams, you can see in the background of theirs the game behind them. So that's awesome. Yeah, there you go. So behind them where you see the face cam of James is actually where the game pops up itself. So everybody in the crowd can still see it. And I think the players are faced the same direction. As long as they don't turn around, they won't see the game. And they're figuring out, oh yeah, hey, that's where the camera is. It's spatial awareness from our players, both in and out of the game.
That's
also the reason we have our
Poggy now.
Yeah, we have our admins standing there for a reason as well, so our players don't turn around and find that. I still remember. I don't remember. Was it 2019 when it was Simple who could see a map in a reflection of something?
I'm sure.
And he was like, "Hey,
venues and times.
Hey, TOs, I can see this."
Yeah,
it was something that it was in his. It wasn't in his peripheral. It was in his just straight field of vision. So he was like, "Hey, we need to fix this before we keep going." I can't remember the team he was playing when he had that happen. Couldn't even tell you the country it happened in, for that matter. But it is nice for these players. Are like, yeah, we both know the game's going on behind us, but keeping some level of competitive integrity for the enjoyment of the fans, both online and in person.
Integrity. It's an important thing nowadays. So, being the person who you say that you are and being all fair, not scamming people, ensuring your inventory remains safe, it's important.
I feel like those two go hand in hand. Looks like our tech issues are just about wrapped up. Can't tell exactly what's going on for the Level Up Esports guys. For the Level Esports guys. But after a couple rounds won here for Poggy, it's Swaggy with a TK. Oh no. You had an opening pick on a James and you kill your teammate in the process. Tragic to understate the obvious, and what could be a 5v4 is now a true 4v4, and you still have the weapon disadvantage.
Level now. Leading up through mid to where Goku's just on this cross, held from the deep ends of chair, and almost walked in on by the Deagle, who then drops down to the ramp, looking more towards connector than anything else. That nade over top takes Swaggy down low into the red. Very, very nice. And that's right over the ledge. Going in a little bit deeper, maybe overzealous. We used that word before, and it still remains the same. An issue for them. Don't get too big for your britches at this stage, and a 3v3 to A site is entirely susceptible should a kill come through. Into the ramp will go one, into Khan will go a nade even further, but Swaggy still stands.
Khalil tossed down to a teammate as well. That's really good spatial awareness from Walu. I talked about spatial awareness in and out of the game. That's going to help with the gun in tow. But if you're looking at this from Level's perspective, where do you go from here? If you walk onto B, you have no information in this direction, and you're walking onto an M4 that just misses a couple shots. Burdick does find one, finds a second just before their head is ripped off the rest of their body. Baboy will find a plant, and with a Galil in tow, makes this reasonable. No armor.
Oof, might have an M4, I was going to say, but that's that. Thinking
that's Poggy putting 5 up.
Yeah, thinking that may be continue to go with, you know what I mean? You might go further beyond with rounds like this, getting down to the wire with just these pistols and weapons scavenged and scrounged.
It's awkward for Quattro as well. I do like the fact they communicated. One thing that you always find in 1v2s is the players won't communicate who's doing what at the right time. If you're Quattro there, you're trying to shoot through a teammate who's jumping through a window, at least you're actively paying attention with a gun up. I don't hate the walkout with an MP9 in hand. That's actually really good. Either A, be bait, or B, be a nuisance. In that case, it was kind of C, the combo of the two.
A nuisance bait.
That's in my entire playstyle.
You're a little ratty
nuisance
guy?
Bait. Yeah, you remember that position Quattro's playing and set of apps with dualies?
Yeah.
I do that every pistol round. I buy a smoke, I buy a nade, maybe a kit instead of the nade, and dualies, and I sit on the couch in apps.
All right, understood. See what that'll do for you in your games, because it's done well right now for Poggy to at least be competitive in what rounds they've been able to accumulate since the drought. However, Level now getting 5 AK-47s fast up the Pat, flushed out by Burnick, looking for more wide, and actually gets info that nobody else is home. But Quattro down in underpass, he's the one who gives up the man advantage. He's the one who gives up the game, because now they have room to continue to cook up into either Cat late on an execute or just stall out and try and find a frag elsewhere.
Also just really poor timing for Quattro. Not poor in terms of a bad decision, poor just unfortunate. 1-for-1 trade in mid, but that was the first time this entire team had gone underpass in this half.
Really
Z entry wins that fight in mid. My goodness, Hottie's got to be kicking themselves. A 2v3, this is still very possible. I think the bomb is on the back of Baboy. It is in A main. So they have the A site if they want it, but Poggy has no clue the A site is A, not in their possession, and B, in the possession of Level Esports.
And they have post-plant utility. They got 2 smokes, a Molotov even on top of that, and flashbangs to support one another if they want to take an engaged fight. So that's the smoke for the bomb plant.
Planting open. What?
You know, it was smoked. He smoked himself. So good.
Well, yeah, but they're planting wide open. Okay.
So, I mean, at least, you know, if they started spamming right onto him for 100 of his HP, that would have been really lucky, to be honest with you. So, but, I mean, oh, this molly could be, oh, this could be it.
Saw his head too.
So I can get the spray down on a pair of them.
I
thought he would have been flushed out faster.
I'm surprised the molly didn't extend further than it did. I mean, it's called firebox for a reason. Usually you want to land it on top of the box on the front side so it extends just barely onto default. That's what I've had happen mostly in my experience, because when you jump on top of stairs, you can see the back corner. You have that information. There, it kind of just lands in the corner and doesn't extend very far. You can look at Swaggy's HP from right there in that replay. It wasn't dropping as soon as he moved forward. That was a good positional swap from Swaggy. Just kind of unfortunate that your teammate went down without finding a kill.
That kill from Z entry in mid was very, very round altering. If he goes down to the player under window, the A site is open for the taking for one. They speed up their walkthrough with the player on a new prong of assault for another, and that just means that they can hold more angles as they try and flush their way back in towards the rotations there with Z entry. It's exactly that.
Especially now for Z entry and Poggy as a whole, that's kind of given you a little bit more of a momentum boost. Remember, this was a 10-2 first half. The CT side has won all 4 in the second. And, I mean, if you're Level Esports, what's the change? What's missing?
Much more, I'll say, tight-knit than maybe everybody was expecting by the finish lines of this game will this have been. But I think the change-up is going to be to execute a bomb site without as much players dedicated to mid, I think. Because once they do get past that point of mid and they're a man down, it just becomes all the easier for Poggy to play their numbers, just as they do at B. They can afford to keep numbers here. They can afford to play off of it and wait for them to fall into their trap. They spring it. Swaggy's locked, a 1v4. Already made known. I don't foresee this being a reasonable win for him. And then they might be broke again. No bomb plant, that's problematic.
You got 3 HP here. Even 1 kill's good. It's more of an economic thing than anything else. But Poggy's turned this game around. Our closest prediction from the desk was 13-7. I don't know if Tox is sitting in chat by any chance, but I don't think he ever said a number in what he
I don't remember hearing one.
I heard 13-7 and 13-2 from our two analysts.
Wipe. 13-7, yeah.
Wipe was 13-7. Faceless was 13-2.
I think we're going farther than that.
I think this is going to be much more of a close affair, especially these last 2 rounds individually. This is looking great for Poggy. I mean, I don't even know if Mirage could be told as CT-sided, and I don't know what the heck just happened to that smoke that's in the middle of A site.
A defensive smoke that might make him think he's playing between sandwich, or default and triple, maybe? I don't really know otherwise, to be honest with you. But it is a massacre inside this A site to where they're caught on their timings, flashed off the angles, and tucked up towards balcony. The initial
good nade.
Flattened, but the nade stops the cross, and now Crafty is going to have to get exactly that with this last piece of utility that he's gotten that smoke, the most important piece of it. The flashbang could be a little bit better, but they're so very tucked, I think they might have actually boxed themselves in.
Bernak at least finds 1 to get through. Both players are split. Now it's just down to Baboy stuck in the palace. And having that loss on CT was really the downfall of that hold. It was more than possible there for Level Esports. Arguably, I would have said they had the advantage. But it really came down to the fact that Poggy still had the utility left over and just the extra individual manpower to split through CT as well. All in all, they're bringing it back. And they're not making it look all that hard. Oh, no. Quadro gets got, too. It was a smoke that missed for him.
That was actually what it was. I thought it was a little bit more... It just looked so perfect. It looked like a defensive smoke to me. But,
yes, the classic middle of A defensive smoke.
Yeah, I throw that every now and then, especially if I need to play solo. And they're coming out ramp, and I want to be able to hold Palace or hold for them to swing me. But Goku, I mean, he just plants his 2 feet firmly in con, catches 2 players trying to get aggressive up through the catwalk to pressure Bernak, who has to pay attention to the apartments, obviously, but calls upon Quattro to get his next angle over.
Oh.
This
Bernak
is wild.
Really
I can't believe
studious.
he's gotten to the stage.
We're basically down to a 1-round game. We are now. Bernak locks it in. This is a completely different roster than what we saw in the first half. If you told me that players swapped out on PCs, I'd believe you, other than the fact that we have player camps. And honestly, at this point, it's awesome to see the mental fortitude from a team. I mean, you imagine this. You go to a country far away from your own, playing in a single elimination best of 1 round of 16, and you go down 10-2 in the first half of Mirage. If I don't know what mental boom that would take on any roster, but imagine winning 7 consecutive rounds to bring it back, and you've got the opening kill to try and bring it back to dead level at even, pun not intended. This is great from Poggy.
More work to be done. Job not finished. The entry, holding from Sandwich, gets the surprise on the 2 players across as they lose a pick in mid. That forces them forwards. They're going to feel a little bit more pressure to make this AWP make a fight of its own, but I believe that shot actually came through the wall. Bernak keeping it
least. Poggy's still with a low HP. Burnick and
There we
Spawn
go.
has Goku to the top of the stairs, and they're excited. They're getting rowdy.
They weren't already energetic coming back into this game. That may very well be the true showing of what they needed. One could say their final form. I don't know what the heck James was doing here. Couple quick swaps. He definitely has it bound to his mouse wheel. He ended up knocking him out from that position. That's just unfortunate. But 10-10 after being down 10-2. My goodness gracious here, why not? This is probably the comeback of the tournament thus far. It may very well be the comeback of the tournament. Full stop. Level finally stopped the bleeding, and Quattro missed opportunity. He's trying to come back into this. Flash into mid. You can see covering the eyes, trying to drop down and out of that position. That was Hottie, by the way. Finally, Level have something to say about this. Only took him 8 rounds to do so.
Yeah, it took a real beating to get them back on track. But I guess the same can be said for Poggy, as they still try and work things out over on the middle side of things. The A site that's been left susceptible to swing out from Crafty, who's been waiting to activate, and when he does, he catches a player atop the ticket, not at all prepared for his position. Burnick, he's been relatively consistent, I will say, in finding his one. Bouncing back and forth between A and B. Now on the other bomb side to where James with no op can still find himself active as well as impactful.
It's really down to a lack of utility at this point. Remember, there was very little coming into this round for Level. Despite the fact they had that 4v2, it has been brought mostly back to even. Walu goes for the plant and grabs an AK in the process. Keep an eye on this as he swings. He'll go for the spray, just barely land the shot he was looking for. Little scary there. Walu gets the kill he was looking for, but it took a bit more than he was expecting. Level have the lead back. Only took him a 9th round in the second half to put one on the board.
That's just crazy, honestly.
I thought he was going to miss it. I really did. I thought he was dead.
The full sprays always scare me. Going that wide and going that confidently into your peek out, you need to be able to have some accuracy about you, so. The last of these rounds, it's where the CTs are going to have enough money to remain in the strength suit that they've found. Defusal not coming into that last means that they've been forced to reinvest. It's another time to come alive, and the top side's a con where 2 players from the left and right ends. Again, no ops, so they're going to be playing conglomerately. Goku, though, he's going to be taking a lot to the point where he can't move, but he also can't exactly remain all that strong of a force moving forward, so he's going to have to rely on everybody else to do something for him.
Is Z entry sitting in the corner of window? Yeah, they are. I love this play. It was smoked off against them. There's no way this gets cleared. There's no reason to think somebody's in this position. And it hasn't been cleared before. Hasn't been played before, more importantly. But Boy goes down. I was talking about him being a one-man wrecking crew much earlier in this game. He is now 18-17. Just barely positive. And here, Level, you could see how far they've fallen from the 10-2 throne they once stood.
Hold on now, though. Burnick's playing solo B with no utility. He's going to have to make something out of nothing. He's going to have to materialize a couple of kills here because his time is really being stretched thin with nobody quick to this rotate. They're not even through the window. They're not even on the backside of Murder Hole. He's going to have this first player back turn the ball.
Oh, no!
Neither will go down. That can't happen. That can't happen at all. They've got this site now for free in a 4 versus 4 with a flashbang to fight with and post-plant positioning to utilize as well.
Comes down to the utility left over. Z-Entry has the lone smoke for Pogi. On Level, it's a flash on Swaggy. Very little across the board. It's really just going to come down to a game of it's a first-person shooter who can aim better. The full retake through market. 2 through the door, 2 through the window. Quattro with the opener. The all-important one to start it, but Hottie finds a return. He finds 2. Nearly a whiff for Z-Entry. It does turn into his death, but Crafty in the 1v1. Quattro jumps up. He finds the kill, and there will be enough time, Kit or not. Pogi will tie it back up. We will need all 24.
Barely any health. He just got atop the van, and the last bullets he had in the gun, he had no time, he had no teammates, no health, no ammo, but still managed to pull around.
Look at the goalpost. Look at the goalpost from Burnick. He shoots between 2 players. I want to see the slow-mo on the final kill. That's really what I'm looking for here. You were talking about the low HP for Quattro. He had 10 health, finds both kills, and jumps up on the van with 10 HP in a 1v1.
Crafty was thinking that he dropped off and went to the left side. He swung thinking he'd go closer towards the C4. And when that doesn't happen, surprise, surprise. Another round, though, where Burnick is left at B again without a very quick rotation. Again, where if he doesn't get kills, it's going to have to be something a bit more miraculous from someone else in the late stage because they don't even have mid to work with right now. They don't even have information up towards whether it could be a cat split later on other than just periodically peering at Catwalk right now, Time.
This is the other problem we're seeing with Burnick individually as well. He's the only one playing B, and he's having to use all his utility to hold it in the early stage as well. Nobody else is here. Nobody's had utility to throw out, and it's what a bait this is. They throw Hottie and Hottie alone through A main. Burnick is pulled away from the Axe drop, and now he's stuck in the back of sight and now stuck in a grave. 4v4, Level will get the plant. This time around with a little bit more time to set up their post plant, and with a player who just dropped into the underpass. Talk about a sound cue for Quattro. He's on a flank, and he's definitely been heard.
Playing at this doorway, not in the traditional sense, usually a little bit more along the right or left sides of it, but eventually activating, snapping onto Z entry, and that actually gets them the main advantage not only in the first but the second, where everyone else is feeling reinvigorated for the swings. Everyone feeling like they want to get involved, gets themselves a piece of the pie, a piece of the action, and better late than never, they find match point.
That is a perfect play call. It's the only time we've seen a fake all game. At this point, by the way, Swaggy, who is sitting get right, heard the underpass walk from Quattro. So that was communicated. Walu, at this point, is watching apps. Walu knew the entire time in that post plant, his only responsibility was watch the flank. He did so. It was the last kill, but he made sure nobody else had to watch that position. They all were able to take care of their own roles. And now Pogi, against match point, has nothing. It is an Eco and an Eco alone. An XM, no, it's a Nova! A Nova purchase turns into an AK, but how much more can they turn out of it? It's a 3v3, and Bomb is top mid. Wait a second here, Pogi.
I don't know. He might have leveled up his gun. He might have leveled up his game, but a 3v3 where they've got to rotate all the way in from the back ends of this A ramp. The Bomb arriving now, they're going to have to get through market with some pace to them because Hottie's going to be hearing them if they continue to toe up, and the Molotov has been cutting them off for time enough to where the window's the only place that they can swing. And SMG, you mentioned, what are you going to do? Play as a nuisance, play as the bait, or a little bit of both? Mix it all in together into one pot, and what will you have? A recipe for success, or it'll blow up in your face? And now as we all engage in from market, it's Hattie to hold them, and the first to fall, everyone else to swing off the back of the contact made, and they do get their win. It took them a long time down to the bitter end, and all it'll take is 24 rounds, but in regulation, they've got it done.
It took a little bit longer than I think Level was expecting, but they do wrap it up at the tail end. You gotta question, though, what does this mean for them moving forward? They still have a best of one in front of them, and it's against a team that is from outside this region. A team that just won 13-0, and honestly, that should have been probably a 13-3 at the worst coming out of halftime. That's a concerning second half on a map that should not be that one-sided for both teams.
No, I completely agree. I don't think you can contest that, but we have a desk that should be willing and ready to break that one down. Our analysts, unfortunately, incorrect on how they thought this one would go down, but we would be amiss to say that we weren't as well. So we'll see what their addendums can prove as we throw it over to them.
Thank you, Time to Light and Tony. I mean, everyone got that wrong. Honestly, it was such a crazy matchup. I think when everything was supposed to go one-sided, as you predicted,
Yes.
As actually, it was first your prediction was going right, 13-2, and then 13-9, and then all of a sudden, it went down to that last round. But guys, Wipe, I'll start with you. What happened in the first half, and then what went wrong in the second half for Team Level?
I think in the first half, Team Level played with full confidence. And Team Pogi, there was still pressure. They don't know the other team yet. They didn't take, let's say, take their time in the map. And they were playing CT. Level were playing CT. So they pressured them everywhere, so they had no chance. I think it's based on the pressure, and they didn't get on the game till now.
Well, Faceless, what did you think of the second half? It was also going, but then they continued. I think they won What was it, many rounds? Like maybe 8 or 9 rounds in a row? What
To
did-
be honest, Pogi surprised me. Their CT hold was insane. They didn't give them any rounds. They didn't give any space. I think Level should have stopped forcing. They were forcing every round. I think they should have stopped and executed or something. But yeah, it went in their way finally after 24 rounds.
And we have to make a note here that, as the casters mentioned now, the winner is going to be against a very stronger team that won 13-0 or 13-1. Some of these matchups went one-sided. That was off-stream. But the ones on-stream, they were a bit closer now. With this performance, with this level, can Level Esports actually perform well against their next opponent in the series?
Well, after what I saw right now and how they play, how they did execution and how they play together, let's be for real. They didn't play as a team. There was no teamwork at all. The one is pushing short, one pushing mid. So I think this play style wouldn't get them long in this tournament if they played against good teams like other team who won 13-0.
What do you think, Faisal?
Yeah, I believe Wipe is correct. I think someone should take lead. They were doing so good on A executes, then the second round they go B split. A execute was working. Why don't you do it again? Abuse the site. But the funny part, there were like 4 CTs there, and they managed to go in as well.
And when we look at this matchup as well, there was a turning point at 10-10. This is when Pogi just managed to get their equalizer, and then they decided to go push mid. They went push mid, they lost 2 CTs in the beginning of the game, and that's when they just kept losing rounds.
Correct.
Do you think that switch up of pace with the CT-sided team, was it needed? Or they should have just played to the default?
Actually, they didn't need to push mid. They were playing good. They were holding side together. They played so well in mid. The other guy pushed, the other guy didn't push. There was no communication between them. So that's caused 2 dead player from CT. If they played the same way they played and they didn't push CT, I think the game will go to Vogi.
And this is Mirage. You know, Mirage, the casters mentioned that this should have been a one-sided game, but then Mirage sometimes does that to you, you know?
I think both teams were not consistent. Something was working, but they changed the plan the next round. If they kept doing the same thing over and over, I think it would have went in one of the teams. But Level got it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I don't like Mirage. You know, this map for me is just... Because most maps, before all the recent updates to CS2, whenever it was the best of one, it was like 80% is going to go down to Mirage. And people are usually more comfortable playing Mirage just because of the element of individual. You can just push ramp if you want. You can push mid if you want. And now we can look at the brackets to understand where we are now. So looking at the brackets so far, so AB Esports, who won 13-0, the Danish team, they're going to go up against Elo Delivery. And then in the second quarterfinal, we have This Isn't Epicland, which is, by the way, a team from the UK. And they're going up against Level, who we just saw. And then Scar X, a team from Iran. They came all the way from Iran, even their families. I saw a mother and a grandmother as well.
Wow.
So it's amazing to see. They're going to go up against Team Yalla and
Silent
Recall, which is going to be our next match, I believe. And then we have Power Mix, who have previous champions from EXO, like Oscar. They're up against Ferocious Army, and then Acme, who were 2023 winners. They actually went to China at So Extreme Land against DP Esports. Looking at this bracket, YP, let's talk about the first matchup. How do you see that match going?
Well, we all expected the AB to win at the end 13-0, and they did. But the game after it, Elo Delivery and Axmina, we didn't predict anything on this game, but we wanted to see a good game, and it was a good game. And of course, Elo Delivery did good, and they will play against AB Esports, so it will be a hard game for them. And then we see Level Sports, and this isn't Epicland, but it's LAN.
Yeah. And they won 13-0 as well. So 13-0 against the team we just saw. Faceless, that matchup, the second quarterfinal, do you see it also going one-sided?
No, I think it's going to be a good map. Basically, Level has a chance. I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to go maybe...
I have a theory.
Overtime, maybe?
Maybe, but I have a theory.
Yes, what's your theory?
My theory is that if you played against a good team, you perform good. But if you played against unfamiliar team, you don't know them, you will just run around and you have no information about what they do.
Yeah.
So I think that's the point will be in the game.
Okay, thank you for the theory, Mr.
mashallah.
Scientist Wife.
Thank you, thank you.
And then we have Scar X, obviously the team coming from Iran, all the way from Iran, with the family support. I've seen them doing like group huddles. We've seen the videos. I think there's gonna be. You mentioned that there was around 2,000 people watching.
Yeah. Someone was streaming actually from the fans, and there was like 2,500 viewers from YouTube. Like, wow. And this is off stream.
That's crazy. And they're going to go up against the winner from Team Yalla and Silent Recall. I mean, Team Yalla, we're going to see them in the next matchup. We have some old names like Lava and
Very old.
the brothers. I used to compete when they were kids. Now, mashallah, they're all married and grown up. They have a somewhat good lineup. I wouldn't say as high as others, but they have a good lineup. And they're going to go up against Silent Recoil. We don't have much information on Silent Recoil, but as we looked at the previous game, Level Esports, we had the names. Poggy, we didn't know much of the players, but then they struggled. Are we going to see another Mirage here?
It's either Mirage or Dust 2. We all agree to this because it's best of one. So people tend to pick the easiest map or the simplest map.
Okay, so we're going to see this matchup soon enough. Why Faceless, thank you guys. We're going to head into a quick break, and after that, we're going to go to our third match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال، يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمان.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we are back once again. My name is Abdullah, or known as Talks, joined by Wipe and Faceless. And we're fastly progressing throughout the day, and we're now into our fourth game.
Third game?
No, fourth game.
No, it's third game.
It's third game. Okay, it's third game.
Third game.
I'm jumping the train. So we have our third game. We have obviously Team Yalla, not the Yalla that you guys heard about. Yeah. Let's not talk about those.
Yes.
So Team Yalla against Team Silent Recoil. Now the name is scary, but do you believe the team is going to be scary here, or is going to be a one-sided match as well?
Well, this time we don't know because, as we know, unfamiliar names. But the other team, Yalla, there's familiar names, high experienced names there, Lava and other. So I think close game maybe.
Close game, huh? Inshallah. Faceless, you know the players of Team Yalla. You think it's going to be a close one?
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. We have Freak and Lava cheering for them. Let's see what they can do.
Okay, so you both think it's going to be close. We're going to find out about the map in a bit. We're going to see the veto, and we're going to take a look. I think it's going to be, what do you think? Mirage, that's two.
That's two.
That's two.
That's two. Okay, both saying. I'm saying Mirage. Maybe we're going to say Mirage. Okay, so we're going to find out if it's going to be Mirage or that's two. I actually had some talk with Team Scar X who came from Iran, and these guys told me they've been practicing for 6 months. They brought in their family, their friends. You've talked about how the viewership is very high. These guys are in it to win it. And it matters to them a lot to win this tournament. So, yeah, and we just get what's going to be, that's two. But anyway, I was just mentioning that Scar X have come here. They want to show presence. It's going to be a tough semifinal if it goes according to plan. They're going to play against Power Mix, Oscar, and these guys. They're playing now.
Yes.
Lots of 13-0, lots of 13-1. So, what do we think of that? I love seeing that. I love seeing this passion from teams.
I think it. I hope it will be. They can reach the final because they worked hard. You know, for everyone who worked hard gets what he worked for.
Yeah.
So maybe inshallah they will reach final. Maybe against EPP. Maybe against Power Mix. We don't know.
Okay. Faceless, I would have loved to hear your thought, but I think we have the legendary James Baldorf who's going to be joined with us. I'm so happy to see you once again on our broadcast. And we have Nauri Matsuki. I hope I got the name right, but guys, take it away and hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to see you too, and great to hear you. Apart from not liking Mirage, I did hear that earlier on. Mirage is goated, and I won't hear anything other than that. Maybe we'll see that later on. This match is going to be on Dust 2. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to do, Sam. Are you excited to see this one as well?
Yeah, I think what really excites me about this particular iteration of the Dubai Police Esports tournament is the fact that we've got all of these teams, players that have traveled in from far and afield. You know, the desk we're talking about Lava, and I believe it was Freak. The two of them are Romanian, so they've come quite a distance to be here. We've got AAB, obviously the Danish team. There's a lot of international talent that have come down to Dubai in order to compete in this, and I love that. I think it's so cool that this is becoming, a global phenomenon, especially a tournament like this with such a great message behind it as well. Play responsibly, and be safe out there. It's really, really cool. But the other thing, of course, is that there's a lot of unknown quantities here. And that's what I love about a region like this as well. The desk we're talking about the passion and how much this means to these guys and to these players to be here and to be able to compete and to play for that prize pool. And I'm hoping that they can put up a good showing for us. Because as they mentioned, the games have been pretty one-sided thus far.
Yeah, I think there are some, the teams I've looked at in the bracket, I think there are some... For me, the ones to watch in terms of potential favorites. Like this is an Epic LAN and AAB Esports. I think those are two teams to watch out for in other games. Of course, they've played already. But let's see what Yalla can do versus the likes of Silent Recoil. I think Lava and Freak, I want to say they might be brothers. They've got the same last name. So I think they're probably brothers, if not maybe cousins or something. But we'll see if they can bring some synergy onto the server. And as I understand it from the desk, Silent Recoil are more of an unknown element. They've got some players from Iran. One place I'd love to go. The I know I have a friend who has a mouse company, and his wife's mother called from a bazaar in Iran, which just looked absolutely amazing. We're seeing some nice headshots to kick things off now in this pistol round. Silent Recoil trying to make their way in for an A split. And Lone Wolf will be isolated on that bomb site. He will fall, leaving MSI with a lot to do here. 1 versus 3. So awkward coming from this position as well. Trying to isolate these fights, but how can you? You can see the T's looking to combine now. Trying to make it as hard as possible, but Rockstar will get popped. And now he's got the angle. He is carrying a kit as well. So does Dream take his time trying to bait him off of that defuse, and he will just hold it. And Yalla will get started very quickly indeed.
Talk about ice in the veins. Good grief. I can't believe that he sticks that, even with all of the jiggling, the, attempting to kind of scare him off of the bomb and just not, no fear whatsoever. And it actually really did kind of feel like Yalla had the advantage with the way that the round kicks off. They had some decent crossfires set up, but it all comes down to MSI to have to put the entire round in his back. A stunning 3K. Okay, we had a couple of labored shots there, but being allowed to not only reload, but then reposition, get that snappy headshot, and then just sit on the defuse. Somewhat outrageous.
It's such a dicey position to retake from as well. Lucky for him, Dream was a bit far away on that short position. He wasn't in position to go for a peek with his teammate Rockstar, who was taking the duel at the time. Definitely worked in his favor. I think coming up from that spot, you want to be unseen for as long as possible. You're so exposed there. So a very good start for Yalla. Silent Recoil came into that one with a solid plan, which is good to see early. You see a smoke outside the B doors from basically T-spawn. Freak, though, getting to work with this Desert Eagle in the meantime. I think he's saving for the AWP. So far, so good. He'll want to hold on to his Kevlar as well. That seems increasingly likely as Kratos is the last one standing, last one to fall. A clean sheet in round 2 from Yalla.
Nasty couple of headshots there from the Deagle as well. This is a round where they came in with a couple of guns. You can see there was a lot of heavy pressure over towards the B anchor, and you start to think, oh, maybe things are going to get a bit spicy. Maybe Oxy is going to get overrun here, but he's able to kind of duck and dive quite nicely. And once obviously they have the information that, all right, 2 have already been taken down in mid. They know that it's an anti-eco. They know that they don't have too much to have to deal with. So once the numbers are whittled away, they can afford to take things a little bit more cheekily. Speaking of cheeky, Opshot not quite netting results. See if they can maybe turn that into something a little bit later on, but some good utility that disallows that.
Okay, so I thought maybe the Deeg play was saving for something special, but maybe you just wanted to show some disrespect at the beginning, because we see the 4 M4s and the MP9 out here for the CT side. Shaygun's got the AWP. We'll see what these Ts are able to do. Still early in this round, waiting for smokes to come and go. So we saw, like, the previous round, we didn't get to see the intentions of utility play out so quickly because of the Deagle action in mid, but we did see an offering of a smoke towards the B doors from the T side earlier on. And one of the important things on Dust 2 from a T perspective is trying to pull the CTs out of position. On a full buy round, A, you want to identify where the CTs are playing. B, you want to try and pull them out of position. Like if you're going to go for a play towards A, you want to threaten that B to get the guy in CT spawn to be in that wrong direction. So you've got 3 towards B and so on. On this occasion, though, CTs have hard committed to the A bomb site, which leaves Lone Wolf on an island towards B. He gets domed, and that might be the end of the round, especially with the smoke in CT. How do they come back for this? They've got a flashbang in terms of utility. very hard scenario to retake, and it would be very expensive to go for it. There's some money here and there. They've got the time to fish for something. If they're given something for free by these Ts, then maybe it might make sense to make a play. But what can often happen on these retake attempts is that you find just enough to lose all of your firearms, and things get very, very expensive indeed. And it seems they will be able to pull away before that happens.
A good decision to back away there. Would have been nice to save us 4, but they wanted to see if they could get something done, and obviously losing that second player is what ultimately kind of pulls the trigger. All right, guys, pull back. And I think, obviously, a large proponent in this is that util that allows them to take so much space in towards mid, and Yala kind of give that space up for free. You know, the smoke comes out and they aren't willing to test it. They aren't willing to really push it too much and try to gain some of that much needed information. So, you know, you've got a corralling, a stalking of, you know, like you think about how lions hunt, right? Kind of closing in on that lone B anchor, lone wolf indeed. And I mean, once that's done, that B site is so difficult to retake, even with utility in hand. When you're at a numbers disadvantage, very often it's just the best call to back away. And now we're seeing a lot of like reactive utility coming out of our CTs because they know that Silent Recoil likes to take a lot of that space early on, so they're going to try to deny that as far as possible.
No more Deagle in mid then. The big green gun will be very brief, it seems, as Lava is taken out. Now, one thing which is really interesting on Dust 2, when you drop a CT in that mid position, it's really good to observe how the remainder of the CTs respond. Like when that's the first frag, what do they do? Because I remember for a long time, NIP, for example, had I'm talking like classic NIP from back in the day. They would be exploited when they lost their player through mid doors. They would often respond in the same way, rotate in the same way, and some teams would be aware of that and exploit them for it. So definitely something to look out for. But now we see the CTs being very proactive. Again, a very solid defense of this A bomb site. MSI taking matters into his own hands. Now, with the T's aware of that player behind them, what are they going to do? They've got 35 seconds on the clock here, and he needs to be dealt with, and they will do exactly that. Now, how many players have they identified towards A? Is there opportunity towards this bomb site? They have to make decisive decisions real quick. They don't have a smoke for mid, and it seems they're going to try and rotate the bomb there. The trade frags won't go in their favor, and that is the bomb lost. Not much more for Rockstar to do. That was a big risk there, but you could see the initial plan was to go A. MSI forced their hand, and in that rotation, the bomb carrier getting dropped by mid doors is the curtain call in this round for Silent Recoil.
Some really good reactions from Yala as well. Again, you know, off the back of how that last round went and they lost that map control so early on. They still obviously weak siding a little bit over towards B, but that strong side A became a little bit of an impenetrable fortress, and the kind of wherewithal to then reinforce that mid position once they lose MSI. They know they've lost that information. They have to kind of respond, and sending 2 people to ensure that you've got somebody to trade. Maybe not expecting Oxley to get to, but he does. However, this round kicks off with Lava already losing his life in that suicide position, and that's going to leave Yala in a serious bit of trouble.
Yeah, that is such an early pick. Again, in terms of like how do you respond and so on. That's just the absolute beginning of the round. Smoked already. And again, it forces the CTs to take the fight to the T side. You know, part of the default, a common default on Dust 2 is that mid position. And now you see the desperation where you've got to try and force a way back into the round, and risks are being taken. And that first pick is so early that the teams can just sit and wait. And now it's Lone Wolf's turn. Oh, rings the bell, but through the wall and unable to get the full frag onto Kratos there. 4 on 2. And it really comes down to individual brilliance now. If they can find the right pick somehow. Maybe a stroke of luck at this point. They're both committed though, Oxley and MSI, to this A bomb site, but they'll be dealt with by Shay. And again, after that first frag, they were just unable to recover. It was desperate times, desperate measures, and just punishment by Silent Recoil.
super important here for Silent Recoil to win that round with 4 remaining, because obviously it's gone a little back and forth here, so lost streak bonus stops being too much of a factor. So they needed to make sure that they took as many guns as possible into this next round, and of course holding on to the AWP is a big one as well. But for Yalla, you were saying, right, the desperation, that starting to get a little bit kind of ahead of themselves, playing a little bit hyper aggressive, maybe a little bit too trigger happy, and it has cost them dearly.
Interesting times.
There's no way.
Rockstar has to hide. He can't really trade that frag because he's carrying the bomb. So as we could see, there was a T outside the tunnel, but he can't risk taking a 1v1 there, because if he loses the bomb, the round is probably lost. Especially in that position where the T's would have to go, they would lose so much map control trying to retrieve it, that the CTs would be absolutely everywhere. In the meantime, though, there is a lot of fragging happening on that short position, rounding the corner when the reload is not finished. And Kratos, that is a straight up mistake from him that he is punished for. And it will keep the CTs in the fight here, ill-equipped. But it's Lone Wolf who remains with the AK-47. He will be heard on the rotation from Dream, so it might be a free kill if he can get into position, but it seems he may have been heard as well. And now it is game on, 1v1. Both with an AK. Who will be faster? Who will be sharper? Lone Wolf, does he wait for that smoke to go? Indeed he does. Rockstar's going to look 2 ways, but he'll be able to hold on to the round for his squad. That was an important frag.
And that was a really great round, all things considered, for Yalla. I mean, coming through that, an eco round where you still get 4 kills, that opening shot manages to take the AWP away, which in and of itself is already a huge accomplishment. And okay, no, they couldn't win the round off of that, but the fact that they keep it so expensive certainly kind of bodes well for them. Looking at what the money looks like at the moment, Silent Recoil, a lost round here will put them back down onto a very, like, pots and pans sort of thing.
Lone Wolf just wanted to say hello, but they have enough friends already, it seems. Again, these individual plays happening. That's the bomb spotted. Not much they can do with that information, though, as now it's Lava's turn to go for a push. But again, a minute 30 on the clock. The T's holding positions, but not able to win that duel. I think Shagun might have come into this one cold. I think it was him on shorts. I saw his, I think he had a silence. I want to say he had a silence M4. But his crosshair was a little low on that duel. M1 now. In a 1 versus 3. He's got the bomb. About a minute on the clock. This is doable. Those quick scopes need to be ready. So it looks like the CTs are playing retake. They're essentially playing together, holding the B bomb site, but we'll see if it remains that way or if somebody ventures over towards the B, towards A, sorry. The risk of that being, of course, getting dropped in isolation. But with 30 seconds on the clock, you wonder if M1 might just be saving at this point. You can always win a round with an AWP in hand, even if everybody else is fighting with pots and pans.
I'm actually a little surprised to see that they're not going for the hunt here. And okay, to an extent, it does make sense. Their money isn't exactly phenomenal either. So losing players unnecessarily could put them in a really dire position if they're not able to kind of secure that kill cleanly. So in that sense,
they literally can't afford to chase. They have got to have like a base economy at this point. Any further harm would just be, they'd be limping into the next round rather than running.
Right, yeah. And then that is where the kind of high risk, high reward would come in to take that AWP away. But as you say, right, like sometimes you don't want to take that risk unnecessarily. The scoreline is really close. You don't want to find yourself on that kind of back spiral, particularly when you're just kind of starting to get a little bit of momentum going.
Stability is key. Stability and consistency where possible. Lone Wolf, true to his name. Oh, very nice. Early 5-on-4. Now they can breathe a little. And that makes it difficult as well for the T's because they haven't established control of that short position. which is again is part of the default. Although it seems there are opportunities to take a 1v1 or a 2v1 versus some of these CTs. And there is Kratos going through with the MAC-10, and now that gives them opportunity. That opens the door. And again, like I think there was some utility towards long earlier on, so they might have a good idea as to where the weakness is in terms of the numbers for the CTs. Charging into the B bomb site, MSI is dropped. 3-on-3 now. Bomb's not there just yet, and you can see again Rockstar carrying the bomb. A little duel, but he can't hang on and hold on to that. He's got to get to that bomb site with that bomb. So the CTs will be close in the 3-on-3 before the bomb is planted. Oh, Shay can't give up the man advantage in this position. Bomb's just been planted now, and this is a green light for the CTs. In they go. We've got the combo there with the HE as well. Style points as the CTs have a very quick retake of B.
And that was a left-right good night, literally from two different directions. I have to split the attention of those T's and manage to take full advantage of that. I've actually enjoyed watching like that round in particular, the way that Silent Recoil ran that and kind of poking and prodding the map a little bit, getting that early advantage, taking that space up in towards mid, being able to shut down. And it's crazy that he's actually catching the anchor with his back turned, because it should be quite obvious that they've lost control of mid and you need to just kind of be aware of that. But with so many positions needed to watch, it was the perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of. Unfortunately, as you said, right, losing that advantage in the 3v3, losing that player and allowing that round to slip away. And of course, Yala are going to be absolutely singing. You can even see it with the aggression that they're taking here, kind of stamping their claim on this next round, and the tide at minimum half.
Storming into B. Money will be guaranteed from the bomb plants at the very least, but there is a truck ton of utility. What is a truck ton? I mean, a ton is a ton, whether it's on a truck or not. But if it's on a truck, it's mobile. So that maybe it does make sense. Anyway, they've got plenty of util for the retake here. Oxley dropped first, however. And now Shay needs a miracle to deliver. Hold on a second. 2 headshots. You are starting to believe, but he will be denied. The wheels keep turning for that CT truck ton, which is a bit lighter now. They've thrown a few grenades, but maybe still close to a ton.
You were starting to believe in the miracle, but yeah, that little bit of damage done, I suppose, it can make a difference. The real question is, now as we head into this next round with only 3 rounds left in this half, and Silent Recoil have had some decent moments, had some shining moments throughout so far, but need to kind of pick things up a little bit, pull up their socks a bit. So far, we've seen Yala kind of stop them in their tracks a little bit too consistently.
It's been quite an aggressive game of Dust 2 thus far. No CT presence, no physical presence on shorts on this occasion. Slower pace this time from the CTs. Who it feels like have almost been trying to set the pace on their CT side, which I do enjoy. A hyper-aggressive team, willing to stand on an island alone and try to deliver goods, but now they're just playing control. Relatively standard setup here. No sniper rifle for the CT squad. Lone Wolf having a look-see now, finding 2, causing all kinds of problems. Looking for more now as he catches the bomb carrier. He is in free-for-all deathmatch mode. 4-on-3. He's overperformed, got good information as well. And still, the T's need to clear out shorts, I think. Let's see, Freaks was posted up there for a time. But now there's 40 seconds, and it seems they're going for an A-split. I don't think Lava's close enough to get some sound cues. They won't be able to support each other with flashes. And out they come. He's gone for a very deep position now. Playing Goose is Freak as well. Oh, he's playing Time Lava, and he might get multi-frag for this. Indeed, he will. That's the objective. That is the round. What does Rockstar do from this point? Not much. 7 rounds on the board for Yala.
That's rough, because I think it was M1 who was kind of trying to jump peek that ramp position to see if they could spot someone out there. Didn't see anything, but the peek wasn't deep enough. It didn't go like into the corner. So he comms it over. He says there's nobody there. So with back turn, both kills do come through completely uncontested. And at that point, I mean, Lone Wolf had already done so much, getting traded out, going 2 for 1 there. And after losing so much early HP on a couple of the players, I'm like, things are looking a bit dire, but it's that slight misplay that costs them the round.
Quicker round then for Silent Recoil. A loud rush towards A. Lone Wolf is holding position down with a 3K, and his teammate will come up to sweep up the rest if he can. Lone Wolf there for the immediate trade. That is a solid hold of the A bomb sites. Wow. They're very happy with that. Look at those. Look at the smiles on their faces. It could be a toothbrush advert.
I love that. I mean, I respect the attempt at the pace change, you know, try and maybe catch them off guard a little bit, try to take that. But the problem is with Oxley having already taken so much space in mid, they lose a lot of that like supportive presence that could have helped them out later on in the round. And that's kind of what forces them to have to go, because now there's somebody at their back door spurring them forwards and they just run into the meat grinder. And it's looking like that could happen a second time here, as again, they've taken so much space in mid.
Swing from lower tunnel, trying to abuse the numbers game, but the CTs have been good with the multi-frags. MSI dropping 2 before they find revenge. 3 on 2 now in favor of Yala. Oh, that is beautiful from Oxley. Big flash, dropping Rockstar, leaving Kratos in a 1 versus 3, carrying the bomb. Much work to be done. He's got a Galil, so he can't even one-shot 2 of these players if they've got helmets. Position known. Take the 1v1. Won't win it on this occasion, though. Freak makes it 9-3 at halftime.
I'm wondering if Yellow were maybe just feeling a little bit like, you know, you come into this with very limited information on the enemy team, and maybe you're kind of unsure about how to play, and you kind of, there's a bit of mind games there, like, all right, how are we going to deal with this? And eventually they realize, hang on, guys, buzzword, let's just play our own game. They do just that, and suddenly the confidence has started to roll in these rounds. Like they're swinging, they're taking these fights, they're not, you know, afraid to push out and to get aggressive in a way that they'd maybe seemed a little bit less confident at the beginning of the map. So it's cool to see that they've kind of hit their stride. But for Silent Recoil, I mean, we definitely need to see a bit of a pickup here. Now that they get to be on the CT side, maybe things will start to change a little bit here. You know, Shagan had some good moments with that AWP earlier, but now on this second half, this is where he'll really have opportunities.
Oh, a lot of footsteps will be heard, but can Rockstar deliver? Oh, it's looking very nice indeed. A 3K, and he's pretty much seen the rest of them on the kill cam also. Can his team follow up, though? Numbers are getting even. No one's picked up the USP. Do you want the extra bullets with the Glock, or do you want the extra range with the USP? That is the question. They'll remain with the Glocks. 2 on 3. Moving together quietly. Shagun's holding down 2 jobs at the moment, looking towards B and that mid position. Being careful not to fight for the death there. You can see he's playing for information. Bit of pre-fire, but he wants to control where they are. If he drops there, then the door's wide open towards B. Very nicely done. Good follow-ups for the CTs. Great start from Rockstar. That was wonderful.
I liked what the T's did there, though, like throwing out quite a little bit of utility over towards A to try and kind of fake it out. But as soon as they start heading towards the mid doors, it completely gives away the game. Like, all right, we've been spotted. What on earth do we do now? And Silent Recoil to, you know, kind of sing their praises a little bit there. They held it down really well. They don't get kind of overly confident. They don't over-rotate unnecessarily. They really do, you know, hold those positions, wait for that information, and then play off of one another brilliantly. And of course, they kind of have to. 5-round deficit here. They've won that first pistol. Let's see if they can turn that into momentum.
Ooh, you love to see it with the scout. Great start from Shagun. Doing things on the cheap. How much more expensive will it get then for this squad as Oxley almost gets his crosshair in the right place? 2 drop. I mean, they'll take that. I think a bomb plot would have been fantastic for them, but perhaps they did enough. 9-5 for Yala at this point, as we saw quick action in this round through mid.
Love that.
See ya.
Eagle's raid was a bit rough. bit on the unfortunate side, but you know, we take those. And M1 getting the 2 in mid as well before finally getting traded out. You were mentioning the multi-frags. It looks like Silent Recoil have started to maybe come into their own a little bit. Yeah, but only 2 rounds into the second half. There's still lots of time for things to change.
Early aggression towards Long as well. Oh, that's a lot of guns that, like, there's so much spray at the same time. I wonder how many they can reliably identify, like how many people are spraying at the same time. Because again, well, not only do they have that, but also Kratos is in lower tunnel. So there's a lot of information here for the for the CT players. So as control of Long has been established, I think you have to say at least 3 of the 5 players were spraying your rifles there, but what else can you do? Now, did they hear the connection with that incendiary in the lower tunnel? Kratos holding an off angle. He is being looked for by Lava, who spots the shoulder. Now we've got big problems for the CT squad and what remains of them. Dream had a dream. Turned into a nightmare by Lone Wolf, leaving Rockstar in a 1 versus 2. But with the HP on these players, this is doable. I doubt he could know how likely this might be. He has a kit. Gotta get your skates on. Again, this is a brutal way to come from. However, the utility towards short may make it less likely that they check this position. He absolutely could win this if he can just find a connection, but it seems he's looking to fall back now from this 1 versus 2. Little does he know. If he didn't know how low they were, I'm sure he would have full sent it, but there we go. It'll be a save for the last CT.
I think after getting spotted on his way in from lower, he realized, well, the element of surprise snatched away from him. The best thing to do there is to just try to hold on to that weapon. A really nice recovery from Yalla, you know, once they actually got the guns in hand. And I think that for Kratos, I mean, there was a really good flash that had come through, but there was no push, there was no presence, there was nothing really to play off of. And I thought, well, you know, is there going to be a second flash? Is there going to be something to give him that space to move and to try to get those kills in towards short? But unfortunately could not come through, so didn't have anything to back him up there. And once he went down as well, it all fell apart at the seams.
Great angle there from M1. Silent Recoil fighting back. A lot of work for them to do on this CT side. They really need this run. They've got no money in the bank. The same is quite true for Yalla as well. This could really be a pendulum swing if they can hold on to this and keep their numbers up. As the M1 disengaging now, the numbers are good, but they have lost a crucial player on that B bomb site, which could change things if they can get this bomb planted. Team kill will make it a 3-on-3 now. A retake with a scout and no utility. All right, that's a very crucial upgrade, but no util whatsoever. I think they'll probably go for this one. Like, they're outside B as soon as the bomb is planted. That will certainly encourage them, galvanize them to move forward. But it's going to be about the jewels, the dry peak. Kratos is dropped in Dream. Tries to look away from the flash, eats it. And a bucket of lead as well. That's 11 for Yalla.
The coordination on that retake just wasn't quite where it needed to be. Maybe it was a communication issue, a timing issue as well, trying to turn away from the flash and just mistiming it and getting caught in that. And of course, just after a teammate gets dropped as well. And it felt like this was such a good start for our CT, getting those 2 early frags. And, you know, I think even with that team kill, it felt like it was certainly doable, but it was a good kind of pivot from Yalla to head towards that B site instead. They know that it's much easier to hold in that post plant, and now devastation in the Silent Recoil camp because money is pretty busted, and winning this round puts them on match point.
Shagun looks quite dangerous with this scout. I think people are happier with the feel of the sniper rifles with some of the recent updates as well. And again, they have forced their way into this B-bomb site. Safety in numbers with this T side. Doesn't seem like the CTs will find a way to stop them from these pushes into that B area. Absolutely overwhelming them, leaving them in a prime position to take this match.
Not even a single kill there. Like, it would have been nice to have done that little bit, but ultimately, would it have made a difference? Because we now go into our last round of the half, and oh, sorry, not of the half, of the game potentially, which I suppose is the last round of the half, if you want to think about it that way. The last round of the second half, possibly. And there's still so much money to go around. So, answer to that, no, would not have made the biggest difference in the world at all. Broken by here for Yalla and already man down.
Yeah, Yalla in every sense of the word. Full send into long on this occasion. Maybe expecting a bolstered defense towards B after how many times they've sent it in there. 4 on 3. As Yalla have so many match points. They've got their bases covered as well. Oxley having a look in that mid area, keeping the CTs honest, making sure they're not doing any dodgy rotations, clearing out the short position. Great bursts as well. Good control. Lone Wolf will allow MSIs to get the trade, and that will be a strong secure of the match in that second half. Great showing by Yalla.
It started off looking like it was going to be a much more even affair. We went like blow for blow, constantly trading off rounds. And it felt like maybe we were going to get a bit of a closer affair than what some of our other games have looked like here. But as I was saying, towards the end of the first half, it really felt like Yalla kind of came into their own a little bit there, started to pick up that momentum, feel that confidence, play their own game. And for Silent Recoil, unfortunately, just could not kind of stand up to that. So that'll be us saying goodbye to them. They performed reasonably well, and for an unknown quantity, I think it was really cool to have had an opportunity to see, you know, what they were made of and see what they could do today. But unfortunately, on the day, they could not net that win. So why don't we throw things back on over to our desk for a little bit of a breakdown.
James and Sam, and that was well, we had a very nice first half, and then it could have been a much better match, but like our all stories of today, it was always good first half, bad second half. I think I want to start with you, Faces, because you mentioned to me there was one round, that critical round, that changed everything in the first half.
Yeah, Tox, to be honest, at round 8, it was 4-3. So any team wins that gun round will reset the other team. Yalla won that gun round, they reset Silent Recoil, and they had to eco, then went half buy, then they forced, and the economy wasn't looking so good, and that's why they ran away with that half.
Wipe, what did you think of the game? Did you feel like there was a possibility for a comeback by Silent Recoil?
I saw a comeback, but there was a problem they had, which is Silent Recoil. They are playing as individual, not as a team, individual, one by one. As you talked about, I mentioned the guy who pushes LT every round. So as if your friend pushing LT, you have to support him for either short or mid. You just can't leave him. So it was everyone playing alone. There's no support at all. That's the problem. If they had a little bit of teamwork, I think it would be a very close game.
I mean, that's the story with Dust 2s. There's Dust 2 and Mirage, usually these maps, there's so much potential for individual plays, but it's what you do after you take the individual move. Like you mentioned, pushing lower tunnel. How do I run away? Do I have the means? Do I have the exit? Can I run from B? Can I run from middle? Sometimes you get lucky, you manage to escape, but other times it could get tricky. And now Team Yalla, in the next matchup, they're going to go up against the Iranian team, which is Team Scar X, and that's going to be a tough one. But after looking at, I mean, we haven't seen Scar X, though they won 13-1, and seeing Team Yalla Faceless, do you feel like Team Yalla can actually make an upset here?
I hope so, if they have the right comms. Like, to be honest, the other team, Silent Recoil, like you guys noticed even when you guys were outside, they're not communicating with each other. I don't know if they gave up really quick and they're not keeping comms up. So everyone's gonna doing his own thing. I think Yalla has a good shot, maybe.
Wipe communication as well mentioned that Faceless and it's very important in tournaments. The mentality, the motive, the motivation, the way you cheer each other up if someone makes a mistake. I mean, you competed, I competed, so we understand what it means to pump each other up. This wasn't present with Team Silent Recoil, and maybe Team Yalla. We saw the smiles.
Yes, exactly.
But how important that is in a matchup?
Well, to me, I think everyone agree with me. Communication is the key to win. if you have the right communication, you will win against any team. Even though, let's say 90% communication, 10% skills. So not if you have 10% skills without any communication, you can't do it alone. You saw M1 pushing LT every round, killing 2-3, but still they lose the round. Why? There's no communication. And as I saw the faces and the other team playing, which is Silent Recoil, there's no communication at all. Everyone his face is on the monitor. There's no communication at all. No nice try, no GGs, nothing at all.
Yeah, and speaking of communication, don't communicate your password, your PIN to someone calling you, telling you want 250,000 dirhams. Don't do that.
Yes,
They're
exactly.
probably scamming you, and we see the QR code. Where is it? It's next to Faceless.
Yes,
If you want more about the awareness about e-crime and how you can prevent it, look into it. So we have that QR for you. It's it's right here. See, I'm holding it for you. And this is where you can report these things, because obviously it's an important nowadays. It's not like the past where we didn't have. We had limitation with internet. Now it's open. You can easily get someone's phone number or Steam account and get scammed. So make sure not to communicate that. But in game, make sure to communicate.
Nice one. Nice one.
I think we still have. So that was the third game. You were right.
Yes,
actually,
I told you.
we didn't take prediction. We should take a prediction next time. But for now, we are gonna take a quick break, and after that, we're gonna head into our fourth game this time. So don't go anywhere.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة. واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك.
Hello, this is Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on the...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final match of the day. My name is Abdullah, also known by Talks, and we have Mr. Wipe and we have Mr. Faceless. How are you guys doing? How are you guys liking the action so far?
I really enjoyed it. It's been a long time that I didn't have this action before, and I'm really glad and happy that I'm going through this action.
Honestly speaking, beyond expectations, I'm really happy. The tournament looks amazing, the organization and everything. It really looks good, and I had fun, to be honest, mingling with the players and so on. Bring back old memories.
Yeah. And speaking of memories, guys, you need to memorize your passport. Your password, sorry, not your passport. Also memorize your passport, could be useful. But memorize your password because maybe someday you'll give it to someone, they take it, you see this, okay, the other side, you see this QR code. You can find out ways where you can get scammed for your password, so make sure that you go over there, you scan the QR code and get some information, report any crime if it happens, because this is quite important for us. We've been through it, we've been victims of it, but thanks to Dubai Esports and Dubai Police that we can also share some of the awareness with them. Okay, so we can now look at the bracket and see how the action went throughout this day. And if you look at the left side, you see lots of 13-0s there, Wipe.
Yes, exactly. Well, glad we didn't see it on stream 13-0s. But the 13-0s means that the other team is not hesitating, is not underestimating any enemy, and he's doing all of his can. So let's see, the first bracket is best of one. Now we'll see other best of one, but harder. It's, we finished easy mode, now to medium mode.
Faceless, we have This Isn't Epic LAN, Level Esports. This is our match. Now, this isn't Epic LAN 13-0, Level Esports 13-11. This is going to be our quarterfinal, the streamed quarterfinal for the night. On the other side, we have AB Esports, Elo Delivery. This is going to be played off stream. The other matches obviously are going to be played out tomorrow, but when we look at This Isn't Epic LAN and Level Esports, This Isn't Epic LAN, bunch of guys coming from the UK. It's we could say it's an international team against Level Esports, who we've seen struggle in this 2, if you remember, and it didn't look like they were able to close out the map in this 2. And
Mirage.
Was it Mirage?
Yeah, Mirage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lots of dust.
I think it's past the bedtime talk, right?
Lots of dust 2s in Mirage, man. I miss the old kibble.
Who doesn't miss that?
But what are we thinking of this matchup? White, maybe you can tell us.
I hope, well, first we hope it's not Dust 2 or Mirage, and I think Level Esports will put the hard mask on. I think they will put more effort, they will have more teamwork, and they won't take it easy.
Okay, let's take a look at the veto. Will we see a surprise map or not? Okay, so we have Ancient Band, Dust 2, Overpass, Inferno, and then Mirage. They could have chosen Mirage, actually, and they chose Nuke. Faceless Nuke.
Finally, we got something new, huh?
So are we going to see something new in Nuke? Are we going to see some random?
To be honest, Level, they can surprise isn't this Epic Clan. They can put an upset, unless if they actually practiced Nuke. So let's hope to see a good game from both teams. I don't think so it's going to be like a 13-0 or 13-9. So yeah.
Okay, so I think we're very excited. Let's take a quick prediction before we switch to the casters. So, Wipe, I'll start with you. Nuke, who do you think?
13-10 for Level Esports, inshallah.
Okay, and Faceless?
I think, isn't this Epic Clan who might win this? But score, I don't know, to be honest.
I'm going to go with... I have to put score.
Okay, 13-11.
For this isn't epic?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna be 13-8 for this isn't epic. I'm sorry, I like Walu and the guys, but after seeing their performance, I have I have my doubts. Thank you, Wibe. Thank you, Faceless, James, and Sam. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am excited for this one, especially because I feel like Nuke in a best of one can be picked with the best of intentions, but can very much go wrong. And traditionally, historically, Nuke is a hard map to come back from if things go wrong. If you win the pistol round and get reset or something like that. I mean, it's a little bit different now to how it used to be, but still, I get the tingles when I see Nuke in a best of one. Dangerous waters, plenty of opportunity. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, especially because this isn't Epic LAN. I'm gonna get to start on that CT side, and I mean, we know how dangerous that can be. So I feel like this is gonna be really a game of two halves, which sounds pretty hard though, but it really does kind of boil down to that. And for Level Esports, it's all about, well, how much can we get done on our T side? How much of a bit of wiggle room can we give ourselves for that second half? You go into half number 2 with like 10-2 down, you're going to really struggle to turn things back around. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that does play out. And what's really cool for me is that, looking at Level Esports, we've actually got some veteran talent from the Dubai Esports scene here. We've got Babui, who actually won last season with EXO Esports. And we've got William, who was playing with Ascend, and they came third last season. So some really strong competition here. But of course, this is an Epic LAN. It's the UK lads. I'm curious to see how they're going to do. I have it on good authority that they're not necessarily the best in the UK scene, but they've got a lot of spirit, a lot of spunk. So I'm hoping to see that on the server today.
Yeah, I was having a look at their Steam profiles, and I think there were 2 players where I had 1 or 2 people associated friends in common. So I'm not really personally familiar with these players. I'm excited to see who they are and what they have to offer. Just waiting to see himself on camera. That's pretty cool. Oh, they all are. Okay, one after the other. Wonderful. Great to see some good spirits. Epic LAN I haven't been to. So there's like 2 big LANs in the UK. The bigger one historically is Insomnia, which is kind of an expo. You'll see lots of Minecraft, CS, and other things there. I think there used to be some TF2 back in the day. I played at Insomnia once. I think I came joint 12th. Jackie was on my team. A Steel was there as well. I assume that his team won it. I think Kiyashima was playing, his team won it. Epic LAN was the smaller of the 2 LANs, which I wanted to go to, but never quite got there. And indeed, this is not Epic LAN, so maybe they are lost and found themselves in sunny Dubai. I just saw the Dubai police force now have Tesla Cybertruck police cars, which is pretty cool. Makes me want to join the Dubai police. And let's see what they can do in this pistol round of Nuke. Both those teams, that is. Level on the T side, charging through. They've got some real estate, but they are losing their numbers and quick. Crafty will need to be crafty in this 1 versus 4. Okay, that was a nice effort, but there were too many man on road. And it will be, this is an Epic LAN with the pistol.
I was sad that you made a crafty pun, because I was going to make a flash pun with the 3 kills that he got.
It was such a basic pun. It was like a really, I'm a bit embarrassed. Like, I could do much better. It's just like, it's the bottom rung of the ladder, really, isn't it? I think I should.
I was gonna make a flash pun about he became the Flash and got 3 kills. So mine wasn't gonna be much better. I'll be perfectly honest.
No, yours was just as bad, if not worse.
Yeah, this is pretty terrible. But that's okay. It's either way, it's a good start for this isn't Epic LAN. I feel weird just saying Epic LAN because it's a thing, but also this is an Epic LAN is very long. It's
I mean, we could just say the UK boys or something. We've got to find a way to shorten it. Let's see what these Desert Eagles can do. I am thinking though, like while we have some time, I am thinking like, would they let me join the Dubai police? Like part time, I'll go to Dubai. I'll go there for 2 months at a time and be part of the police. If I can drive the cars around or something, I will listen. I am not even joking. I will, if they'll let me, I'll join the Dubai police.
I feel like there's probably like a nationality thing involved there.
Listen, if they have a uniform which is big enough that will fit me because I'm 6'4", I'll join. I will join the Dubai Police. Try me. If you call my bluff, I will join. I'll be in your office typing on the computer. I'm one of those people. I'll do that. I could be the specialist diver. I don't know how much water there is to dive in outside, but you know, if some suddenly appears, they'll need someone to be ready, and I could be that guy.
I mean, there's a few islands around Dubai. I could see it.
Yeah. And I'm a BMW driver. I don't indicate, you know, I move quickly. So I'm ready for the emergencies. Enough about me, though. Let's get back into the action. Got the T's fishing, trying to do some damage here with these Desert Eagles, and there will be a little, not a full force buy here. So again, it's just about keeping that CT economy honest. He would like to make it a little more expensive, but he will not be able to do that, Walou. So a promising start here from this is from the UK boys. Like this, you wanna have a clean sheet at the beginning if you are on the CT side. There was no there was no force buy here in the second round, which is definitely a relief for the CTs. Don't want too much pressure. So far, so good then for the UK lads.
Very random, like point back, but I'm really glad that BMW Drive is not indicating as like a global understanding. Like we all know that this is.
Okay, I'm lying. I do indicate, but most of them don't. I will say that, but I do. I am, you know. Well, we'll come back to this in an eco round.
Yeah.
But for now, we have Flash with the AWP. So a very early sniper rifle here for the CT squad. Let's not forget that FAMAS is new and improved. It is so the FAMAS is police issue in France. If you it's really funny because if you look at a stock skin FAMAS, you look like, oh, why is it so worn on the sides? It looks all crap. But that's literally how it looks in real life. If you go to a big train station in France, you'll see the French coppers holding the FAMAS. I like to refer to it as the French gun. I think it deserves more respect now because it was a bit crap in Counter-Strike previously. But let's not forget, it has been buffed. So we'll see if Soli is able to deliver. Okay, so this is an important role, actually. Oh, very nice from Flash. He's quite flicky, isn't he? That was quite nice indeed. Saw a hand there, but couldn't make a faithful connection.